Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is April 1st, 2025. My name is Andre. I've said that already. How's everyone doing? We started this one a bit late. Apologies. It's been a bit of miss. We're all over the place today here in Montreal. Can't wait to be playing some Magic the Gathering here on the Métropole Grid. I honestly don't have anything particularly planned that's like April Foolsy. I probably should have. Hold on. I can make this warmer. Brighter? Warmer. Yes. I don't. I definitely should have. I realize in hindsight, maybe the perfect crime would have been to start the stream like 3 hours ago and just do like intro music for 3 hours. I think that'd be really, really funny. That would get me good. Maybe not everyone else, but and then just go live at this time. But hopefully you've been well. It's been a busy weekend. There's a lot of news to go over. Mind you, spoilers have started to come out. It is the beginning of spoiler season. Play some Turmoil on JNet. We're definitely going to do that. There's no new cards, I don't think, on JNet this year. I think that didn't happen, but there's a new game mode called Turmoil. I didn't want to call the name of the stream Turmoil, so I called it something from the flavor text on Turmoil. I don't know what it is. I have no idea, but we'll find out together, that's for sure. How's everyone doing? I was probably saying salut. You do? How's it going? Salut from France. How you doing? Do you seek to go to my locals so I could actually stay on the whole Tuesday Grid stream? Let's go. Hopefully you're feeling better. Also, I do think we've now hit that point where, because of daylight savings time, we're back in parity. So we are now just 5 hours apart is my guess. So if you're watching from Europe, hey, how's it going? Sorry, this is later than it normally is. Hey, Tanuki, get well soon. My locals are off tonight because of nearby fire, apparently. Oh, shit. Apparently people are okay. Hopefully everyone's all right. Yeah, we're a bit under the weather here in this household too. As you might know, Maddie was off last week from some travels for work, and she is back, and she is definitely under the weather today. So we have a startup GNK in Montreal this evening at like 5:36. I was intending to go there. I don't think it's a good idea to go anymore, so I'll just stay at home and stay healthy and make sure everybody here is okay. But if you're in Montreal and you want to get involved in some organized play, there's a GNK just this evening, which is going to be good fun. We did a startup GNK. Like, I feel like the timing on this is a bit unfortunate because startup, obviously, like every format changes irrevocably in just like 20 days or whatever. But if people are still excited to play startup, so be it. There was a big turnout last time we did a startup event. It was pretty cool. Hey, Diogen, how's it going? Good to see you this weekend. Hey, Brennan. Hey, this Al as well. How's it going? Hey, Mr. Grid. Hello, chat floating. How are you doing? No secret scoops? No, there's no secret scoops. For what it's worth, it is now spoiler season in the Null Single Games worlds. So they are revealing cards. We've actually seen a couple cards, some in full art with all the text and stuff. Some of them are just like teased. I want to say that we have received scoops on this channel, and scoop season, I believe, is called out in this article by Cobra Bubbles. So we won't be doing anything cool with scoops until, well, it doesn't say. Does it say? Does it say when the schedule is? Yeah, okay. So the schedule says it's April 9th through 22nd. Generally, the beginning of scoop season is NSG, and then the back of it is like community stuff. So I can't tell you a specific date because I don't honestly know, but I got my cards. I got to work on some like motion graphics and stuff. You know how it is, but it's pretty exciting because stuff will happening pretty soon. AJ, how's it going? We were secretly hoping for Doomtown. That's the problem, is if I showed up and played a different card game, you'd just be like, wait, did I tune into the Crash Space Grid? Like, it's less novel than it used to be, that's for sure. Mind you, we're basically streaming every Friday on Crash Space and doing something else. We did some Marvel Champions on Friday. We had some time to sneak a stream in. It was a good stream too. It was fun. Strongly recommend building a Turmoil deck. I have no idea what to build though, Lucio. I have no idea what the format is. We shifted to the back of the normal time zone offset on Sunday, yeah. Startup is really good right now. Not that I'm all biased. Whoever balanced that format really cooked. Oh, yeah. I think last time I played like one of your decks. I don't think both of your decks. No, I think I might have played both of your decks. I played Personal Evolution and I played Arasana. I feel like a lot of the players there had not played Startup before, so it's not like a super experienced meta. The PE deck seemed really good. It felt bad killing people with Neurospike who are newer players who didn't see it coming, because I don't think that feels really good. Single advanced card, oh, you're dead. Like, that feels rough. Kind of comes with some apologies. The Arasana seemed good. However, you did have to make the right runs, because your money did run out. Hey, Andrew, my first time following a live feed. Welcome, but your work has been so useful for me understanding Netrunner. I want to say thanks directly. Much appreciated. That's very kind. Thanks for taking the time to drop in and let alone the kind words. I think a lot of people are getting into Netrunner as of recently. If that might be the case, maybe you're excited about Elevation or you've just gotten into the game. However, people get into the game, welcome. If you have any questions, mind you, if you're a newer player, you're watching this, firstly, always saying hi in chat really does help. You also can like not talk to me as much, but also you'll meet other folks in chat, and the Netrunner community is something special. But on top of that, if you have any questions, as a newer player, this game is like very quite difficult. It has a huge learning curve, a lot of weird questions that a lot of people just like don't answer because they're just so used to it because they've been playing Netrunner for a couple of years and they don't question some basic things. So please ask questions if you got stuff. What is Turmoil? Turmoil is a new game mode that just dropped today on Jinteki.net. So you'll notice that some people on JNet are playing Turmoil. I don't know what it is. Do we find it? It is the April Fool's game mode. That's all I know. It's generally going to be weird and goofy. When you create a game in Turmoil, it says this: the fickle winds of fate shall decide your future. And then it says FINUKA disposes, which I do not know if that's a string that is unique to my JNet or whether everyone has the same. I'm not sure, but we'll find out together. We're just going to do a bunch of news because there's a whole bunch of news to go through, and then we'll figure out what FINUKA disposes possibly can mean. Time to summon the pet to unexpectedly ring the doorbell. But it's always like that sort of, you know, you get like really weirded out when Pat is here and then he's like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. Like it's that time of the year where, you know, sets come out and Pat gets suspicious. On that note, speaking of suspicious Pat will be here on Thursday on our top of the month stream. We're not gonna be streaming tabletop Netrunner. We're gonna be streaming Hand and Brain, and we're gonna be doing it on JNet. I asked Pat what he wants to do. He's like, I'll play some online Netrunner. So that'll be on Thursday, normal stream time. Mind you, daylight savings has kicked in, but we'll be here playing Hand and Brain on JNet. If you want to play Hand and Brain against us with a friend, we'll find you. Otherwise, we'll just play on JNet casual and hopefully not take like a year to take our turns. Well, I don't think we will. We're talking about the other recent NSG drama post, or is that for another time? Yeah, we'll definitely mention it. It came out last night. It's weird to do that on April 1st to some extent, but I think it needed to come out, and they have no doubt they have a tight schedule of other stuff. I'm doing scoops reviews on my YouTube channel /text. Jai, what do you mean? How do you do that? Hey, Jello Shots, how's it going? This is Jello Shots. Jello Shots came up to, we had a district, mind you, this weekend. You probably were aware, where we ran a district championship. We will talk about that before we go into scoops. It was a fantastic weekend. We had 18 players come out. We had a whole bunch of players come up from the States. And 18 is, I think, like a really good number. I was worried we get a smaller number because participation at events, and specifically not in the UK, it seems, is a bit lower than it's been in a while. And that's because this meta is, you know, kind of on its way out. And while some people are just in, you know, hibernation waiting room period for the new set to come out and trigger big rotation or to get deeper into the game, you know, everybody has their own way of looking at things. A lot of people also they do want to come out and, mind you, and play some of the old cards. Like this was the last Rashida tournament largely for Montreal, which is pretty wild. We had 18 players, which is good. That was under 24, which means we didn't run out of spin doctors, which is a nice treat. And it was an even number, which is good. And we had 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss and a top cut on Saturday. We'll talk about it a bit more in detail. I'll catch up on chat, but it was a really good weekend. Things went perfectly. I do want to say, Silver Goblin, I have something that's yours. I did accidentally steal the remote to their digital timer, and I will, you know, give it back if the price is right, or tomorrow, one or the other. Hey, Queen, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. Hey, Nayeti, how you doing as well? I expect to either get 1 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 for me and Jai. Scoops reviews. Oh, so you're reviewing scoops? Like how people scoop things, not reviewing the cards, Jai? Assuming you're reviewing how the scoops are scooped and not the scoops themselves. I scored a Jumon in Turmoil and the game swapped sides. RIP. Holy shit. Turmoil sounds pretty weird. Hey, actually, I promise to be 50% as mean to new players. Okay. Do you know that Indonesia is apparently moving their capital from Jakarta to East Kalimantan IRL? Lars, I feel like anytime someone comes into chat and says something like that on April Fools, I can't take that seriously. I'm going to Google it out of like just respect, but I honestly don't know if that's the case. The shit? Huh? The capital is born. The impact of Indonesia moving its capital city. Is Null Signal Games doing this? Are they trying to ride on the attention this will get internationally? Is East Kalimantan on Borneo? Yeah, it is. It's on the east side. President Joko Widodo is expected to mark the country's 79th anniversary of independence this month by hailing the official relocation of the country's national capital away from Jakarta. The new capital will be named Nusantara, Still under construction and located over 1,000 kilometers away from Jakarta in East Kalimantan province on Borneo Island. The heck? At an expected cost of construction of 35 billion and a population projected to reach nearly 2 million by a date that's pretty far away from now, the new capital city will be the new base of the country's president and government administration ministries. Why would you move a capital? Chart. Indonesia's new capital will be located over 1,000 kilometers away from the current capital, Jakarta. Well, yeah, and there's a lot of water in the way. That's like not just like moving it down the street. That's not like we moved it from Ottawa to Toronto. It's like we moved it from one island to an island really far away. That's wild. The old Jakarta is sinking or something? Oh, hold on. They talked about this. The idea of moving Indonesia's capital away from Jakarta has existed since the first days of Indonesian independence. The primary driver for this move is the potentially irretrievable impact of land subsidence in Jakarta caused by rapid urbanization and excessive groundwater extraction. It is literally sinking. That is a very smart way to say that the ground is not going to be there no more. Jakarta is one of the fastest sinking cities in the world. Is this a chart of fastest sinking cities? Montreal, number 9. Many commercial and residential areas, especially in the north of the city, have already been destroyed due to flooding. Oh, wow. So it's actually really quite bad. Nobody should doubt me. All right, this doesn't work. Whoa, okay. So it's not like they wanted to move it for exactly political reasons, but because it won't be there and they need a capital. That's buck wild. Interesting if any of this sort of stuff does show up in the new set, let alone the name of the new upcoming capital, but that's wild. Wild. I wonder when that actually happens. I wish you could play the April Fool's modes after the fact. I missed it last year. Yeah, I hear you. I think you could see some of the cards in the gallery. Mind you, there was one April Fool's year where April Fool's was in fact for like 6 months or something. I felt like that and it was pretty rough. But yeah, it's sometimes a shame, especially because good work goes into it. And if you can't play it that day, you can't play it. Antoine, how's it going? Good seeing you this weekend. Congratulations on APAC as well. I absolutely got disposed by FINUKA when playing versus Tuno. I don't know what any of these words mean. I'd vote for Hand and Brain, Asa, or Ob. I think we'll do Ob, and we'll probably do, yeah, we'll definitely do Ob because Pat does play Ob. UK stay winning. Okay, hold on. I'm behind on chat by a far margin. Lars, that's really cool. Thanks for pushing that out. Hand and Brain are Asana for maximum chaos. It's actually minimum chaos, Antoine, because during a run, the hand does everything. So the brain just says make a run. Then once the hand goes, they start doing things. So it's not as tricky as I think you might imagine. Arasana is a bit, it's in the middle. It's actually not the worst because they can make a bad call for sure, I guess. Hand Brain Ace says brain melting and not necessarily in a good way. Hey Dan, how's it going? I raised you to Hand and Brain Q Loop Arasana. The thing is like the hand does all of it. The hand does absolutely everything. Miso na you, how's it going? Hey. Kota Kalimantan is in West Kalimantan though, right? I don't know. Is it real? I spelled it right. I don't, this is a language I don't know. I don't even know what language I don't know. Which language do I not know? ID? Is that Indonesian? Oh, hold the translates. Yeah, it's Indonesian. Not sure. It seems to be the whole island. The map is all of Borneo. So maybe that's the localized term for Borneo. Couldn't tell you. Is energy riding on the wave or just another case of energy having weird timing with geopolitical events? Oh, definitely the latter. Dungeons. I was just joking about the former. There's no shot. Also, it seems like the move of the capital has been kind of ongoing, or at least an initiative that needs to be pursued for the last little while. So it's just a thing that's happening. My country's on the map like a single pixel. That's really, really wild. Hey, droids, just got done listening to some ShadowNet hot takes. Oh, the new ShadowNet came out today? I think it did, right? I haven't listened to it yet. I've no doubt they're talking about the Kevin stuff, right? Hey, Gyro. I got FINUKA so hard in my game because we built it with no advanceable ice. All these words make no sense in context, and now out of context. We'll figure it out. Though the hand would have asked the brain for action. Oh, you thought the hand would have to ask the brain. No, so the rules for hand and brain is that the brain player says all basic actions. So they don't say make a run on R&D. They just say make a run. They don't say install, or they don't say install daily cast or play sure gamble. They just say install a card or play an operation or an event. But during a run, either the runner's run or if you're a corporation, also the runner's run, all paid abilities are done by the hand players. So deciding whether to res ice on a run, to res your Managarm Skunkworks, to use Arsana to pop the border control, because all those happen in the context of a run, those are entirely hand-on-hand violence. Yeah, the brain only comes in between clicks, basically deciding how the clicks go, but once the click is started, the brain is out. I'm sure for ASA group that I'm not sure. I think in older versions of the list that I saw or the rules that I saw, the brain was meant to install both cards, but I'm pretty sure the brain says install a card. And then if the hand installs a card that triggers ASA, which it always should, then the hand does the second install. I'm pretty sure. Matchball Spoilers Pog. How's it going, Meteor? I think Elevation Stuff says Kota Kalimantan is a hypothetical future city. Yes, I think it is the mega city around the sort of like crown of sky, the sky crown or whatever, where the actual, what's it called, is the space elevator. It is the city around the space elevator, which doesn't modernly exist. Hey, Saver, Saturn Light, you're only like 20 minutes late, not even, less than that. We had an opening that was like 10 minutes, I think. Loving all the Marvel Champions content lately. Unfortunately, it has resulted in having to order a whole lot of Marvel Champions. What did you pick up? I've been having a good time, barring the fact that I think Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. might be the worst box. And what's really fun is how divisive the internet is about that fact. I just don't think it's the best Marvel Champions box. And I think specifically it's a really bad, it seems like, hold on, I should use my words a bit better. I'm not going to Marvel Champions tangent that long. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the new box. It just came out and it was hard to get in Canada, but we got it. And so I've played through it 3 or 4 times. I haven't played it with my partner, 2-player, but I have only played it solo on expert difficulty and standard difficulty. I mostly play expert because Marvel Champions is not that hard of a game. And on expert, it's fun. And so far, this product as a solo only box, I think is one of the worst boxes they've put out, specifically for solo only. On expert as well. So like my caveat onto caveat is the way that I interact with this game. This is just not my favorite box. And there's just a lot of really weird balancing spikes and problems that allow you to instant fail missions, kind of out of your control largely, because of the way that they balance things. Like the overall difficulty is pretty low, but then there's just these random spikes you can get from being unlucky in card draws that are much more brutal in this box than I've seen in any other box. I need to play more of it. I think with more players, it's more interesting. Like a couple of the scenarios only really work well, I think, if you have more than one player, which, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, it's so far, I'm not like super sold on it. I think there's a lot of parts of this box that I don't gel with. Specifically the new heroes, like Nick Fury, 10 out of 10, Maria Hill, 15 out of 10, but like, I don't want to play her again. She's just super busted. Marvel Champions can be very swingy. I know, Andrew, I played a heck of a lot. How's it going? I played a lot of solo Marvel Champions. That's how I play most of it. And it can definitely be swingy. But swingy within the sort of what you expect swingy to be in solo Marvel Champions. But there's ways to lose the game on turn 1 in this, functionally. Like, there's just scenarios that you can just lose on the first turn. Just about. Like, I don't understand it. And not because you made a bad decision. It's very, very strange. What if Hand and Brain plus Turmoil hand-on-hand violence? Marvel Champions absolutely have enjoyed that too. Longtime fan of RPG games, Lord of the Rings and Arkham especially. Very different games with different experiences. Yeah, my partner and I are playing through the Lord of the Rings saga boxes for the first time. We're having a good time. And Arkham Horror, I also got, it's over there, I'm not going to grab it, but the Drowned City also came in. And that's the thing that my partner and I are going to start, because my other group is like, we're not going to finish the campaign we're on, it feels like, for months. Hey, Rohit, yeah, current rules are the hand gets the first install and brain gets the trigger. Very cool. You mean the other way, right? Oh wait, brain gets the trigger in the so brain decides the ASA. Makota Langi. Thank you, Gyro. That's it. Santa, another very interesting variant is alternating clicks with no communication. I've seen people do that. I've heard of that one. I think that one is simpler in some ways. I don't know if maybe that is as fun, unless you're the person playing Two-Headed Giant and they go install, advance, right? Like, that's also not bad too. I think that has lower rules overhead for sure. I don't know what you do during runs, though. I guess you hold priority until the next click starts. Speaking of board games, I am getting the Dune Imperium Bloodlines box in the mail this week. I am surrounded by people who love Dune Imperium. I have never really extracted joy from it, but hopefully Bloodlines is good. Eternal News, Tron, how's it going? We'll get to that. We're going to go through everything first. I think we're going to go back to the top, and we're just going to, once I catch up on chat, we're going to go through all the news, because it feels like it's been a minute, and there's a whole bunch of spoilers for the new set coming out, starting with this fan that came out late last week, so we didn't get to talk about it. Oh, Wheel of Ugly. Yeah, I knew I forgot something. Let's build a Wheel of Ugly. We'll get to that too. I'll just put Wheel of Ugly in a tab, and then We'll get there when we get there. I played more of the World of Android's fan campaign for Arkham that came out about a month ago. It has been fantastic. Flip, I don't understand this. How do you know it came out a month ago? I'm on like the Arkham Horror Reddit and I know nothing about this. I know there was a Netrunner one that came out like years ago. It can't be the same one, can it? You don't need extract cherry, you have to extract spice. Brain says install. The hand installs a card, then the brain can install a card since they have full control of the trigger. Okay, so they do actually do the rest of the trigger. That's interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like I'm gonna have to play a bunch more hand and brain to figure out which rule set I think is the one that pleases me the most. All right, how's everyone doing? Let's catch up on the news. We're gonna go look at some new cards for the first time in a long time. Not true. We saw some new cards last month, but gonna be pretty exciting. So there was a couple things that came out. Organized Play, they announced some upcoming tournaments. We talked about that. So let's open a bunch of tabs in order. So 2 pieces of news came out today. We're gonna start here. So this is everything you need to know about Elevation. I do want to be clear off the top that because we receive spoilers as content creators, Null Signal Games does this really good thing where if they hook you up with spoilers, they also hook you up with like a Google Drive document that shows you like a dozen or so, whatever amount of cards that will be spoiled by Null Signal Games officially, so that those will be in the public consciousness by the time your spoilers video or article or whatever you're doing comes out. So some of the cards, I'm not going to confirm some of the cards on this fan, but there are some cards that I have more information about than you probably do, and I can't disclose any more of that information. So anything that I make like a guess about, I just need to be honest, is just going off the top and from what I know about Netrunner, but I'm not going to guess anything that I know from spoilers because obviously that seems unfair. Anybody who's a content creator can tell whether that's truth or not, but like I do know a bit more. I can't say a bit more, but I have seen a couple more cards than probably the average person has because of the way the community stuff works. But this is our first card fan that came out. And we get to see a lot of really cool stuff, let alone we do see the card that's actually fully spoiled here. And this is our first NBN card, I want to say. And it's called IP Enforcement. And it's pretty damn wild. So let's just take a second to talk about this. Let me catch up. New art looking so good. Yes, there's some really, really great art here. And there's also some other interesting art stuff that I don't think a lot of people have called out, which is pretty wild. So IP Enforcement is an NBN operation, is 5 influence. It's also trashable. This is very easy to miss this, but this is a balancing thing. You're usually not used to checking the bottom right corner. I feel like this is also like a bit out of the way. If we look at a spin doctor, I feel like it is justified a bit closer to the wall. Maybe that's not the case. Oh no, it's at the same spot. But you can trash this for 5 credits, which is a heck of a lot of money. Now, as additional cost to play this operation, remove X tags, so that's up to you. And obviously, the more tags you remove, the more this is expensive. But removing tags, that's a really exciting thing because that is, I think that I know I've been saying for a while now, I like the powerful tag payoff cards if they removed tags. Because it's one thing for the bad thing to happen to you, but the second thing is now you're still tagged and you probably have to clear the tags. So this is a nice balancing mechanism. It saves the runner's credits, puts them back into the game. I like remove tags being attached to strong tag punishment more than ever. Because removing tags is the least fun action in all of Netrunner, and the less you have to do it in prison, the better it is for you. Is that supposed to be 5 influence? Yeah, that's 5 influence. Is that not obvious? It's harder to tell, mind you. You're right. It's a bit harder to tell when all 5 bubbles are filled because you don't see the blank bubble. But if it has texture, it's filled. Yeah. Basically NBN only. Yeah, but I think it's basically NBN only. How's it going, by the way, Zen? On the basis that there's very few ways to make this card playable. So what does it do? It says install 1 agenda from the runner's score area with a printed agenda point value equal to X. We've never seen that clause in the history of Netrunner. We've never been able to install cards from a score area. So basically you take an agenda out of the runner's score area and you put it on the table. That is a very powerful ability because the runner slides backwards, obviously. And if the runner is still tagged after this finishes, you place 1 advancement counter on that agenda. So you could play this for 1 credit to just grab a 1-pointer out of the runner's score area. My guess is that's not particularly potent. Generally, the runner needs at least 2 tags, and with 2 tags, you can take a 1-pointer out, get an advancement on it, and then score it out. That's also probably not fantastic. So it seems like the breakpoint for this card is probably 3 tags, 2 to grab a 2-pointer, right? And then 1 to get an advancement on it, so you can do advance. You've never extracted joy from Dune Imperium? Eric, I've enjoyed playing Dune Imperium with you. I've played Dune Imperium with a lot of folks who've also played it a lot more. No disrespect, but like very big Dune heads. I know when we played, you got into the game recently, but it's the sort of game where I feel constrained too much. I don't know. 2 tags to get a stolen 3-1 back and probably score it out the same turn. I'm not sure that's amazing. I'll be honest. Hey, Wilson. So I do think this card is potent. What worries me about this card is that currently in the format, and I'm not sure if they're going to see anything different in the new set, this is the only way that you can give the runner a lot of tags unless they just say, F it, I'm going to eat all your ice all the time. which means you have to pay 7 credits for this. And then after you pay 7 credits for this, if they're still in the tag, like stuck in the tag hell, then you pay 3 credits and then you pay 2 more credits. So it's cool that it closes the game. That is 12 credits. That's a lot of money for you to score at a 3-2 from the score area, and taking agendas away from them. Let me tell you, that's incredibly important, but this does untag them. And I think I'm not too upset about that idea. Just for context. And this is where, you know, things always look less powerful when you look at bad stuff that was busted back in the day. This was exchange of information, and this was the agenda messing around card back when FFG days were. This card was very, very good. It says play only the runner's tagged. It costs nothing, and it also doesn't remove the tags, and you swap agendas in your score area with an agenda in the runner's score area. So it was super common to trade a 1-pointer for a 3-pointer, and that was a game-winning play, let alone just put the runner so far damn behind. The fact that this card, like if the runner is slightly tagged, at the end of the day, it also just puts the agenda back on the table, which means you have to protect it. It means there's actually a lot of board states where if the runner takes a tag on turn 1, turn 2, whatever, and they steal a Beal or Beal equivalent, mind you, we won't have Beal, the agenda is just back on the table. You just clear the tags, and then if you don't have a server that can ice up the agenda and score it out, like I'm not 100% sure that this is as powerful as it looks. I love the theme. I love the art. The theme is so good that they come with a lawsuit to take something back from you. And the fact that it makes it trashable, I'm really interested to see how strong this is. If the runner goes hyper tag me in startup, this is a way they can lose the game. I think that is notable. I feel like right now in startup, if you go hyper tag me, it's not actually that punishing. So this is like legitimate tag punishment in startup, and it will always be there. IP enforcement, overwrite the shuffle back. Yeah, you can always overinstall the agenda and spin doctor it back, but like, I don't know if that's a really good turn, honestly. IP enforcement Holloman is pretty icky. Yeah, that's a really cool one. And IP enforcement also with what's it called? Stoke the Embers technically works because the card isn't installed from HQ, so both of these abilities work. It's really hard to do something cool with Stoke the Embers, I think, but that technically does work. And that means you can score out of Stoke the Embers as a 4-2 and make money and get advancements. I think that is kind of hella cool. I think this card is, all I'm trying to say, this card is definitely powerful, but I think it's going to be pretty niche on which board states it is playable. I wonder if we're going to actually be worried about this or not. And I think for this card to be good, NBN needs to be able to afford to do 7 tag, what's it called, oppos, or something with false lead. But I'm pretty sure if they do something with false lead, you're probably dead. So I'm not 100% sure. Could actually be cool if NBN does Glacier ever. Yeah, if NBN does Glacier and you actually can't run the agenda, so be it. If you can trade 4 tags to get the 5-3 back in your remote server and then just do advance, or just trade 3 tags, like that is actually kind of real. Not that we have NBN 5-3s. I think all we have is send a message after rotation. But if NBN can play Glacier and actually make it hard to go get the card back, that's where this card gets interesting. And it feels a bit more thoughtful in some ways, as opposed to like, you know, near 8th hub type asset spam that just says, haha, you lost an agenda. Like you can just run and take the agenda back, barring we have no Amani Sanai effects or stuff like that. So it's interesting. It's definitely very powerful. It's also a single. Like it is not a double operation. This is a single, and it doesn't remove itself from the game as much as like the whole tag situation, I think, is only Oppo research. I don't think we have any other way to give the runner enough tags for this to be potent. No agreement replacement. We haven't seen anything. I do expect that a lot of the faction cards, like we're going to get a bunch of agendas for elevation because mostly system gateways and neutral agendas, and that actually makes the factions more interesting. So I'm assuming that for just about every faction, we'll probably see like a 2-1, a 3-2, or a 4-2, or a 5-3, like some sort of good mix. Let me catch up on chat. UI can touch stuff like Jaichino, but not this. Can you exchange of information Jaichino? I think you can, because it technically is an agenda, right? Because I think Jaichino says it calls it an agenda with the assassination subtype. Oh man, don't click on things, Andre. Yeah, it's an agenda. That's really funny. Can you actually install this? Can you install this on the table? Very goofy. I don't know if you can. It doesn't really matter. It's psychographics, which is rotating. Yeah, psychographics, mind you, is another good way. So we've always had this like idea that there's a way to take a lot of tags and leverage that into a win condition. And psychographics used to be the way that you did it back in the FFG days. If the runner floated a lot of tags, you could psychographics out a Project Beal, and that could be up to worth to 7 points. Like that wasn't a ridiculous play line. That was a play line that happened consistently at the highest levels of tables. Currently, we have shipment from Vladislav, which, if you ask me, is the way that you transition tags into agenda points. And this has, you know, a cap. It's 4 advancements, which is pretty good. It's on 2 up to as many cards as you want. But if they have 1 tag, this doesn't do anything. For what's worth, this card does do something if they're on 1 tag, but then you just take a 1-pointer away. If you get a 1-pointer that has a really gross when scored, when stealed ability effect, this gets a lot better, right? Like the idea is how many times do you want to play this on the same Oracle Stink Tank? I don't honestly know. I think that's going to be more frustrating than it's going to be good. Whether we get benefits from clearing tags, that's also very interesting, because if clearing tags becomes an upside, that's also a reason that this card can get better on like a systemic way. But this card is very powerful. It's very interesting. I think how quickly you can give that many tags and then what can you do with the agenda on the table, that's what it comes down to. But this is a fascinating design. I think Flavor Fleets is really, really cool as well. Hey Pat, how's it going? Love that you can full value Holloman. Yeah, the full value Holloman is really, really cool that you can grab this. So say that you grab this, you can Holloman and then you can advance once. Yeah, so you can actually IP enforcement of 5/3. It's very expensive though, and they just need to clear a couple tags. This is also really cool because the amount of tags that the runner has really matters, and it's granular on like multiple levels, right? Like if they have at least one tag, they might not be able to interact with their agenda suite. 2 tags means they can grab a 3/2 or a 4/2, but they probably can't score it unless they have Hollow in. And then 3 tags means they can steal a 5/3, but they probably can't fast advance it unless they have Hollow in. And even then they can't, I don't think. But you see what I mean? It's like there's board states where clearing from 3 tags to 2 tags is correct. But are those decks going to run IP enforcement, or are they going to run shipment from the Disperse in standard? I honestly don't know. I have no idea. They steal tomorrow's headline off an Amaze, you get it back score, and they still got 2 tags. I think Amaze Amusements is a really good shout out, because this puts the thing back in the server, which means if they run it again, they're set up as well. And this card sees very little play, but as a consistent payoff, right? Like the context in which Amaze Amusements fires and the context in which this fires, I think that's a very, very good inclusion. And that can make it make sense. Oh, printed agenda point. Okay, so yeah, you can't grab a Jitchin. Yeah, it works with Stoke the Embers Holloman since they care about not installing from HQ. Yeah, it's very, very cool. They just need to print a 0-pointer, and this gets quite interesting. Yeah, yes, so I guess that means we probably won't get a 0-pointer for a while. Because you can just grab a 0-pointer for 0 credits, I guess. That's goofy. That's really, really goofy. To be fair, generally 2 tags is really hard to do, I think. Rarely I've been able to get a shipment from Vlad. Yeah, it's very, very difficult. And currently in standard, most of the decks that are actually giving the runner a lot of tags are winning the game like next turn with false lead combos. And we haven't seen a lot of like tags stormy decks that do anything else exactly. And it's hard to like, you know, deal with that. This card also only does something if the runner steals agendas, and that's also technically noteworthy, right? Like it does put you off threat, which is also kind of off-putting if your job is to oppo research people. So like there's a lot of weird things attached to this card, but the theme is so good. The theme is really, really good. The runner loses the points. Yeah, Andrew, totally. They just don't have the agenda anymore. I'd be mindful for a 0-pointer NBN, but in other factions, this is still 5 influence. Yeah, that's true. I don't know how you'd want to do that in anything else. I guess we have some like weird Arella combo stuff, but I don't think we have that. Amaze Think Tank, what do you do? Steal it? You imp it, or like imp equivalent it, assuming that we get something. Like you just don't want to trash it. Same thing with Amaze Amusements. The one way that you can deal with Amaze Amusements in standard is you can coupulate it. If you coupulate it, it's not installed and its trigger doesn't fire. So there's ways to deal with this if this gets really, really overbearing, but this card is kind of narrow in some ways, but very powerful potentially. You just have to build, like there's just a lot of problems you have to solve to make this card bulletproof. I think you can do it in a deck, but this is not like hard-hitting news or exchange of information, which you could put trivially in any deck in Netrunner that had the word tag on like 2 of their cards. Right? Like exchange of information was so damn good because all you did is scored something like a breaking news back in the day with a click left, and breaking news was a 2/1 that when you scored it out gave the runner 2 tags, but when the turn ended the runner lost the 2 tags. But if you score this out and then swap it with exchange of information, the text is no longer active in the runner's score area, and so they actually don't even clear the tags. So they got 1-pointer, they got 2 tags, and then you got a 3-pointer out of their score area. Let alone we had food, which was worth more in one player score area than the other. So like this card was super easy to play. I think this card has a bunch more hoops to jump through for sure. There's another agenda that goes well with this I haven't seen mentioned yet. Another agenda that works well with this. I don't know what that would be safer, but I think a lot of the other NBN agendas. Oh, freedom. Freedom information is kind of sick. Yeah, freedom information is kind of cool, if this is what you're thinking of, because it depends how many tags the runner has. Yeah, orbital sometimes can work, but not really well. But freedom can work. You can fast advance a freedom, but the runner needs like 4 tags for this to be good. Because if they're on 4 tags, you can remove 2 of their tags, pay 2 credits, get this on their board state, and just do advance score. Which is not bad, but then the runner needs to be on 4 tags. And at least that actually, this is, I think, what you kind of need for the deck to make sense. Because this win condition, they all overlap. So that you don't need 1 for the second, but in a deck where you have oppo and you're giving 4 tags consistently, they both work. Like I like that actually a fair bit. a deck that can afford to play 7 Oppo, and then actually does all this. Yeah, it depends on the tags. It definitely depends on the tags. Isn't this anti-synergy? It is, but that's with FOI. It is, but only to a certain point. Like, if they have a freedom information in their score area because it's blank on the first couple turns of the game, you can steal it back when they're on 4 tags, drop them to 2 tags, and still score it. It does have anti-synergy with your other FOIs, that's for sure, but like, it's still fine. Like, it technically is synergistic with the rest of it. If they start running through funhouses with no intention of clearing, yeah, for sure. We haven't seen funhouse a lot in standard in a while. I don't know why. 15 minutes was another fun one for EOI. Yeah, it was gross. Hey, so back, if there's a deck that has enough tags to run IP, it'll probably love FOI anyways. Yes, exactly. And I like that all the parts of that work together. Because I think this on its own, if you added this to a modern NBN deck right now, like you just added to Near Earth Hub, like triple Oppo research, I don't think it'd be very good. I do think you actually have to build around this a bit more, which is very cool for a tag punishment card. I think it's only 3 tags since they get an advancement from the IP. You don't pay for the advancement. You don't have to, is all I'm saying. Well, hold on. If they have 3 tags. Okay, so if they have 3 tags, you have to pay 2 of them, then they're on 1 tag, and now it's a 3 advancement. Yeah, no, you're best on going 4 to 2. The math on that is unintuitive because you're increasing the advancement cost, and I think removing the tag to get advancement is just a wash because you're removing a tag to increase the advancement, so you're just paying 1 for no reason and clearing a tag for no reason. So you almost never want to pay the extra tag for the freedom information. You can trash it. Yeah, you can trash it for 5. It sucks to trash this for 5. 5 is a lot. And mind you, it looks like we're losing all our tools that allow you to trash powerful cards or trash high trash costs. There's a chance that this will be the highest trash cost in all of standard. I don't know if, oh no, that's not true. Technically we have a borehole, but this is one of the highest trash card costs in the whole game. And then they oppo you, exactly, yeah. And then they oppo you. So like trashing this for 5 is incredibly high. It's the sort of thing that I think you'd only do if you're going to lose the game. If I see this on turn 1 or turn 2, I'm just going to say I'd rather keep my money and not get oppoed and just not trash this because this doesn't do anything. And for what it's worth, there are board states where the runner, this is what I'm so excited about the card, is there's going to be board states where the corporation does this and it was the worst play they could have made because it was more important that the runner had tags than it is for the corporation to take 2 points out of the score area. Very, very weird. The extra advancement doesn't cost a tag. They just have to have one. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. I'm doing the math wrong. Install an agenda from the score area if they still have a tag. So if they have 3, you remove 2 and then the 4-2 gets installed and because you have 1 left, it has an advancement on it. And so then you have to do advance. Yeah, right. They can only have 3. That math is not super intuitive for me, but you're right. I thought it was you can remove an extra counter, but no, it's if they have tags left. So 3 to 2 adds it, puts 1 advancement on it, and then you just do advance. Yeah, so they only need 3 tags for the freedom of information play to work. Yeah. That being said, the less you can do, the better it is for them, because clearing tags is obviously not a thing you should be doing for the runner on... unless there's a benefit to that, which I'm not sure if there will be. Shout out to the card art with the AR enhanced lawsuit. Wait, what do you mean? Will elevation make borehole playable? I'm very doubtful. I think borehole be playable, which I'd argue playable is like a pretty high bar, and we're not there, is that you need like direct bad publicity support. If we do see bad publicity support, that would be nice. But without something like outfit, it's hard to see that an identity would support borehole more than outfit, and outfit didn't even did. These things Holloman should still do 1 credit, 4 equals 3 advancement, because stealing an agenda for the runner isn't installing from hand. Yeah, Holloman works totally. No free lunch is a meta call card you can add as well. Yeah, Hannah, you shouted out, but there's like you can deal with tags to some extent. No free lunch. You can remove tags at instant speed if you need to. There's still a bunch of cards. There's no good card, mind you, I think in new standard that we've seen so far that will clear a lot of tags at once, but there are still cards that deal with tags on the small end. So who knows? Borehole will never be playable as long as pinhole exists, and I think that's totally fine. Hey, one thing I want to say, and don't think I was aware of this, but at the end of this article, I think, did it tell you how many cards are in Elevation? I'm pretty sure if you go to the store, it tells you how many cards are in here. Hold on. This. A full playset of 82 cards. I think people have been doing math on GLC. I've been told about this. I haven't looked at the math, but there is suggestions that this math supports that there's more than 1 identity for each faction. which is not something I had on my bingo card. I was pretty sure that we would see something like only 7 identities for Corpse 3 runner factions. Mind you, we're losing a lot of identities because of rotation, because we're losing 2 FFG cycles and an FFG deluxe, let alone there's like, what is it, 2, 4, 6, 9 identities in system update. This number, I believe people have done the math, suggests, because you can do how many playable cards, divide that by 3, and then you end up with a weird extra number set that doesn't line up with 7. So either there's a bunch of one-ofs or there's a bunch of one-ofs because they're identity cards. If there is 14 identities in this box, 2 for every faction, I would be so stoked. I'm not expecting that, but I think I only recently realized how cool it would be to be getting double as many identities. I'm waiting with bated breath for the Shaper ID. It could be Shaper IDs though, Toronto, which is sick. Yeah, there's a possibility limit 1 per deck cards, but IDs are more likely. Exactly, yeah. I think there can easily be 1 or 2 limit 1 per deck cards. I think those are fun cards usually. But there also is a chance that there might just be more identities. I think the number suggests one of the two. I think identities would maybe make more sense. Anyways, just wanted to talk about that because I think if there are 14 identities, I will pop off. I think that's incredible. New effort. Each time you gain a point of bad publicity, do 3 meat damage. Yikers. Double the odds that my call is right. On the trash can shaper thing, between FOI and Stoke, you can get a full suite of agendas that you can score with it, I think. Yeah, I think you can. And assumedly, we'll get another 3 too. What if you have something like biotech? Oh, man. Yeah, fine. Whatever. Also, 1 narrative and 8 player aid cards. What are 8 player aid cards? I don't know what that is. What if we just have 17 new Jinteki IDs and 1 crim? I think we'll be okay with that. Yeah, GLC did the math. I've heard about that. I think GLC did the math. And I think they came down to 14 IDs. One of us does make the number divided into 3. So maybe. Rules reference. Like FAQ stuff? Jamie, how's it going? Like FAQs or like the run guide? Because I honestly think if the run guide chart was in there, that'd be pretty sick. Player aid cards are just reminder cards. But I'm assuming everyone who has this has System Gateway. And if you have System Gateway, you have those cards. Why do you need another set? They are like the run aid. Oh, David, sick. Yeah, run guides, 10 out of 10. I'd be stoked if the run guides. Cool. Sabotage rules. Oh, that too. Yeah. Story and lore. I don't think story and lore is considered to be a player aid. Because they did say there was specifically 1 narrative card, which is a bit low. All right. Let's talk about some obscured cards because there's a whole bunch of stuff we can learn from this. I think there's a lot we can learn from this. And I think we'll start at the top left, which is Shred. It's an NR card and it says run any server the first time. Art really reminds me of this card, which is sick art as well. A very, very similar vibe. This was a Run HQ, very disruptive card, kind of proto-sabotage to some extent. What if Elevation just 1 big playset, a limited 218 per deck? Giving a free copy of Elevation to whomever from the UK gets the closest call shot on all the cards in that card fan. Okay, so I don't know what this is. We see like some sort of phoenix in the background, and the belt is actually very bold too, as a phoenix. I'm assuming this is a named character. But I can tell you nothing about this besides this looks like Anarch Disruption. And run event is fun. Good run event. This is neat. This is a new HB identity. This is the only identity we see. And it says Poetry Luxury Brands All the Rage. I don't think a lot of people shouted this out, but this is a new format. Like the frame is different, right? Yeah, the frame is wildly different. I think it looks nice. I think it looks pretty cool. Cards don't look like this. What was the last one? Thunderbolt? Stop clicking on things. Yeah, the new card frames are quite cool. It's hard to see the rest of the text box, but like this does not look as good as this. This looks a lot better. That's quite nice. Yeah, new card frames are nice. It looks like a full art. Yeah, it does look a bit more like a full art, but this is a lot cleaner to read. It's a lot easier to read too. I just think it looks better. So the new card art frame is great. Not much to say about this. It does look like a full art. I'm assuming the text box is obviously obscured down there, but I can't say much about this besides an HB identity. We also don't have any card numbers on any of these fans besides this, which is 66 if you're doing card maths, but that's great. Cashing the frame, tap his nose and winks. Buildings are back too. Yeah, it looks like we moved away. I'm assuming, in fact, well, other identities could not be like this, but we've moved back to buildings more so than we've moved to the people. And for what it's worth, like the identities, the corp identities in Liberation Cycle, they were neat. Like it was a change and a risk, and I think that's great to take risks. But I actually do like this a lot better because you can see what the world looks like more. And I feel like one of the best ways we can see what the Netrunner world looks like is by looking at buildings, and I just mean physically world in terms of setting. So I'm cool with this. There's another card spoiled since these ones too. Yeah, I think there's one or two more. Same with this. I do think this has a different frame. This is a proprio negation. Somebody's brain is getting beamed up. It's a 4/2. Seems like it's a Nisei counter, but I do think this frame is also different. So what's a Jinteki agenda that came out recently? See how they run. Yep. Frame is bigger. You got more space. You get to see more art too. It's not cut off here. I think that's really dang cool. You just see more art, and I think that's great. That makes it easier for the artists who it's a struggle sometimes to frame everything in a space, but you just get more art. It looks like they cut off the side, they changed the top. Yeah, great. I think that's gonna be awesome. Prio is the root word about like your awareness of your own body. Oh, you can't see the border of the circle as much. Yeah, this is neat. I'm into that. So this says, but when you score this, put an agenda counter on it. You say when you end an agenda, and then you can use the hosted agenda counter to do something. And then this says approach. So my guess this is approach, and then this says use this ability only during a run. That's probably what the last sentence is. Approach, I don't know why is approach italicized. Do we see approach italicized on other cards? Proprio perception is how your body knows, like when your limbs are in what position they are in. Oh, very cool. Have you established that there's a Komodo dragon in the big ice? Yeah, that's 100% a Komodo dragon. We'll get to that in a second. Nisei Mark II that sell portals is my guess. Yes. It looks like the something is like a movement effect, but this does look like a Nisei that just moves you. Whether it gets 1 or 2 power counters, I don't know, but this does look like a Nisei effect that just repositions you as like an Egg Infusion replacement. Italicized means it's rules reminders text. Like, like in quotations to be like, just to remind you, like, let's see what Chastushka says, because that has rules reminder text. Oh, so italicized means that it is rules reminder. Good catch. Yeah, hey, cursor. So it's probably saying something about you being repositioned, and then it says approach is before you encounter ice or something like that. Yeah, I think this is Nisei Egg. That's my guess, which is good. Losing 4/2. Like, Nisei is a really strong card, and it also is like an interesting card, and it helps all kinds of Jinteki, and I'd be excited for that. Isn't it pronounced like proprio, not proprio? Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. No pronunciation guide. There's a lot of words we're not going to be able to say right. The lady on Propriogenation has a Windows 98 screensaver in her head, but it's pipes, just running pipes. Hey, Spider, one shot egg was my guess too. Yeah, I think you can guess a lot of that based off of this text. Flavor text we can't read. All right, chromatophores. 1 cost, 1 MU, shaper program. This one is, I think, very easy to make a guess. This art is sick. Is this a Doyle? It kind of looks doily, but you don't get the Doyle texturing that obviously here. But this does look a lot like a Doyle. It's so pretty. So this is one of 2 things, which I think there's been like a precedent for this in Netrunner for a long time. Going back to the core set. Tinkering, same idea, rainbow colors, choose a piece of ice that ice gains sentry, code gate, and barrier until the end of the turn. But this also brings up much more paintbrush, which is another color-based card art, which is talking about spend a click, choose a res piece of ice that ice gains sentry, code gate, or barrier until the end of next run. Shaper has had that in their color pie, pun intended, that they can change the subtypes on ice. And this looks clearly like either we're painting or we're changing, because it seems to be about, chromatophores, which I think is like the sort of cells that allow you to change color. Yeah, so something like a Plongi too. Plongi is another really good example. I forgot about this. A very colorful art as well. Sysop C, red, orange, and yellow. It's about painting things into different types, into different spaces. Because Plongi is so similar to this, my guess that this is more likely to be a Trojan even, I think would be pretty slick. And that actually works really well. Like if you have a chromatophores that can make something a code gate, can you actually play Umbrella? And my answer is like maybe. But I have no doubt that this is something that on its own might not do anything, but interacts with types of ice. That is very much the theme, very much the art, very much what Shaper can be doing. It is a Doyle. Oh, sick. Nice. I can guess most of the artists on these cards. Actually, I should know this artist. I can't tell what this artist looks really familiar. Is that a Lika? I don't know what this is. Don't even care what the text is. It's going into World Tree Woo. Yeah, Egret replacement. That's a really good shout out. Egret is rotating. Not that this car saw any play, but yeah, it's basically like a new Egret. I forgot about this. This has no rainbow color on it. The original one was a bit more colorful, but also an Adam Doyle. They just keep getting Adam Doyle to draw the digital birds. That's fantastic. Dragon does look like Liga, doesn't it? Fun octopus fact, octopede eyes evolved independently from Emileyes. They just got good eyes. How's it going? All right, maintenance access. This is a Mauricio Herrera art. This was, I believe, Safer's art picture on Null Signal Games articles. There's a couple Null Signal Games people, when they sign articles, you can see art from cards that are not released. Sorry, we're zoomed in so much. Obviously, Cobra Bubbles is in the groove from Lat, but Pat has one that is not known what it is like a skull with some credits coming out of it. And then Safer has this little face here. I think we also have a pretty good guess what this card is. It's maintenance access. Oh, it's Conrad's. Mine is Manuel, I believe. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yours is Manuel. It is Conrad's. Thank you. It was Conrad's. Thank you. So it's a double, which is cool to see that. As additional cost to play this event, spend 2 clicks. And then it says, okay, so this starts with a W here. So it's very likely this says make a run or make a run on something specifically. And then this is when this is successful. But all I really care about is this here. This says change and then HQ. This definitely says change and this says HQ. Sneak Door Beta is leaving. This is a card that's been around since, well, honestly, since 1996. And it is very much the Criminal Crawler Pie, a way to run a different server and end up in HQ, the sort of sneaking around. And the art, mind you, is super reminiscent of the original Sneak Door Beta art from FFG of somebody coming up a tunnel, which is what this looks like, because it is that. Again, shout out to Mauricio Herrera's art, and showing up in what it looks like archives, honestly. That's what I imagine archives to look like. It could say flange. But there's just not a lot of cards in the game that say the word change on it, right? Almost all of them are like run this, change that server to something else. So Omar is one, Sneak Door Beta is one. This has change in the name, change in the name, change in the name. This is move around ice. So I have no doubt this is a criminal-esque Sneak Door Beta event, which is pretty sick. I think it being a double might have more text on it. So the fact that it's a double is actually pretty expensive. So maybe you see more cards when you breach, maybe you breach both servers. I don't 100% know, but this seems like a redirection for sure. Hey, PMK, I'm having a good day. How you doing? Cool. A range? I doubt it's a range. I think you can see the N here. Oh, sorry, the H here. Yeah, you can see a bit of an N there, I'm pretty sure. It's doof, but you run archives. I think the name would be different. I think maintenance access does not evoke that somebody's being financially ruined. I think if it's a financially ruinous card, to be very clear with the name, like account siphon, diversion of funds, they're very on the nose. This is just seems like, oh, you snuck in somewhere. Access every card in HQ. Oh man, anyone remember Lakshmi? 100%. It's being played in Eternal Super League. This is great. And last one, we have a 14 cost ice. I believe that would be the most expensive ice we've ever seen, but I do want to be very clear that we did have playable 14 cost ice back in the day. Mind you, Curtain Wall, and it was the context in which Curtain Wall saw play, but Wayland used to have a 14 cost ice that saw niche but consistent play in certain archetypes, because there's ways to res this for free and get the money back. Komodo Dragon, I like Komodo Dragon. It is a Komodo Dragon, which is, I believe, from the area. I, as a kid, really liked Komodo Dragons. We were told that they had like poisonous spit, which I've been told has been debunked. They're massive giant lizards. They hunt everything. They're very dangerous. There's not a lot of them. They live on a single island, a couple islands in Indonesia. They're very, very rare. When I was a kid in 2000s, and I'm not wearing my Toronto Zoo sweater at this point, a Komodo dragon had just been brought to the Toronto Zoo in like 2001, 2002, and they had commercials on television on like whatever TV had that, and they were talking about like, we got the most dangerous animal in the world. Come to the Toronto Zoo to see the Komodo dragon. It spits poison. It runs at 60 miles per hour. It can eat an entire hippo in a minute. Like whatever, you know, scary stuff. And as a kid, I was like, oh, we gotta go see the Komodo dragon, and we did, and it was sick. And they still have Komodo dragons in Toronto Zoo in one of the inside lizardarium type places, and I don't know if it's the same Komodo dragon, but there's still Komodo dragons in Toronto Zoo. You can see them, but I clearly remember getting like targeted as a kid by commercials saying, come to the Toronto Zoo, we now have a Komodo dragon. It seemed like they had just discovered Komodo dragons in 2001, which is probably not accurate. It's infectious spit, not poisonous. Yeah, it's just like very high in bacteria, so it's likely to infect you when it bites you. That's my understanding now, many years later. The largest, heaviest lizard in the world, and one of the few with a venomous bite, supposedly. I think that's not technically accurate. Is this a Slovenian website? Why is it .si? Anywho, that's a Komodo dragon, which is sick. That's a really cool dinosaur. We genuinely have dinosaurs, and it costs 14, which is a lot. Imagine we get a Blue Sun style ID, you can afford it. Yeah, I know. My Komodo dragon facts is that they've spent the first 2 years of their lives up trees because otherwise the big dragons eat them. I was watching a video on Komodo dragons. Apparently, there's a lot of controversy. There was a theory for a long time that they have weaponized bacteria in their mouth. That's what I was been told. Growing up, that's why it's drawn like this. That it is dripping poison from its mouth, which is like unbelievable for an animal. Didn't the Komodo dragons disappear and eat like 14 kids? I think that cost us a reference. Oh man. So, a couple of things to shout out. Firstly, it costs a lot. It's a destroyer, so it's going to wreck your stuff, but it's not going to hurt you. It's a sentry, and it seems to be an end the run subroutine. It might not be a strict end the run. It could be end the run and less. But 14, it's also 6 cost, or 6 strength. Very more notably, the classic like scary Wayland sentry that has 6 strength, that has an end the run subroutine, is rotating. It is Archer. Now, Archer costs 10 credits fewer than this big old dragon. We did have a bit of a precedent of having really expensive cards they can res cheaper. So Tithonium costs 9, but you can res it for free if you forfeit an agenda. So you do have choices. I don't know whether res for 14 or res for 0 is healthy. My guess is not that case, but I'm pretty sure there has to be a way here. Maybe it has text somewhat like I guess it's not exactly like, but like Valenchow or Trebuchet that has additional costs. I don't know, but there's no way that we're flat resing a 14 cost card unless like when you res the dragon, you get to put power counters on it and then it lasts a couple turns based off of the power counters. So then in op, you can go get your 13 coster. Like there has to be more text here. A subroutine has to trash a program, and it just reminds me a lot of Archer. Notably, there's another moth quote here, which I love this. For those who don't know, who've been following this journey for a while, it makes me very, very happy. There's a whole bunch of ice that has a moth who is just like pretty, I don't know, bad sysop who is guiding hapless runners. All the runners are named after folks from Null Signal Games into horrible ice. And there's all these quotes about Moth being like, hey, everything's okay down there. Vampire Nasa was the last one to come out. What was the other one that has Moth's flavor text on it? Matt, there's something big heading your way. Matt, are you hearing me? Matt, oh no. And they're all quotes about something bad happening to Moth. This one is somebody yelling at Moth, I think. So somebody ran into this. What is the other Moth quote? I think we can find it. All the Moth members are members of the visual team. Oh, super cool. So let's see. Ice. Heimdall. That won't be it. Jaguarundi probably has another Moth quote. This is Vasilisa? Oh yeah, this is Brennan. Also, yeah. Hey Brennan, just doing the hourly check-in. I saw a weird cyber icon on your last node. You okay, mate? Signed Moth. I love the Moth narrative. This one just has the word mother's blessing in it. Anyways, don't know what this is. This is massive. I do not believe you're resing this for 14 unless it has text on it, or we get something specific like, mind you, one of the ways that you res back in the day, your 14 cost massive ice, was Overstate AI, which is a card that lets you res any ice for free, but if the runner broke that ice, it was destroyed. So you paid 1 for your curtain wall, you pay 1 for your Komodo dragon, you don't pay 14. So something like that. Andre leaking 13 credit ice. It's a 13 cost upgrade, and it's called Kota Kalimantan, and it's really, really big. Eventually, we'll run out of visual people and have to start throwing in translators. Narrative folks are immune. Yeah, I like that. I think the Moth line is really funny. Traveling the world and face checking interesting ice. I mean, it's one way to experience the world, right? Moth has been around a long time. Doesn't look like it. I searched. There's not that much Moth. Like, Moth has only been around in SG times. Unless this is missing something, right? Oversight and op could be sick. Oversight and op would be really, really sick. It actually would help a lot because I do think, I'm convinced op is going to be garbage after rotation. I'm not 100% sure. Also, I'm not okay. Make it do net damage and advance a card that amount or something. What do you mean, Esrain? Please be Space Ice. Oh yeah, maybe. Space Ice didn't have a subtype, but we had this ice back in the day that you could advance it. And for every time you advanced it, the cost went down. The most expensive one was 15 credits. So it's not the most expensive ice. The most expensive ice we've ever seen is 15 credits, right? It's Orion, but you could res Orion for free. So it could also have text like that that could be advanceable. I think that's another way. I've never considered that. It's a possibility. I don't like advanceable ice, so I hope it's not that case. Tim Curry Space GIF. Like, I wanted to actually cost 14. I do not. I don't think the game is more interesting when ice gets really, really big. Like, I don't like big ice, I'll be honest. Still convinced it's Archer 2? Bingus, I think Archer 2 makes a lot of sense. I don't think they can say, like, as additional costs to res this, forfeit an agenda. Whether you can, like, forfeit an agenda to make this cheaper, or you pay half, or something like that, that would make a lot more sense. Like, forfeit an agenda, res this for 7. That would be reasonable. But yeah, 14 is untenable. Oh, Janice also costs 15. That's true. Yeah, Crank, how's it going? Hey friends, hey Alec. Space S would be so busted in VTL, yeah, where every advancement saves you like 5 credits functionally. The Komodo Dragon honestly doesn't look to use much of its box. It seems like it either has few subs or small passive text. I'm actually really bad at reading that. Like, maybe this could have 4 subroutines, but if it does, there's only 1 line at the top. I think you're right. Like, there should be another line here, right? Another line here, maybe. If it has a 4th subroutine, there's not a lot of text box. So maybe it only has 3 subs. I do think if you have a big ice in standard, you need it to have 3 subs so it doesn't just get goofed by Boomerang. Janus was my favorite ice in early Netrunner. I don't think I've ever rezzed it. I did not know about Orion. I would not be surprised if it's reduced the res cost by 7 if it has 3 advancement counters. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of ways to deal with it. I just don't think this looks like an advanceable ice. Like, that's a weird sentence, but this does not look like advanceable ice. Like, advancing your Komodo Dragon doesn't make sense. Generally, a lot of the advanceable ice have been buildings, and you are building a building, right? Every advanceable ice has been a construct. I don't think I put that into thought yet. Is that correct? Is there an advanceable ice that hasn't been a construct? This count of 10 feels like a fun number for a new player to read. Yeah, 10 is a big number. Gorfax, how's it going? Yeah, I think they're all constructs, so I'd be very, very surprised if an animal was advanceable. I only lost the game as a corp after rezzing a Janus on archives, putting the runner to negative hand size, but they won on the points in the bin. Oh, Woodcutter? Yeah, okay. Tyrant also kind of. Woodcutter maybe. Yeah. Wendigo? Oh, Changeling? Yeah, actually, there's a couple. Okay, at least for the last, like, 10 years, it's only been constructs. Colossus is kind of a buddy. Colossus is a building. Hey, Ducklet, how's it going? Colossus is a statue. Mesna Chesvo? Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, okay. What's the Trace 2 tag one? Oh, yeah, the one that looks like a hurricane. I don't know. It's terrible. There's 2 of them that are really bad that have trace text. Mess's NBN, though, doesn't count. Yeah, but Wayland still has, like, Tyrant, Woodcutter. The one that trashes programs unless you, like, pay 0 or something. Where's the new card that got created into existence for Turmoil? I don't know. Swarm? Yeah. There's some bad ones. But these are bad. Trash a program unless the runner pays 3? It's not the worst. I agree it feels totally wrong for advanceable ice. Hey, Gwen, but I prefer some Wayland stuff that's not advanceable and just a giant statue. Me too. I'd be very happy if this wasn't advanceable. All these cards look pretty cool. They look pretty cool. Again, Elevation is going to be retreading some ideas that we've seen before. And like, that's not entirely surprising. Like a system update is very important. So like reestablishing color pie. So having a Sneak Door beta, having an Egret, having a Nisei Mark II, like I'm not surprised about it. Having an Archer, like that's kind of sick. So this is a cool fan. I think there's a lot of questions. Obviously, we know nothing about this besides art, and it seems like it's a luxury brand. Ritzy subtype has shown up on HB cards before. I'm wondering if this is going to interact with the Ritzy subtype. I'm pretty sure it's not. But I do think we've seen HB Ritzy before. This is CD or is it Ritzy? It's Ritzy, right? Sort of like bougie HB we've barely seen before. What do you think Shred says? I don't know. Something Anarch, something disruptive. It's kind of hard to invent an Anarch run event that doesn't just come off as like, oh, this is like a Banhar or Raindrops. Or like, make a run. If a subroutine resolves, don't. And it hurts you. Like I don't know honestly what to do about this. But it looks cool. And it's 1 cost, so it seems like it's probably not incredibly impactful, but a bit more like, I don't know. I think NSG would be happy if card art that looked like this was like a 3 of in every Anarch deck. So maybe it is just like a nice little dirty laundry type effect. Shred make anything a demolition run? Yeah, I think as a wanton, it could be like targeted HQ run with disruption, but it says run any server, so that doesn't exactly work. Spoiler season is so fun. Lol, I've never been involved with a card game I care about. It's so cool. Constant, like, we don't get this enough, which also makes it like double hype. Get this enough, obviously, that's, you know, not value neutral, but you know what I mean? Trying to build an advanceable ice deck in Pawn Shop, the hot new GLCO meme format where the legal card pool is bottom 50% of Trash or Busto. Is Pawn Shop in the bottom 50%, Ran? Oh, sorry, that's the name of the format. Okay, that makes more sense. The first time makes me think it's ice nonsense. Oh yeah, the first time has to be ice. No, it could be the first time you trash a card. It could be the first time you encounter or approach at ice. It could be the first time a subroutine resolves. So not necessarily. Shred does look destructive, but this looked more like kicking ice than it does look like kicking a pad campaign. Andre, any more news on Montreal Con? Sorry if I missed it already. No, we have what we believe the date's locked in. Kate and I are going to go see a venue tomorrow to check the space out. We think we found a venue that is affordable and like can host us. It's likely that there'll be an extra day. Well, not likely. There's a big chance, maybe I should just say the same word 3 times, that will have an event on Friday as well. So if you're planning, mind you, it could be a 3-day event, and we might have like a team tournament on Friday, but Saturday, Sunday will be the event. Once we lock down the venue, our next step is to lock down volunteers. I had a lot of really nice people come up at the district and say things like, hey, if you're looking for a volunteer, let me know. And I'd be like, that's amazing. First, we're going to lock down the venue, then we're going to lock down roles, then we're going to lock down volunteers, then we're going to lock down everything else. So that's coming up. If you're interested in volunteering to make a tournament like this work, we're looking for judges as well. I think judges is going to be a hard role to fill. We probably need like 4 or 5 judges. I'm going to be judging. So, but yeah, I'll let y'all know as soon as we can, but we're going to go see the venue, or one of the possible venues, tomorrow morning, which is exciting. The first time you throw up the horns. See, this is why I said Pawn Shop could have been called trash. Obviously, it feels bad making all these comparisons to old cards. I want to appreciate things for themselves and experience new ideas, but it feels like such a seismic rotation that needs new reprints. No, I want to say that very clearly, like Gwen. I think reprints and retreads of old ideas is great, and No Single Games has classically done a very good job taking old ideas, putting a fresh coat on paint, and making the cards like more nuanced, more interesting, and not only just like putting more words on it so it's more complicated. Like No Single Games has a good track record of doing that, and I'm excited. Like if Chromatophores is an egret that I actually want to play, that is not just, oh, it's new egret. That's like, oh, that's a new card that I'll actually put into a deck, right? If like Maintenance Axis sees more play than Sneaked or Beta does in the standard format, and it was having a bit of a rebirth recently, like I'll be excited for that. IP Enforcement is a hella cool card to build around. Like these cards all look very interesting. If they're very similar ideas to what we've seen before, that's fine, because I've no doubt they'll land a bit better. Yeah, hindsight's 2020. Hey, Veronica, just finished my first day at my new job. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. Congratulations on your new job. Hopefully it was a good first day. Congrats. We were a bit under the weather here, but we got spoilers, so it's quite nice. We have a lot of video work to do, mind you. There's like spoiler season coming up. We recorded 2 games from the finals. We have a lot of stuff going on this next couple days. Yeah, the re-egret. It's a really good first day, and yes, Scoops, yeah. This is a good fan. Great fan. It's hard to choose what the fan should be. Obviously, none of these cards are going to be like community spoilers, I don't think. That's actually not true. Maybe I leaked my hand that none of these cards are my community spoilers, but last time there was a fan like this, I do believe Cloud Eater was on it and we spoiled Cloud Eater. So there's a chance that one of these cards might be a community scoop. None of them are mine. I guess I just did inadvertently reveal that. But some of these might be revealed by NSG. Otherwise, they might be revealed at a later point. I'm going to ask the same question I asked of the spoilers we haven't seen. New cards seem good. What do you mean, SRN? Like of the cards that I got? There's a spoiler in the Eternal blog. Yeah, we're going to work through all the articles here, but we have more stuff to get to. So do you want to know a funny one? I talked about scooping IP Enforcement. I found out I wouldn't when I first saw this fan. What? Oh, that's a bad surprise. Very weird. Okay. Really quickly, this came up first. World Championship call for volunteers. If you want to, and you're going to Worlds, and you want to volunteer with No Single Games, you can apply. There is an application here. They're asking for a lot of different roles: judges, HQ data entry, salespeople, commentators. Some of these roles can easily be filled by people who don't actually know that much about Netrunner in theory. A lot of times volunteers come out and there can either be friends and family of people who are there. I've been volunteering for Worlds consistently for the last, what is it, like 5 years now? Mostly doing commentary, which is, you know, the thing that I do. And I've applied for that again. But applying for Worlds it's very satisfying. If you like doing volunteer work, working with people who are as excited for you, like it's good. They also, now they do a great job too as well. There's compensation, you get prize support, you get reimbursement. And so they make it worth your time a bit better if, like, you know, finances are, you know, it's not bad at all. And you get volunteer exclusive alternate art card and volunteer branded playmat. It's nice. They take care of their folks too, which is good. If you want to get involved in this, Worlds is, mind you, in the middle to end of October this year. It is in Edinburgh in Scotland. You can join, and they talk about some other stuff like side events, financial assistance for the run together support here. Again, if you're considering this and you're going and you want to, like, even if you want to volunteer for one day and play one day, right? Like play on Saturday, volunteer on Sunday, definitely reach out, because there's no amount of help that they'll say no to. So it's great. Do you ever miss playing in tournaments? Oh, definitely I do. Like this weekend, I was like, oh man, playing would have been really fun. You see how good time everyone's having at Worlds too. Like, yeah, I do play the team tournament generally pretty consistently on Friday, but I do miss it to some extent. Of course you do. Like there's a trade-off, but I think the stuff that I get to do, which is like commentary at the highest level, is also just a lot of fun. So it's like, you know, you can't do everything. Of course you can't. And I'm happy with what I'm doing. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. But yeah, I definitely would like to play a bit more Netrunner. Andre, coming to Edinburgh? Yeah, I plan on. I definitely applied to be a volunteer here. We got to work on some other stuff, but I'm thinking of volunteering at Worlds. Yo, Rahi, sick. It'd be nice to see you at Worlds. Nice. It was fine, not a problem. Sorry, Veronica. Volunteering for Worlds is generally one of the most fun experiences I've ever had with Netrunner. Can't recommend it enough. Yeah, I've had a great time. Sometimes I'm like doing commentary stuff, just walking around with a volunteer shirt, and people just ask you questions, and you know what you're talking about usually. It's really, really nice. Would it be a good or bad idea to volunteer at your first Worlds? Ooh, weird. Weird question. Not sure how that impacts the experience. I would say, in a way that Nelson Games might disagree with, if you're going to go for your first Worlds, go as a player first. That's not necessarily true, but I think if you want to go and experience Worlds for the first time with like, you know, green eyes and just like, you know, see what it's like, you're not going to go wrong. That's for sure. You're going to have a great time. Of course you do. People go to Worlds. And then after you experience that, you can be like, oh, I want to be part of that and, you know, go into volunteering. You can go straight into volunteering. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of volunteers that have never played at Worlds or gone to Worlds before. That happens all the time. It's just like, oh, I'm a local in Barcelona. I'll go help out because I think that's a fun thing to do. So I don't think you can go wrong either way, but I do think that like you should probably experience Worlds if you haven't so far, especially if this World is close to you. Hoping to know whether or not it's feasible for the submission cutoff. What is Zen? Sorry, I missed, I think your comment. Me too, don't ask a question, I'm gonna get yelled at again. No, Joe, you're safe. I know someone who's volunteered every Worlds they've gone to. Ask Ams how she found it. Yeah, I like people clearly volunteer who like I've volunteered once, I'll volunteer again. So let me tell you, like it's not a bad experience. It's not like you have to gone to Worlds for it to make sense, but I do think Worlds is on its own as a treat. Like I don't want to undersell that, but I think you can't go wrong. Oh, whether your attendance is feasible. Okay, got it. I volunteered on Friday, my first Worlds, and it was great. Oh yeah, you did the stream stuff. That was the first time I got to meet Axe in person. That was really nice. Edinburgh is a beautiful city. It really is, yeah. It being in Edinburgh is forcing me to consider actually going. Gwen, you got a lot of time to figure it out. Well, actually, tickets are open as of today. I think that is one of these things, is that the tickets are now available. I've heard that actually a bunch of tickets are selling. A lot of tickets sold today. They are doing a thing now that if you buy a ticket early, you do get the early bird promotion. If you buy your ticket before June 30th, you'll receive a discount as well as a World's 25 pin and an exclusive full art card from Elevation. Obviously, we don't know what those cards are yet, but if you want to buy your Worlds tickets, you can lock it in. It is limited to 300 people. I do think it will sell out guaranteed. So if you can grab your ticket, grab it early. Last year, there was problems where like a lot of people bought their Worlds tickets on the last 2 days or the day of. And so they were not as on top of getting the right amount of prize support that they need to. So they decided we should really make an incentive, and there's a really good incentive here. So if you're planning to go to Worlds, just grab your ticket now. It's only going to get more expensive once you forget and you have to do it later, let alone you're going to miss out on some cool stuff. Andrea's Surveyor construct? Sort of, but Surveyor, it doesn't advance, right? This will be my first Worlds, going to be going for the standard switch. Yeah, let's go. Ooh, I'm behind on chat by a bit. I'd say for your first Worlds, don't volunteer every day of the event. Give yourself time to play games. Yeah, I think that's a good way to talk about it. Like, go play the main event. Volunteer on Friday, volunteer on Sunday. Like, do whatever you want to make it make sense for you. But at the end of the day, like, there's only so much time in the week, and you can't do everything all at once. So kind of pick your battles. But I don't think you make a bad choice. Worlds is awesome. Heck yeah, it is. Whether or not I go to Worlds this year depends on my results of my university application. As in, Jai, if you like totally crash out, then like you're on the lam. Or if you make it, you can celebrate. Good luck, Jai. Yeah, I'm on Team Jai. I'll be very, very clear. Hey, Lazy, hope we're doing well. I've heard things are about to get real elevated soon, quite soon. Worlds is certainly not close to me, but definitely hoping to go. Yeah, Nika, take some time to think about it, but I don't think you can go wrong. Mary's Milk Bar in Edinburgh is the best ice cream I've ever had in my life. 10 out of 10. Milk Bar sounds gross. I'll take your word on it, Safer. And some of the best food in Europe is in Edinburgh. What would you recommend, Ian? We were last there 2 years ago, me and my partner. We're both vegetarian. We had fish and chips at like that, you know, cheesy place on kind of the top by the castle. They did a vegetarian or a vegan fish and chips, pretty good. We had a good like breakfast, like the classic fry up with like haggis that they also did like a vegan haggis. I thought that was quite nice. I don't remember that many other meals, but we never had bad food, but you usually try not to. Support OP buy tickets early. Yeah, even like, man, we ran the district and so many people bought tickets on the last day, and it's just like, come on, what are you doing? As a Glaswegian, I'm legally obliged to say nah is nay. You can go up there, you can get all of the Earn Brew you want. Earn Brew is like between disgusting and pretty good. It's really hard to tell what you think about Earn Brew. I feel like you have a couple sips of it, it's not bad, not great. You have a lot of sips of it, it's like pretty good. And then you have too many sips of it and it's bad again. It's like this orange drink that has that quinine taste to it. If you've had like what's that Italian beverage you get at like pizza places. It tastes brio. It tastes like that. It's like orange soda and brio mixed together. I kind of like it. Kind of do like it. We can go get there. I think this is classically a Scottish drink, yeah. Earn Brew slander, Andre's banned from Scotland. It's pretty good. Like, I'm excited to get Earn Brew. You can't get it here, but like, if you drink 2 liters of Earn Brew, you will be unwell. There's no way around it. You cannot drink that much. I went to university in Glasgow, so I know where my loyalties lie, I promise. I might go to Worlds in 2027. That's a couple years away. Forget money, pins are just helping out. Cards is where it's at. For real though, like volunteering. So if you say that you volunteer on Saturday, you get all the prize support that you could have possibly won on Saturday. And that's really good. Like if you just want to loot goblin it, that's definitely a way to do it. I'll just go through this really quickly because they're changing the structure for prize support at Worlds for side events, specifically side events. I don't think this is entirely clear, and I'll read the bottom, but this is only for side events. Did you say orange soda and Berea? Orange soda and Brio. So Brio is this like Italian drink that has this like bittersweet flavor because it has quinine in it. Quinine is like the major ingredient in malaria medication, and it has a sort of like British. Oh, apparently this is Canadian version of Chinotto. I didn't know Brio is Canadian. Chinotto is a carbonated soft drink produced from the juice of the fruit of the myrtle-leaved orange tree. If you know what it is, there's nothing that really tastes like it. It's weird. It's strange. Made in Scotland from girders. Getting out of Hawaii is a long trip. Going to Gen Con in 2026 with my nephews who will be 16. So my annual off-island gaming trip for 2027 is still open. Yo, that's sick though. Enjoy Gen Con. Watching a Scot find Earn Brew in Vancouver is like watching somebody win the lottery. What is standard Turmoil? Clank, we don't know what Turmoil is. We're going to find it out. It's the new April Fool's format. Speaking of the new job, I asked if I could take a few days off in October for reasons. Hope to see you at Worlds. Yeah, that'd be great, Veronica. Hope you get the time off. Vegan haggis sounds like the most bizarre concept I've ever heard of. A lot of people did it, actually. It was like not that hard. Obviously, that's a tourist destination, so you have to like cater to everyone. But we were surprised how easy it was to find like a vegetarian or a vegan options for a lot of those things, including haggis, which is like very, I don't know. People say like vegan hamburger and they don't bat an eye, but they say vegan haggis and you're like, what? It's like kind of the same idea. Yeah, Fixed Speed Friday event was sick. I can confirm that's not Italian? Really? That's so weird. To me, this is like quintessential the Italian drink you get at like the Italian pizzeria. I had no idea this was Canadian. I thought this was everywhere. It's created by 3 Italian immigrants in Toronto. Oh, that's so funny. I assumed this was imported. Apparently it's Canadian. Oh, that's sick. It's pretty good. The Beat Wellington. The real trick is trying to convince NSG to host Worlds 2026 in Honolulu. David, what you need to do is you need to convince them to host like the Circuit Breaker Invitational. Like, I think getting everyone to go to Hawaii very hard, but to get like 16 Magic Pros to go to Hawaii, that's their job. You know what I mean? The best Thanksgiving dinner me and my girlfriend ever had was actually a cauliflower Wellington. Very cool. 2026 APAC Continentals in Bali. So this came up today. We'll jump back. There's one more card to talk about. I hope you're as excited for Worlds 2025 as we are. Tickets will go on sale as of today, as April 1st. It's really bad to announce like news things on April 1st, but here we are. We have a venue limit of 300 people. Expect to get close to that cap. Buy tickets early. We talked about it. There's a discount and you get some extra prize support. The Worlds 25 Discord server is now open. I will join that. That's fantastic. Schedule, no surprises here. There is the Crown of Servers team tournament. Format has not been called yet. We're pretty sure this might be the classic format, but for those who don't know, that's a 3-player team that plays against other 3-player teams. The classic format is that each player has to be playing a different faction. So, you know, you pick 3 of the 4 runners, sorry, 3 of the 4 corps, 3 of the 3 of the 3 corps, and you play against the other team. And it's really good, really fun, casual, but fun and competitive. Now there's going to be side events Friday evening. Classically, side events we've seen before are like things like trivia. I've really enjoyed that. I missed trivia in Barcelona, and also a cosplay competition. And there's actually like I think prizes for the cosplay competition, which is pretty sick. So that'll be on Friday. That's cool. I want to see who participated in that. I haven't seen a lot of. I've seen some Netrunner cosplay, but not a lot of Netrunner cosplay. No, Saver, we'll get back to that. I just have this open. We'll loop back in a second. Then Saturday is the main event, no surprises. Sunday is the main event, and there'll be side events for Startup, Eternal, and other side events. Notably, they don't say Startup World Championship. They stopped doing that a while ago, so it's just the Startup event at Worlds. And Eternal is something that wasn't really ran officially last year, if I'm not mistaken, in SF, as much as some people might have played Eternal. Now, this is big. This is the new side event and prize structure. So there used to be specific cards you could get at certain events as of every other Worlds. So for instance, last Worlds, they changed the threshold of how many wins you need to get a certain amount of prize support at the startup event. And then for other side events, there was other cards flying around. Things like there was like Stavkas and Fizarium Entanglers. Now they've just changed how it works. So all events outside of the main event on Saturday are considered to be side events. So that means COS is a side event. Everything on Sunday, unless you're playing in the top cut, is a side event. And that means there are no exclusive prizes for Crown of Servers or Startup. The idea is that whenever you participate in a side event, I'm not sure if you're just going to get tickets, because they mentioned there's going to be a prize wall, and then you can trade those tickets in for your bespoke choice of prize support. Obviously, availability will change on that. So that's interesting. Again, some people had to fight really hard to get certain prize support, and they were really excited about it. Now it's going to be like, oh, whatever people want, they can get access to. I'm not sure how many side events or what you have to participate in to get enough tickets to be able to grab everything. I don't know what this also is going to mean for volunteers, because volunteers, if you volunteer on Friday, do you get all the side event prizes? Probably, maybe, but I don't know what this looks like. But now the idea is that if there's like 6 or 7 prizes that are attached to side events, you can pick whichever of those at some order, probably off of a ticket system. Can we get extra tickets by playing skee ball? I think they have like a claw machine or something like that. It's like the arcade carnival system. So you get tickets and then you bring the tickets to the prize wall is my guess. Well, there's certain things at higher rarities will be more tickets. Like, oh, you can get a foil version of this for twice as many tickets as the common version. It's up to you to start managing that economy. Those sort of economies stress me the F out, but this probably won't be impacting me that heavily as much as I do play Crown of Servers usually. But more than ever, we'll be putting community run side events front and center. That means increasing the number of side events card prizes. For the loot oriented among you, fear not. If you stick around and have fun for the majority of the weekend, you'll be leaving with all of the card prizes. So they're saying that it shouldn't be that difficult to get everything. Anytime there's like an incentive structure like this, it feels like a gotcha game, and it feels like, oh, you really have to work at this to get everything, and it feels like a job. And I'm assuming it's not going to be like that. That's some pessimism from other structures. Reward quantity will scale with time commitment in the event. Your placement in the event will not affect the number of prizes you get. So you just have to participate. You don't have to be good. You don't have to be winning. You can bring whatever fun deck you want. So that's kind of nice and helps a lot of folks who are not maybe competitively angling, which is important. Furthermore, we'll be adopting a prize wall-like structure so you can pick and choose the side event prizes you want. That said, we'll be officially running certain side events. NSG run side events. These side events are those you know and love from the past years. As mentioned above, there will not be any exclusive card prizing. This is, mind you, is not exclusive card prizing for side events. There will still be exclusive card prizing based off of placement for the standard event. However, there will be limited access into the top 16 prizing from the main event, which is Vovo Azeti's Big Hug mug. So folks in the top 16 will get this mug. I'm assuming this is 2 sides of the same mug. And if you win Startup or Eternal, you can also get a mug. Crown of Servers, all members of the top team will receive a mug. So there's a couple ways to get mugs. Otherwise, you have to be in the top 16 in standard. And then if you also, the 3 best cosplayers will get the mug as well. So never seen a prize like this before. That's neat. Mind you, Big Hug mug shows up on Vovo Azeti's card, who really likes mint tea, I think is what it's called out. But yeah, you can get that mug if you participate in side events, but it looks like all the prize support from side events you should be able to get on by just participating. Hey Narco, I would like to use this widely watched stream to make it known that I will pay any amount of local currency for a Big Hug mug. If you, the reader, for some reason do not, just cut your text out if you do not want it. Sorry, I got to cut off because of the restream. If you do not want one, hey Narco. Today I learned Vovo has a mug. Yeah, Vovo is like teased Vovo's whole thing. I think the flavor text for Vovo shows up here. He single-handedly keeps several departments running, provided they give him all the mint tea he wants, is the cut flavor text. That did not fit on the card. Yeah, the Big Hug mug, mind you, has a history. I know Neon Static has one, but this mug has been around in this art since like the 80s, maybe 70s, and it shows up in a couple TV shows like in True Detective. It shows up in places. It's like a culturally referenced mug. Yeah, you see it here. But Vobo has an own version. Cool. That's good. Anyways, you can get your ticket. I think that's great. Let's go look at one more card. Tournament points list update. I just did a big order of mugs for prizes at Vancouver events. Oh, what's on the mugs? Going to cosplay as Vovo just so they have to give you the big hug mug. You bring the inaccurate mug and someone gets offended and corrects it for you. Someone to show up dressed as the JNet menu. For startup, I went 3-0, got my brands and dropped. Yeah, and I think for the brands last year, you had to actually like come in top half of startup or something. It was like very, very difficult. I don't know how I feel about the pricing change, but making side events more accessible sounds good. Yeah, Dan, me too. Like I want to see what the structure looks like. A lot of times those sort of structures like stress me out because they feel like jobs. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be that way. NSG is very clear. They're like, you can get everything if you just show up. But yeah, making community events have the same sort of importance and prize prestige as the official events, I think is definitely worth something. So if you want to run like an ONR draft, or you want to play Hand and Brain, or you want to play whatever you can argue is tangentially related to Netrunner, that's probably good for you. They fixed the links? Oh, those buttons didn't do anything before? I haven't clicked on them. All right, Eternal. You're reading too slowly. A new article has gone up while you were reading these articles. Wait, for real? Oh, shit. Hey, that's good to read. Hello, my name is Patrick Sklar, narrative director at Null Signal Games. Huh, that just came up. So I guess we have to talk about this first. So this came out. This came out. This is a statement that was uploaded technically last night. Regarding NSG's narrative director. So the short and long is Morgan NZK White. Morgan was the narrative director for Null Signal Games back since 2018. And Morgan was removed from Null Signal Games about a year ago. This is not something Null Signal Games communicated about. Morgan did bring this up publicly in when the conversations around Kevin's removal or in the last couple of weeks came up on like Discord or GLC, something like that. And since then, Null Signal Games has come out with this article that dropped last night, apologizing for the way that Morgan was removed from the narrative director position in Null Signal Games. This article is like very apologetic, talking about how the dismissal did not line up with how they think things should be. Now, obviously the dismissal, like I don't know too much about it. I do obviously know something about it because obviously the sentence there we just read with Patrick's name in it, which is wild. But yeah, this has been a strange thing that's been happening in the background that I've been a bit aware of in some ways, right? So if you want to read this article, it talks about the investigation to NZK's dismissal, which happened after NZK was removed from the organization. The case and rationale for the firing was misrepresented. In some cases, they were not made aware of complaints against them or given opportunity, and so on and so forth. And this is just like an honest apology about how things went. Now, whether this is, I do think right now Null Signal Games is at this turning point where they're changing, maybe adding a constitution. Obviously, things hadn't gone the way that they wanted to with other firings and expectations and all this sort of other stuff going on. So it seems like they are like rewording and writing constitutions, maybe changing the structure of their organization. And so getting this out there and explaining how things went, and so they can move forward cleanly and in the way that they want to, I think was important. Some people I saw on, Reddit, there is the threads about this sort of stuff, and either people are like, why are you airing this? Or people being upset at Null Signal Games. Like, I get that. Obviously, this doesn't look good, but this is the sort of apology and the sort of messaging that has to come out when these things happen. This is obviously a year later, but this was definitely pretty complicated. There's a scoop in Patrick's article. Yeah, we'll get there. What is really weird is Patrick has now for a while, after Morgan was removed from Null Signal Games, the narrative director position was not taken for a bit. And so Patrick was kind of put into that position. I think he offered, I don't think he was thrown into there, but Patrick has like quietly behind the scenes been the narrative director at Null Signal Games for a while now, which is not something, it was something I was aware of, but not something that either Pat could talk about or I could talk about on the basis that like this was not addressed. So this being addressed means that we can move forward and NSG can talk about Pat being the narrative director. Also, for those who know, Patrick Sklar is a good friend of mine who shows up on the channel as soon as Thursday. And for that being the case, I'm not really comfortable talking about this because obviously anything I say about this is incredibly biased to some extent. I've met Morgan before. I don't know Morgan super well, but Morgan has messaged me from time to time and we've had like good conversations, but I don't feel great talking about this because obviously like my friend now is in the narrative director position. But I want to be very clear, anything that happened, it wasn't to get Pat into that position. Pat had nothing to do with this. That was just like the role was open. So I'm glad No Signal Games is communicating about this, and I think there's obviously clear understandings that the structure of their organization needs to change so things like this don't happen. This did happen a year ago, and I have no doubt things the way that they were a year ago are hopefully different than they are now, but they're finally taking the time to like talk about it so that they can talk about it. Very, very weird situation, but it is how it is. But Patrick joined after Morgan was dismissed. No, Patrick was on Morgan's team back in the day. Patrick worked alongside Morgan. Patrick was on the narrative team, and Morgan was Patrick's narrative director. And after Morgan left, Patrick, I'm not sure. I need to ask Patrick whether Patrick offered or whether Patrick was one of the like shoe-ins, and then they realized like as the interim narrative director, you're doing a good job. Why didn't you be the narrative director? Now, obviously, this sucks. Like nobody likes this. I found it a bit frustrating that Pat has been doing a fantastic job as the narrative director of No Signal Games for the last nearly a year, and they cannot talk about it. They can't give him the praise that I think he deserves. And now that they can, it makes me quite happy. So I think that's at least good. I think a lot of the stuff that you're gonna see from Elevation does stem to some extent the work that does come from Morgan and the people, you know, who worked a year ago. Mind you, Elevation does take a long time to put out, but also a lot of this good work is Patrick. So I'm at least glad that that comes through because Patrick's been doing some great stuff. Yeah. There was an interim period. Patrick joined way before Morgan was dismissed. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. For that reason, I don't want to talk about this too much. I'm sorry to Morgan. I'm glad that No Signal Games is apologizing for this and figuring out what to do moving forward to make this sort of stuff not happen. But this is something that I've known about for a while, and I just can't publicly talk about this because I can't say, hey, Pat, you're the narrative director, because then they have to answer what happened to the last narrative director, and it's strange. The narrative team took some time to decide who would direct. Yeah. Anyways, if you want to read more about this, you definitely can. This was just posted technically last night for where I live. But this will make sense now in context with this sentence here, which is good. I hadn't realized Jinteki was removed. I really appreciate all their narrative work in the community when it's first starting. Yeah, for sure. But that's the thing. It's like No Signal Games did not communicate about it. I'm not sure, again, if it's a problem. Sometimes these communications can be difficult because of legal issues and all these sort of concerns. But at this point, they're now apologizing about it. Okay, I think the second statement makes the former look less bad given they're presumably connected. They're definitely connected in some ways. I'm not sure whether like Kevin and, you know, the way things that were run back in the day, maybe these are related. I can't say, I don't honestly know. But it seems like No Signal Games have now said like, okay, we need to fix things. We need to go back. We need to apologize for the things that we did. And we need to move forward and make changes that are like very obvious and actionable. So it seems like it's attached to this. I also do think No Signals was a bit cornered that they cannot make a statement where Patrick writes an article as the narrative director without explaining, wait a second, what happened to the last narrative director? Wasn't that Morgan? Because they never addressed that. So I do think this also just had to happen sooner than later before this. I'm not saying that's the reason why they apologized, but I do think that also was important. So an article with this sentence at the beginning can make any amount of sense. All right, on that note, we'll read through this. Hello, my name is Patrick Sklar, narrative director at No Signal Games. I'm here to talk about two efforts we've made to research and construct the setting of our upcoming expansive Elevation. While I'm representing the narrative team in this article, the visual and EDI teams worked alongside us during every step of the process. I became narrative director during the development of the Elevation setting, and it's been a real thrill to work on creating the new part of the world of Netrunner. In our previous article about Elevation, we introduced you to the city of Kota Kalimantan and the space elevator, Mahkota Langit, that rises up out of it. Kota Kalimantan is located in an Indonesian province on the island of Borneo and is administered by an alliance of nations known as Ocean. Really quickly, Patrick and the narrative team absolutely killed it for Elevation and were great to work with. I think they did an amazing in spite of losing Morgan, not because Morgan was no longer there. Yeah, cool. Jinteki has said on GLC that there was a connection for what it's worth. What do you mean a connection? Oh, between the two things? Yeah, okay. It's hard to tell what came first, the setting, Borneo, or the story, the construction of the Mahkota Langit. One thing we knew is that if we were going to introduce a new space elevator to the world of Netrunner, it would make sense to place it along the equator, where the Earth's spin would keep the cable taut and where the elevator's base would just be a little closer to space. In a strange example of art imitating life, it is only after knowing where we'd set the next expansion that we learned Indonesia's building a new capital city on the eastern side of Borneo, not far at all from where Kota Kalimantan sits in our fiction. Hey, that just came up earlier today. That's sick. Help from the community. We needed to ensure our vision of the cyberpunk future of Indonesia and the other countries which make up Ocean would feel authentic. To that end, we kept in contact with the community of Netrunner players in Indonesia throughout the entire process. That group of players has been incredibly helpful and patient. In the end, a lot of the imagery in the set comes from their suggestions. A number of incidental and major characters were essentially named by them. Knowing there was a group of people excited to see their home depicted in Netrunner was constantly inspiring to us, and I know I, personally, wanted to make sure we did not let them down. To the Indonesian Netrunner community, you have our sincere thanks. This is the art for Shailendra. I don't think we've seen it in this full art, but that's great. One suggestion from the community that we've been able to bring to life. And the community was like, make it advanceable. Yes. Additionally, we contracted a culture consultant located in the area. Rindrime, Rindonese, our Indonese things came highly recommended to us. And with them, we brainstormed story and character ideas, developed existing characters to be better fit the setting, and generated an absolute treasure trove of ideas that we'll be plucking from years to come. Hi, I'm Rin. I'm a content specialist from Malaysia with a focus on ideation, research, writing, and editing. I help people tell stories that are engaging and nuanced while also helping them avoid any pitfalls that I may anticipate along the way. Oh, very cool. Rin does things. That's very funny. I read that so wrong. Among my own favorites of Rin's contributions were names and backstories for some of the corps represented in Elevation. While not every corp identity in the set represents an entity local to Kota Kalimantan, one in particular stood out. Without giving too much away, it was an idea I've been iterating on but was not yet happy with. Rin gave it a plausible backstory that fit the setting. A government agency sold off to help pay for the Métropole Grid, now a corporate entity. Its official name is Agency Pembangunan Pasca Bencana, but Rin provided something much punchier for the card title. I think you'll like it. Agency Pembangunan Pasca Bencana. All right, something punchier than that shouldn't be that hard. The future of Kota, with all due respect, the future of Kota Kalimantan. We've been working on the setting for 12 months at the time of writing, including a fairly intensive period of research and world building that lasted from April to July of last year. At some points, members of the narrative team were putting in over a dozen hours to work each week. Since then, we've contacted Rin once more to give us a few final notes on card names, resulting in another boatload of ideas for future use. The treasure will not go to waste. Just as the release of Elevation represents a massive shift in the card pool, it also represents a shift in the game's narrative. Kota Kalimantan will become a new default setting for us to use, entirely of our own creation. In the past, when a card with no defined location could be assumed to exist in New Angeles, it could now exist in Kota Kalimantan. With a host of intriguing ideas still waiting in the narrative vault, we expect that we will be returning to Kota Kalimantan and/or the surrounding ocean region in the upcoming sets. I mentioned in a previous article that many stories of Elevation will be open-ended, leaving it up to players to find their own endings, but I would be surprised to see some of the characters of Elevation, major and minor, pop up from time to time going forward. Sorry, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I don't expect Kota Kalimantan to be like a very strong, well, in terms of like a linear narrative set, the way that, you know, the last sets have been, like Liberation Cycle is a very, very narrative heavy set. This is meant to be just like a locale that you can explore and hang out. And the fact that we're going to return to this and it'll be a default location, I think is pretty sick. Obviously, we haven't seen that much of the set so far. So whether you enjoy it as much as some of the other sets, we'll find out all together. But so far, what we've seen is good. And speaking about what we're going to find out. Oh, hi, Sean. Of course, any good setting in some way, a character in and itself, and one card from Elevation will bring the whole region to life in your games. Métropole Grid, upgrade region. So this is the art from the cover from Marlon Ruiz. 2 cost, 2 trash, 2 recurring credits. When you res this upgrade and before your turn begins, refill 2 hosted credits. Okay, so it's the root. You can spend hosted credits to res assets in the root of the server and ice protecting the server. Assets. Persistent. The trash cost of each asset in the root of the server is increased by 2. Limit 1 region per server. Huh. I didn't think we're dropping this one today. I'll be honest, I've not seen this. In terms of like the cards that were put in the like community will know this before the community spoilers. This is not new. This is totally new. I haven't seen this before. What hath we wrought? Oh, Lord, it's Mumba Temple. Yeah, this card is a lot of different things. Now you can spend hosted credits to res assets in the root of the server and ice protecting the server is limited. You have to pay 2 for this, but you get the money to res something else. But then the trash cost of the assets, not this, is increased by 2, but it is persistent. The last I saw was a safer release date. Yeah, this is totally new. Also, I didn't know. Get experience preview live. Yeah. Weird looking Vovo. So this is really funny for a lot of reasons. So firstly, the root is the last time that we saw the root of a space elevator. And this cost a lot. This is the JNet standard art. It costs 6 and it gave you 3 credits advance install and res cards. This card saw no play, 4 trash costs, whatever. A lot of folks are talking about Mumba Temple, which also was very, very good. This was 2 recurring credits as long as you didn't have 15 or fewer ice, which turns out was not a problem when you played 22 assets. And you can use these to res cards, including the self, which is very, very powerful. It's not affects itself. It is an upgrade. This card's an upgrade. What is the name of the really bad one? What is the last neutral corp card that has recurring assets on it? Recurring credits on it, excuse me. Oh, I'm getting allergies. My nose is really like just itchy. There was this really bad card that was a neutral asset. Sorry, a neutral upgrade that had recurring credits. That was also very bad. Condi Plaza, thank you. So there's just been like this, you know, the upgrade, the neutral advanceable, sorry, neutral recurable credit upgrade. This is X credits, use this credit to res ice protect the server, X is the number of remote servers, and then this is 3 cost. It feels like this card was a random number generator made this card. Yeah, that seems really, really bad, but okay, whatever. Another card that we should shout out, and this actually might be a bit more on the nose, is that this seems like the combination of 2 different grids at once. Not this one. What was, hold on, 2 grids. One was Oaktown Grid. This saw no play. Oaktown Grid just said an install cost, a trash cost of all cards is increased by 3. This saw very little to no play. It did protect itself. And then the other one was, what was the neutral one that res everything for free? I rediscovered it in Turmoil last night. Oh no. Condi Plaza is an insult to player, and yeah, it's really, really bad. Condi Plaza is bad. And then this card was actually a Metaforce, which is Breaker Bay Grid. It only costs 2, but it says the res cost of cards in the server, not in front of the server, so in the root of the server, is lowered by 5. And this card was a Metaforce because you can install something very expensive in it, like an Adonis campaign or an Eve campaign, and res it for free immediately. And then even if the runner trashed it, they had to trash everything. So you got an Adonis campaign for 0 credits, so you got 3 credits. Very, 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 very good. Hey, Asdevil, how's it going? So this looks like it's a combination of 2 things. It looks like it's a combination of a Breaker Bay Grid and an Oaktown Grid. It is credit neutral the turn you res it. But yeah, as chat is shouting out, this on top of an anthill excavation makes the anvil 3 to cost to trash. This card in Sandsen is why regions have rules. What would this matter with Sandsen though? Breakdown Grid. Huh, weird. This is neutral. I don't know how many neutral corp cards we're expected to see, but I don't expect a lot of neutral cards. I think they said how many neutral cards would be in the set. This seems like everyone can play this. That reduces the cost of Komodo Dragon. Res assets in the root of the server and ice. I guess ice too. Like we have Akataro. I love Akataro. Akataro is not a commonly played card. You only got 1 when you bought a core set. But Akataro cost 1 and says the res cost of ice protecting the server is lowered by 2. So you generally win +1 credit when you installed Akataro, and then you only resed Akataro when Akataro mattered. But if this is in the server, it's harder to sail the server because the ice is res for free. But you only have 1 asset in the server? Huh. Resing a drafter with this and jamming a Nico in the root is going to be sick. Yeah. The question is, in HB, is this better than Tranquility Home Grid? My guess is no. But as a neutral baseline, this seems quite powerful. Yeah, it doesn't do anything to support a clown card. Like, that's the weird thing. This does not support upgrades, so this does not make your Managarm Anoetic better. This only supports assets, so you want your assets to have a shelf life. So things like Nico Campaign work really well, or Anthill Excavation, which isn't up on Runner DB. So this, like, you res for free and then it goes away. Like, that's really, really good. Seems good for a big remote, but a big remote is actually not amazing, because this gets better the more times you can make them run the, like, small to medium remote. Because say that you have this and then they run the big remote, you res this, you break neutral, and then they often don't run the big remote more than once. It's not unique, yeah, but it's a region. But you can have 3 of these on the table, that's for sure. Install Anthill, ML Grid, and protect with a Kesselroid. Baby, you got yourself a stew going. Does Kesselroid really matter? I think I'd actually rather put down like a Maskarovka. Like I just want to put something cheap so that when they face check into it, I can res my Pat. By the way, congratulations, huh? That you can res your Anthill and all that sort of stuff. This with Vobo is also kind of funny, but I don't think you need to go that far. I think this card's also probably fine in Atea, but Atea actually really likes grids. Like Atea likes Lacosta, like Atea likes Tranquility. This is weird. Why are we playing Kesselroyd when Cleaver's in the format? Sure. Neat. Huh. Think of it this way. This is effectively 0 res 4 trash, and if they don't run it, you can get extra value. It's not 4 trash, it's 2 trash. Because you can't res it for free, and it does not protect itself, right, London? It is if you line it up with other cards, but that doesn't always happen. Thing is, Atea is also kind of like Charlotte, and this doesn't go well with Charlotte. Yeah, this doesn't go great with Charlotte. Maskarovka will never be relevant. I'm pretty convinced Cleaver is getting banned, considering they put out the Rising Tide card. I think Maskarovka will be relevant. Can this affect assets in R&D? No, because they're not in the root of the server. Wait, actually, are you right? It doesn't say install. The trash cost of each asset in the root of the server? No, upgrades go in the root of the server. Cards are in R&D, not in the root of R&D. This actually came up, right? So this came up this weekend. Pat asked a judge call on this, which is cool. What's her name? Pretty Mary. So Pretty Mary says, when you breach R&D, if you're allowed to access 2 or more cards in R&D. So the question is, if R&D has an upgrade in it, are you accessing 2 cards? No, you're accessing 1 card from R&D and 1 card from the root of R&D. So root does heavy lifting. It's a bit nuanced, but Pretty Mary doesn't work if you run R&D with an upgrade because you don't access 2 cards in the root. You access 1 in the root, 1 in R&D. So yeah, it doesn't work. Root means it has to be on the table. There's no way to get a non-installed asset into the root of a server. I predict this card will lead to a ton more reses at the end of the runner's turn. Yes. Yeah, that actually is a very important timing window. That recurring credits refresh at start of turn window. So generally, I need to look at the timing chart, but I'm pretty sure you want to res this and then use it to res like your pad campaign equivalent before the start of turn. So start of turn, this can refresh. Yeah, this is cool. Doesn't seem... That was the game Pat had in our game? Yeah, Antoine, that was the game. It was like, can I Pretty Mary R&D? And I was like, oh, that's a good question. And then I looked it up and there's an FAQ immediately. Be like, no. I guess you can install this in something else using the spoiler from the Eternal blog post. Yeah, we'll get back to that. But this card seems fine. This doesn't seem Mumba Temple. It seems nuanced. There's no way the deck won't use this well. It's hard. This is cool. I love when a card comes out and you're like, I don't think that's busted, but it's definitely good. You're correct on timing, and that kind of teaching moment is actually one of the big designs that we're looking for as much as possible in this set. You got any of them runner side scoops? I don't think we've seen any runner side scoops so far from NSG. You can ask me questions about the scoops that we'll have on this channel, and I might be able to like divulge some information as coyly as possible. It's almost like this card was play tested. Yeah, but you can play test cards that are just like obviously very good. Like when we see Holloman, we're like, oh, that's really, really good. When you see Trickshot, for what it's worth, I was like, Trickshot's pretty good. I don't even think it's amazing, but obviously it's amazing. But like this card's like somewhere in the middle where I'd have to see this hit the table to see how cracked it is. Oh yeah, we have seen Rising Tide. No, that's right, Dungeons. That's true. We have seen Rising Tide. Yeah, Alec. Cool text. Working on the set has been an incredible journey of discovery with so much more narrative work behind the scenes that we'd normally be able to show. Typically, the job of a designer at any discipline is to ensure the end user never notices any of that design. Every clever card you will discover in Elevation is a result of months of game design, playtesting, and dev. Every gorgeous illustration was a dialogue between talented artists, brief writers, and visual representatives. Similarly, a lot of narrative design goes on behind the scenes to make things like a card names and flavor text appear authentic, harmonious, and occasionally a little bit clever. On that note, we'll have plenty more to tell you about all of this as the release of Elevation approaches. After all, as the bitter ousted architect of the Makoto said, good design is invisible, but why settle for merely good? And this is Patrick Sklar's. This art, I don't know who the artist is. This might be Doyle again. I think that is Adam Doyle again, but this is an art that we haven't seen. I think this will cook in Atea. Yeah, it seems okay in Atea. The problem is like Atea needs card draw, and mind you, we'll talk about the Eternal card. But Atea loves both Tranquility, and Atea really likes Lacosta. I'd be surprised if this was better. We've seen like 6 Corp cards and only Rising Tide. Yeah, I know. Andre, what letter does your favorite Scoops card start with? D. Like, oh, for mine, D. Seems good with Regolith? I don't know if it seems... It's not bad with Regolith. Obviously, it's not bad. As a 2-coster that you can put in your deck for Op, that's also not a bad 2-coster to have this as a 1-of in your deck. Like, Op likes this. Yeah, fine. Good, fine. Time to look at the cards again. Get the spreadsheet. 4 is flatline. Sick article. I want to say congrats to Pat. It's a shame that we can't celebrate this as hard as we can because obviously the context of the other article, but we'll see Pat on Thursday. We'll play some Hand and Brain. The count siphon. I think you would want things like Antil that would free the server up quickly. Yeah, you definitely want things that free the server up quickly. For sure. For what it's worth, Tattoo Bull also works well with this because you're constantly re-resing your ice, and this saves you your Vovo influence. The thing is, like, Vovo works in Atea because you can move Vovo. But yeah, you definitely want things that have a shelf life. Otherwise, if it's just like, you know, a pad campaign in the server that sits there forever, it's kind of useless. Like, it's not that great. All right. So No Single Games actually did hit up content creators with the Eternal points list a bit ahead of schedule, so if we wanted to make a video about it. Apologies, I did not have enough time to make a video about this because we've been really busy. I'm already working on way too many videos because obviously April is April. But if you're not familiar with Eternal, it is a format that has almost every card in the history of the game in it, and it has a point system where every deck can spend 7 points, and cards for a full playset of a card, you can pay somewhere between 1 and 3 points. Now we actually have a 4-point card for the first time. I do want to hugely shout out the Eternal Super League, which I've been doing some streaming of, and the final week of the Eternal Super League is just this Sunday. So this is going to be the final week, the most important week. After this, that's it. It's been 9 weeks of great Eternal play. I've only seen so far half of this Saturday or Sundays because this has been a busy weekend, but the games I've seen so far have been pretty fire, like most Eternal games have been. And these streams are designed in a certain way to make them as approachable as possible with card overlays and all this sort of good stuff. So you can see these cards that you might not be familiar with. Oh yeah, Jai's playing Fire Sanic. I forgot about that. Final week is sick. Yeah, and they're going to crown the winner, all that great stuff. Now, there's been some changes. Now, these changes are from Warlock, who's the head of Eternal that was only announced like a month ago or so. And so obviously there's a bunch of data coming in from the Eternal Super League, but also like the Eternal Leagues and GLC and stuff like that. And things need to change. Obviously, things need to change. Some of these are new cards entering the finally World Tree is a point. Cabanessa Wu is now points, and we've seen Cabanessa Wu with 200 cards, World Tree do really well in the event. Astroscript is also going up to 1 point and it's being eroded. So if you want to know about Eternal, the problem is I also didn't make a video about this because I'm not an expert on Eternal. I can't tell you what you're going to do when Rumor Mill goes to 4 points and then Clan Vengeance is 3. Like, is that your whole deck and then you don't play like Desperado? I honestly don't know because I'm not an expert in this, but I've really been enjoying my time casting and watching Eternal. It's been really, really, really fun. Why does the banlist team hate me so? Uh-oh. Well, you got an easy 7 points. I do want to shoot out Rumor Mill as being a current. I'm not a big fan of currents. I think a lot of people aren't. And this is just such an unfun current. One day when the Eternal team says we ban all currents, I think a bunch of people will celebrate. But until then. But yeah, this is cool. And at the bottom, we got a card spoiler, which is nice. You got to check out every article, even if you don't care about Eternal. And there's some notes here. And we have a new card here. It is called Top Down Solutions. It has some new Biroids we've never seen before sitting on a girder. This is recreating that old art of a bunch of people sitting on a girder over New York City while they're eating their lunch with their lunch boxes. And that one guy has his head open to collect solar energy. You know the one. Cost 2. It says draw 2 cards, install up to 2 cards from HQ one at a time. The instability of human brain tapes is directly proportional to the number of limbs on a given bioroid, so we've begun phasing them out for something better equipped. A human brain tape could be working beside an octopus for weeks and never have an inkling. I don't know if octopus and inkling is meant to be a joke there. Are these octopuses? I like very little text, a lot of brain tag, a lot of flavor text from Maya Minervodottir from R&D. They're cute little guys. These things are terrifying. And very notably, this is the first time that we've seen Biroids that are not like very obviously humanoid. These things seem to have 8 legs and their heads open and they're generally quite. That is just a very cool narrative. To see. And I think this is actually a difference between NSG and FFG is that NSG's design of Biroids might change pretty significantly. And these things are probably better at building and doing all this sort of stuff. Mind you, that seems to be the space elevator in the background. They're on some sort of rigging very high up in the sky. But yeah, they're very, 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 very frightening. I don't like these. They're creepy and charming. Yeah, like I like them. But also they look like the artist and the spec was to design them to me as unsettling as possible. Eyes on all sides of the head opens, 8 arms, Dr. Octopus, no face, but face shape. Like seems like someone designed this to be frightening, which is really, really funny. Pretty sure there's an elder thing off to the right. Also, do they have lunch boxes? Like, are they eating food? I don't think so. Like this one seems to have a canister. This in chrome metaphors means the octopodes are on the rise. They definitely are. Carrots? What carrots? They're so cute. I love them. If I saw this at night walking down the street, I would run. Like, in context, cute. The lighting is good. This looks like a homage to the black and white photograph of lunch at skyscraper. 100% it is. That classic image with the guy's head open and he's like charging from the sun. What's it even called? Who took that photo? Workers eating lunch on beam. Everyone should play Eternal. Yeah, this one. Lunch atop a skyscraper. It has its own Wikipedia article. So it's a reference to this where they're on the rigging. They have their lunch boxes. This is above New York City, circa, my guess is 1920s, 1932. This is from, do we not have an artist credit? The Bettman Archive. Okay. The image is often misattributed to Louis Hine, but the identity of the actual photographer remains unclear. that's attached to the RCA building. Another image from the same publicity shoot. So it was a publicity shoot, which shouldn't be a surprise. That seemed pretty dangerous. But yeah, that's how it was back in the day, for sure. Could be charging boxes. Yeah, but the head is open. You don't need to charge when you got your open head. So what do I think about this card? I think this card's actually really quite good. 2 influence means you have to consider putting to your deck, but this is 2 credits, which is the most limiting part about this, because 2 credits is, you have to consider 2 credits, but this is 4 clicks worth of actions. I think there's 2 ways to see this, right? So back in early Netrunner, we had this card called Shipment for Mirror Morph. This came out in the original core set, and this card saw limited to no play in almost any archetype. Now, this did cost the same amount of influence. It did only cost 1 credit, but it says install up to 3 cards, 1 at a time. But this card saw 0 play until it saw play in combo decks. And this card is very important in Eternal, and this other card might also be important in Eternal. But the idea is in Eternal, you can combo off if you can install like 3 cards for a single click and then do some convoluted combo with infinite credits, and something bad can happen to your opponent. That is where this card sees play. What you realize very quickly why this card doesn't see play in Standard is that the problem is, if you could play this card, imagining having 3 cards in your hand that you want to install. It's very difficult. Generally, you're holding an agenda. Sometimes you want to install it. Maybe you're holding 2 operations. It's just very hard to find board states where you have 3 cards and this, a 4-card play that lines up really well. Maybe a Rashida just fired. That would be the best case scenario. And then you have 7 cards in hand and you could play this. Mind you, this and Rashida don't exist in the format. But this is where I think this card solves a lot of the problems. Draw 2, install 2. It should be relatively easy to have 8 cards in hand or 7 cards in hand after you play this and mandatory, and then install 2 of them. I think this is relatively straightforward to play and seems quite good. Now, whether you play this in Mirror Morph as an operation that installs cards, let alone 2 cards, that seems important. Whether you use this as a combo card just to fast advance. So the idea is that you can install an agenda and at the same time install a Holoman or whatever card you want to use to fast advance, like a Moon Pool. That makes sense too. That also works. There's going to be some inherent combos with this. I think playing a sudden commandment to play this sounds really hella cool. That you can stop clicking on things. You can clicklessly install 2 cards and draw more cards. Like this is draw 4 cards. That seems pretty good. Atea is another good target. Mirror Morph is a good target. Build your own ASA group is technically a thing you can do with this. But what my reflex tells me is that we're probably not going to see this in PD, like the sort of like generalist build a remote server deck, because as much as draw 2, install 2 can make sense, I don't know if that's good enough for a slot. It might not be, but unfortunately the place that you can play this trivially is asset spam. I think if you had something like Near Earth Hub, heaven forbid Near Earth Hub, you could play this. And mind you, Near Earth Hub rotates. This is draw 3, install 2 for a single click. And that is just very, very good. The fact that you can put out 2 threats for a single click is just really, really, really powerful. And if you're playing full asset spam on most board states, this will be playable. I'm interested to see where this is playable in non-asset spam, but definitely the floor in asset spam on this is relatively straightforward. Yeah, Bifurcation Jupestead, yeah. You can do a lot of combos with this, and it lines up. It's just a bit expensive. I think people are going to compare this to Red Level Clearance, and Red Level Clearance is definitely like an interesting card, but like Red Level Clearance technically has a bit more modularity, but I think the floor on Red Level Clearance, or sorry, the ceiling on the Red Level Clearance is actually a bit lower than the ceiling on this card. Like this draws 2 and installs 2 for a click. This installs 1 card clicklessly. Like it just doesn't do as much on the board state all at once, as much as Red Level is flexible, and that's why you play it. I don't know. Red Level often does draw 2, install 1. Draw 2 and gain 1 credit, right? Like none of that's amazing. Obviously it costs 2 and that's going to be a cost, but I think this card is just very, very solid. And for 2 influence, there's a lot of decks that could consider this. Whether it's just asset spam, I don't honestly know. Yeah, Bastiraboga is another one. You can put this down. This does not look super expensive. This does look super expensive. For what it's worth, if you're playing asset spam, your credit threshold doesn't matter too much. If this is what you need to go super fast, and actually the last card that we looked at is a really good combination with this, because this means that this is a card that you want to install alongside something and technically installs for free if you res a card. So that's a mixed case, but 2 is expensive. I don't think there's any way around that. The 2 is not a card you can play for fun. You have to consider it. And I do think asset spam decks, specifically if you're playing Bladderwort too, like who cares how much money you have to some extent of that sentence, right? Like it's not like you really need 14 credits in your asset spam deck. Going from like 7 to 5 only changes oppo math. I think TDS is quite click compressed. Yeah, this is a lot of clicks for a single card. This might be the most amount of clicks for a single card without forcing you to jump through the hoops. We're losing Biotic, so that's Bass plus Works. Yeah. Without Biotic, that's a bit trickier for sure. Hey, Wenjong, speaking from Iswak, I need a card that doesn't say install, but put cards on the table as installed. Yeah, I guess the IP enforcement thing is installed too, right? Bladderwort is a card you want to spam and cares about your credit total, just saying. Yeah, exactly. Well, it wants you to have not credits. So if you Bladderwort out, this works really well because you can just dump your credits. I think we're headed for HB asset spam for sure. No one's playing the RWR HB assets, but they're good. Yeah, I'm worried that we're going to go into HB asset spams. The RWR assets showed up pretty well at the district this weekend, for sure. I think they're very good cards. For what it's worth, my inkling is that looking at the card art from this that we saw, like Poetry Luxury Brands does not seem like it's ice-based. I don't know what this is. This could be asset spam. I think there's a big chance that this is either asset spammy or like maybe sportsy, but this seems to be about consumption. And generally when the identity is about consumption, it cares about like asset spam. So I don't know. But that card is very, very solid. I think this is a card that if you could play it today, you would see play in standard. I don't think you need other cards in the set for this to make sense. This is like not flashy, but that's a lot of clicks. I don't think it goes into everywhere, but the decks that'll go in, it will be very, very, very powerful. The turns that this happens, that it can play this card will be their power turns. Poetry spawns food tokens. Anywho, we'll see what asset spam looks like. Mind you, we're losing a lot of asset spam tech, so it might be more annoying. But that being said, a lot of the assets are cheaper than we've ever seen. So it's more going to be about time than money, and that's still interesting. Yeah, Purple Spark Agency, something like that could make sense. Poetry makes me think of ETF. Poetry seems like it's forward-facing selling, like interacting with runners more than it is like backroom efficiency. 2 credits for an HB op in this economy. Koga, I know it's expensive. Like I'm not gonna pretend it's not expensive, but it is expensive. The fact that this works like so well with things like working prototype, this is the sort of way I think you can make your money back, right? Like installing 2 cards and then you res both of them, you're kind of back in the money. Also, we do have to shout out wage workers. This can be a triple event play that you can do wage workers. I guess you can't do biotic labor, but if you can find another event, like it's a really good event to do triple wage workers play. We're losing subliminal as well. Bio rage campaigns. Time is money, famously. Yeah, I agree. Now, it is a funny game where 2 credits is expensive, but 2 credits for a utility card is expensive. 2 credits for an ice is cheap, but 2 credits for something that like just builds board state does feel expensive. Top down, top down, top down, install 7 things easy. The fact that it draws 2 cards is just so good. And I love the board states where people are going to have to play this without 2 good installables. They're going to be like, click 1, top down, and they just hope they get 2 installables. It's also up to, which is great, so that you can choose not to install any, let alone. And sometimes there will be plays where you have to pay this just to draw 2 cards for a single click, because you need to get cards in hand for Anoetic Void. I'm not joking. There might be some HB decks where that actually is the right play in like 1 out of every 20 games. And it also does make fully operational but playable. TDS red level clearance increasing the palm. Yeah, but like installing 3 cards, I don't know about that. Yeah, top down is just an ASA. It's build your own ASA install, but it's 2 credits. Like that doesn't feel good, but you can at least fully opt the money back. 2 credits is expensive for a utility card, but great for combo click or click compression card. Yeah, I think this like, would you play this in Punitive Ismari? I think you would play this in Neurospark Ismari if you had infinite influence. Like, obviously, that's a ridiculous sentence, but I think this is actually pretty reasonable in Punitive Ismari as a thing that you can tempo off of your. Not only can it can tempo off of your the big ones. It's mandatory. What's it called? The Sudden Commandment. Jeff, how's it going? Fully op support post ASA rip. Yeah, I know. Draw 4 cards, install 4 cards at 1 credit in 3 clicks. Hoping to draw installable and whiffing is going to feel bad. I kind of love it. Yeah, but you're going to take that risk. You know your deck. You're going to do it every once in a while. It's going to be fun. And then they're just going to run HU. I don't think you play this in Punitive Ismari because it weakens the Punitive plan. Well, because of influence, right? But I think this is the sort of effect in a Sudden Commandment deck. If you could play this and your deck goal is just to go as fast as possible, like this still works well with your digital life. Oh, and actually not really because you install cards. What's the reason for 1 at a time text? It is text that was added back to shipment for Mirror Morph, and it's just because the game does not support you doing multiple installs at once. And so there could be effects that say the first time you install a card, trigger ASA group. And so you need to know like which card is the first card if I installed both of them at the same time. It's just like, so it's obvious how it works. Like, do I install 3 cards at once, or is it 1 install, 1 install, 1 install? Like, say that you have Near Earth Hub, for instance, and Near Earth Hub says the first time you install, do you draw on the first install, and then the Near Earth Hub card you can use as your second install? The answer is yes. And so they're just clarifying it with rules reminders. I would not be surprised if Elevation was higher on rules reminder text than some other sets, because for a lot of people, it'll be their second set. As a cost, it interferes with Punitive. Yeah, it is expensive. It also doesn't work with your digital life well. Seems great to me, even in things such as Epiphany, where you're already scrying the top of your deck. Oh yeah, I guess in Epiphany, this is okay, because you know what you're drawing into, but like, Yeah, I like rules reminders text. It makes me happy when they print the full art and doesn't have it, and then you have a choice. You could gain credits from Trent Grid to play the install cost of the next install this way. Oh, that too, yeah. Trent Grid could fire. Also, Trent Grid can just draw the third card, which you can install. Like, that text is just good to know. It has a fair bit of reminder text. Oh, super, super, super cool. All right, I think that's all the spoilers we have. So we've seen like a handful of cards, mind you, some new cards today. I did not know this card would come out. I seeing that card for the first time, which is pretty exciting. Otherwise, I think we've covered just about everything. Cool. Yeah, NEJ card draw I think is super important. So what are we going to do? Ooh, this showed up. So we had an event this weekend. It was Montreal. Oh, this is, mind you, today. But we had our district this weekend. Shout out to everyone who came out. We had 18 players, which was like a very good turnout. It's a bit of a sleepy season, obviously, because of you know, the new set coming out and some people not caring too much about the old meta that's only going to exist for 20 more days, but it is what it is. We had 18 people, which is a nice even number. We had some people travel in from the States, which was great. It's good to just see people come out. I'm going to spoil some of the results here. Mind you, we filmed the top cut, and I'll talk about that in a second, but we filmed the top cut. So if you want that to be a surprise, you might want to pop out for like 15 minutes, but otherwise we're going to talk about some of the results because some of the graphs are really interesting. This is the runner side. So much Sable, just all criminal. And the other side is like so much PD and then like built to last as well. It was nearly half the field was built to last in PD. I do think a lot of that is like kind of newer players playing what they're comfortable with, either players coming from startup. We had two players who, mind you, came out. They've been playing for a month. One of them hit the top cut and made top 4, which is pretty wacky. But we just have a lot of players playing the good stuff that they like. So a lot of Zayas, a lot of Sables. And then it's actually Anarchists in the minority. I can think of at least one concept that has been around the whole history of the game, but has reminder text and elevation for the first time. It's not in Gateway. What? We considered it potentially the first time as a player seeing it. Oh, interesting. Antoine had another reason to be sleepy during the APAC District Online cut. Yeah, I want to shout out to Antoine, who also came out. So just the night before, like literally 5 hours before this event, there was the online APAC District, which had 30 players. And local Antoine, who has been doing very well, mind you, on online tournaments, came in 5th, but came first in Swiss, and showed up with 3 hours of sleep. Antoine was wrecked. Antoine did not perform as well. Antoine's write-up is really good. And Antoine says like, yes, definitely you should sleep before an event. So unfortunately, this placement probably cost Antoine a top cut at the other event because Antoine was just like very clearly struggling to hold on. No, we'll get to Turmoil in a second. No one was around to stop me, so I booked World's Hotel. Did you just do that, Manny? Oh, wild. Okay. 50% criminal players. What is this, a Scottish meta? Oh, there's Antoine. I did not play my best Netrunner Montreal District. Yeah, I can't blame you. 3 hours of sleep is really, really rough. So event was great. We had 18 players. I think that's quite nice. This is a website that was just told about last week that I want to try out. It's part of the Maker's Eye. Now, Maker's Eye used to be a website made by somebody else that allowed you to insert, that allowed to look at JNet stats. This is something totally different. If I'm not mistaken, we can grab this and put it in here. This, mind you, is made by Spider Bro, who is from the, I think, Georgia meta. And if we hit run, how does this work? It's a meta analysis page. So what it can do is, oh, okay, it's ASOPs. So you can look at like win rates and ID stuff. So hold on, I've not used this. This is LinkedIn. So we can actually get some data from the event, which is kind of cool. It's got to be a Cobra ASOP thing. Oh, there's Spider Bro. Sick. So I'm checking this out for the first time. So it tells you the result, the runner wins, corp wins, you get the breakdown. So this should just have like some data. And so here you see win rate. Now this is a small event. It's only 6 rounds, but you can see like, well, Freedom, I think that was entirely one player. I think that was just Trillion. He just did not lose the game of Freedom, but this will be more interesting for a bigger event for sure. But like the criminals are coming somewhat in the middle. Shapers are doing relatively well. No Shaper player won fewer than half their games, which is pretty cool. I don't know. He seemed wide awake when I crushed him. Corp representation, a lot of PD here. Some of that was like snare PD, core damage PD, just good stuff PD. I think there's 3 Asmari players. 2 of them were on Jupstad. One of them was Antoine playing the Asmari that did really well at APAC. And then you see the same thing, like Asmari games, 9 games. How's this chart work? One of them is top cut, I think. Yeah, the right is top cut. So Asmari didn't lose a game in the top cut? No, that can't be true. Asmari didn't play in the top cut. Losing every runner game, lol. This is interesting. And then you see the matchup spread. This is really cool too. So you can like imagine you put in a bigger event here. You actually can see like bespoke win rate numbers between different matchups. It also highlights certain people. I guess that is public information. I feel like I'm getting called out there, but yeah, you can see like what is the matchup, the win rate between Sable and anything else. Oh, Sable did not do well that event. Only winning 2 games out of 9. Ouch. That's very, very cool. Oh, and you can see people's track too. So I guess I'm not gonna like dox people on that. Anyways, I'll share the link to this. This is really, really cool. I think for bigger events, this is gonna be fascinating. If you go to a massive event and then see like, oh, basically like this matchup is totally, totally cooked. Looks like Asmari won all 9 games in Swiss. Yeah, I think that's right. I just don't know why it's 2 charts. Why is it 2 charts? Why is PE 2 charts? Ton of Sables and way high Corp win rates. Probably had a bad meta call for a Corp Sharp that day. Yeah, I know. Some of these Sables were also like Knife Sable, which I don't think was a good Knife Sable meta. Like PD is okay, but there was like a fair bit of like BTL Glacier. I don't know if that's fantastic for you. Ken's doing great. I think that's mostly, oh, there's a bunch of Ken players. Oh, just Antoine and Weltgeist. Okay, that makes sense. Again, I think this was entirely Trillion. Yeah, I just absolutely killed it on Freedom, one of the last Freedom events. Win rate on the left, cut conversion. Oh, it's cut conversion. Got it. So the cut conversion was really high and the win rate. So it's the other way. Cut conversion's on the left. Win rate is, I don't understand it. It's both because 2 to 3 players made the cut, which should be 66%. I don't know why this bar is at 100. Kind of awkward for tournaments that don't have cuts. We do have a cut. It was just a very small cut. I'm not sure. This is really cool though. There's an access label on both sides. Sorry. Oh no, it's all good. Oh, I see it. The cut conversion's here. Okay. So that makes sense. So 3, what's a cut conversion? Shouldn't that be between 0 and 1? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Cut conversion 3. 3 times cut conversion. Oh, weird. So I think of cut conversion as a number, but that's a percentage, right? Like 66% of the Asmari players made the cut. So this is a different way of doing it. It's based on surveyor's metrics. Oh, very cool. Very, very interesting. I'm not familiar with that as much. This is sick. I'll share this website in the link below, but Spider Bro, this is really, really cool. I think dumping something in like Worlds in here is going to be fantastic. Very, very interesting. I don't know if we can see like a bigger tournament. So if we sort by players, APAC online, if we go here. So you can see, wow, it's a big host chunk. This is actually really even for online, which is nice. And then I think the top cut is not that different. If we go see the top cut stats, yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, you can start to see like bespoke win rates between things, like Hosh actually winning 66% of the matchups, and then you can see like some of the less represented identities. I think this is really, really cool. Op win 11-3. That is really great. It's taking 66% of Asmari players out of Asmari's percentage of the field. Ow. I don't get that. Like, I think I just need to reframe how I'm thinking about that. There's no way that is not clear eventually, but that is not a number I'm used to. This is really cool. Anyway, shout out to everyone who came out. We had some cool prizes too. So I picked up some extra prizing, and when everyone registered, they could get a choice between a Prenic copy of, what do we have? We had Revolver or Deep Dive. I think the Deep Dive's won by a small margin. Also, Jello came up and Joel donated for raffling, which was sick. These sort of like full art, hold on. These like foil, these are painted. Mind you, a bunch of these were like spray paints. You've seen these probably on Neon Static before. But there's moon pools, stings, and finalities. So this is like spray painted art that got taken a photograph of and ends on these, which was really, really cool. Shout out to Joel who came up. We had some extra tokens that Kate made that I forgot to bring. This emotionally was very painful, but we made Kate made a whole bunch of these like ID reminders for each of the factions, and I just forgot to put it in my case. So I'll have to distribute those out after. I felt really bad about that. Those moon pools can go well with top-down solutions. They definitely can. I think they're very, very cool. Now, I filmed the top cut. Very notably, the top cut for a tournament like this is single elimination. And so there's 4 players. So it's only 2 rounds. First place forward, second place third. And then the winner of both of those play each other. And that's it. It's done in about an hour and 20 minutes, which is nice. It's not very long. The final was untimed. I'm going to talk a bit about the finals. It's going to spoil the video if you watch it on the channel. But I'm like not sure what to do with the video content. Because yeah, it can be a bit rough. So this is what happened in the finals. There was 2 games. I want to shout out to Joel, right? So Joel made the top cut. Or sorry, Leo. Wow. To Leo. Leo made the top cut. Leo has been playing for a month. Leo and David showed up, and they've only been playing for a while. And Leo is playing like Asmari, Punitive Asmari, Neurospike, and just like, I think nearly top of Swiss, and then playing 419, which this was like the mining accident 419, which I think is actually pretty tricky to play. Leo is learning a lot of the triggers. I think there's some like very funny matchups where I watch out. Like on one of the early rounds, Leo is playing against Izzy, and Izzy's just like explaining all the triggers and making sure the board is running, and like it was really fun to watch. But this is Mari deck absolutely killed it. I think 419 is a bit more of a struggle. That's a harder deck for a new player to play for sure. Did you have any other finals where someone flatlined immediately? Sort of. We ended up with a really weird finals that I don't know what to do with again. So one of the finals was Paul. This is Medias, who made the top cut, mind you. I think, Jeff, you know Paul, who played against John, and then Diogen played against Leo. Diogen has published his list. So far, it is the sort of like punitive PE, which is only 5/3s that you jam into a remote server, and then either if they don't run them, you neurospike them, and if they do run them, you punitive them, right? And you have a lot of ice that just does damage no matter what, things like Anemone Maganga, and then you have just extra damage off of Mavirus, and that's what that is. This game, I didn't get to watch too closely because it wasn't on the stream. I was the judge. Sorry, it wasn't being recorded. I think this game was pretty messy. I think there were some weird takebacks and stuff like that, where there was like, it just seemed very casual, and Diogen ends up with the kill. I'm pretty sure Leo doesn't know all the cards, so worrying about like Neurospike and Fuji is just like, as a new player, it's hard to know everything. So Diogen gets the kill there. This is the one that I filmed, which was Melias versus John. John is the Canadian national champion from the East Coast, playing Punitive as Mari. I think this is the double Neurospike version, and this is the sort of like Knife Sable that I think this is Crank's version of Knife Sable. I'm not sure if it's Crank's version of Knife Sable or if it's Not Yeti's, but it's a Masterwork Sable of some sort. I think it might be Not Yeti's then. And Melias is playing this sort of like Asmari, bouncy, wage workers, working prototype, kind of, you know, Amani Sinai, Veruca Sports type thing. And this game is sick. This game is really, 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 really cool. Playing this Mari he had on backroom streams recently? No. Playing the sort of one that he won Canadian Nationals with. So just like Neurospike UK as Mari. And this game was actually kind of really cool on the Corp side. The Corp did some really interesting stuff. Like Paul's board state really spun up. He scored an agenda during the start of turn window trigger just to fire some extra events to get a Rashida on the table. Like some really cool stuff happened in that game. I thought this was really cool. Unfortunately, on John's side, John just didn't trash the assets and spent the whole game with like one card installed and didn't do much. So it's like really cool on one side of the table, but the runner side of the table is just like, oh God, it seems like you're being bullied. Like everything's firing. I think Paul got so many triggers and this deck did its thing. Cards kept getting bounced. I think the game ends with like one installed card on the runner side, and the runner is playing like, you know, Masterwork and all this other stuff. So that's rough, but at least it was fun. It wasn't very long. Then it was the finals. And so the finals is Diogen versus Paul. And because they both played Corp on round one, they had to flip a coin. I think Paul is really happy to play Amani Sinai versus Kit, because mind you, Amani Sinai returning an Alabisomium or an Orca to the hand is game losing. Mind you, Amani Sinai bounces an installed card back to hand, and these cards going back into hand is pretty bad. And this doesn't have a lot of tech to, oh no, this deck does have a lot of tech to trash cards. It's playing Hannah and Scrubber and Fencer, if I'm not mistaken. But the coin flip goes into the PE way, which I think might be stressful for Paul, because mind you, Paul lost in the finals the last time that he was on camera against a PE deck. Same sort of idea, playing a Lat Shaper deck into PE. And this was, for the first 6 or 7 turns, such an interesting game. It was a really cool technical game. Paul is setting up. He gets his stuff on the table. Mind you, this is like Bridgman's Lat. Technically, is this linked to Wenjong's? Yeah, so Wenjong's version is like Bridgman's version. It's, again, a copy of a copy of a copy. And it's a really cool technical game. And he's setting up and he gets his breakers down. And I think Diogen feels a bit cornered. I'm going to spoil a bit of this game. John specifically didn't show his Districts deck on stream. Yeah, I think John didn't want to. I was pretty sure John was going to lock in for Neurospike, because that deck seems really, really good. And I don't think a lot of people know how to play against it. So the short of the long is, Lat is set up, and Lat has a lily pad, Lat has a simul chip, Lat functionally has 6 or 7 card hand, which means it's very difficult to do a Neurospike play. What you can do in Personal Evolution is you can score a Fuji and then do double Neurospike, which can do 9 damage. But for all that to line up is actually kind of hard. Like, I don't believe in it. It could happen, but I don't believe in it. And so early on in the game, Paul runs and steals the 3-pointer. It's a bacterial programming, and Diogen goes for a punitive, and Paul's like, wait, I can take this punitive. It doesn't matter. And he can. And Paul can, mind you, get up to 6 hand size at instant speed. But Paul runs the number, takes the first punitive, and then realizes, like, you can't punitive me again. You don't have the numbers. And so Paul steals the first 3 points without dying, which was good because he was set up. He had good enough money, and he had the simul chip lily pad trigger. And so then Diogen starts advancing the card in the remote server. He keeps advancing it, advancing it, advancing it, advancing it. It gets to 4 advancements. And then Paul's like, shit, I think I have to run that. Because if he doesn't run it, right, there's a chance it's a Fuji that will do 3 damage because of Personal Evolution's text. And then if you exactly have 2 of the Narrow Spikes, that does 9 damage. And Paul couldn't get a Stone Chip on the table so far. The deck is on 2 Stone Chip chart rooms, which can immediately draw 2. And then with Lat, Stone Chip, Simul Chip, Lily Pad, you're generally on 9 cards in hand, and they have to blow their whole load. So I think you're okay with that trade as much as you load a lot of cards. After Diogen keeps advancing the card to 4 and passes the turn, the remote server has 3 ice on it. Paul spends most of his turn drawing up. He does like Diesel into Diesel. He has like 10 cards in hand, maybe 12 cards in hand. And he's like, I have to run the remote server now. And with 3 unresed ice, this deck is like, I don't want to say exactly grinder, but it has a lot of ways to do unpreventable damage, and it can just grind you through its ice. So for instance, on the run, an enemy was rezzed. I think that's 2 damage. Not a thing you can do about that. Maganga is rezzed, and there's no way in the deck to break Maganga, so you either take 1 or 2 net damage. I believe the side game is won by the runner, so that's 1 damage. We have to go through an Anansi, and mind you, Boitada doesn't deal with Anansi too well if he didn't trash a card, and I don't think we trashed a card that turn. So a Simul Chip is used aggressively, so the Anansi's broken instead of 10 credits for like 4 credits, which is a pretty big shift. And then the card is accessed in the remote server. It's on top of a Mavirus, which Diogen reses to do another damage, and then it's an Urtica Cipher with 4 advancements. That doesn't kill Paul, but it puts Paul down at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It does 7. I think that run did 10 net damage to Paul, and Paul is left with a click left and 2 cards in hand. Doesn't trash the Urtica because there's no reason to do that. And then we pass the turn back. And I think at that I realized at that point in time, I realized like this is probably bad for Paul. That is 10 net damage on a single run. And Paul has now spent or lost every single copy of Muse, and has lost now from damage every single copy of Simul Chip. And so that's fine, because what is on the table is a DJ Fenris with the Steve. There's 1 ice on HQ. And so Paul's like, okay, be cool. And Paul runs HQ on the following turn, draws up. So he's more than 2 cards in hand, knows under now, mind you, Diogen is now bankrupt. He's on like 2 credits or whatever on very little money. On at least 2 credits, Paul runs HQ. It's a Tattoo Bola. That is the one breaker type Paul doesn't have. He lost both of his Fractors to damage. He's lost all his Simul Chips. He's lost all of his recursion. This deck has the most recursion you can have in standard, right? Like it has, well, unless you also run Labor Rights, but it has Simul Chips, it has Muses, it has DJ Steve, but there's just a Tattoo Bola in HQ. So he runs R&D. Doesn't get res. Diogen doesn't res. And he sees the next couple cards in R&D turn after turn after turn, but all he's doing is running R&D, clicking for 3 credits until finally Diogen a couple turns in gets a Tattoo Bola in R&D, runs R&D, clicks for 3 credits. And then we spend the last 5 minutes of the game, we spend the last like 15 minutes of the game just clicking for 4 credits. It is so ugly. It has gone from such a technical game of Netrunner into the fact that just through the damage, through a 10 damage burst, and the Paul just can't play the game anymore. R&D has a Tattoo Bola, HQ has a Tattoo Bola, he just doesn't have a Fractor. And so like it feels like 10 to 15 minutes go by where all Paul is doing is clicking for credits, and Diogen's also just clicking for credits. Then finally Diogen puts something in the remote server, and Paul, who now only has like 6 cards left in the whole deck in hand, runs the remote server, and the remote server is like an enemy for 2 damage, an enemy for 2 damage, a Maganga for 1 damage, and Paul just can't win the game anymore. It like ended up on Grinder because you just forced out so much like raw damage from an enemy into Maganga, and then Paul still checks the remote server, it's a Fuji. And that was the game. Congrats to Diogen. Diogen wins. The Urtica Cipher play obviously won the game, but it was just like watching a player sit there stranded, being able to do nothing for like the last 20 minutes, which means if I edit the footage, I'm going to have to like 2x speed the end of it, because it's just like someone sitting there clicking for 4 credits because they can't interact anymore. But they don't want to concede because there's a chance that there is no Tattoo Bola on the remote server and you can run it. But unfortunately, the remote server is just like the Grinder endgame, which is an enemy Maganga, which is just 5 damage. It was just brutal. It was like kind of painful to watch. The beginning of the game was so exciting, but then it was just like, oh, I'm going to do like the mixture of damage and the Urtica bait, and then the game is just kind of over. But you still have to play the next 20 minutes, which sucks because I would not concede if I was in Paul's spot, and Paul shouldn't have conceded, but there was no way out from that point. Yeah, it's rough. It's definitely really rough. Shout out to Diogen though. I think Diogen had good success from Maganga. I don't like Maganga at all because it is just the sort of grinder based card that just does uninteractive damage. I try and avoid that. But the ending was really, really rough for sure. Anyways, I have this stuff filmed. It's weird though, because the 2 games, like the first game is like super one-sided. The second game is like very, very exciting, very cool technical game. And then the ending is just like clicking for credit simulator, which doesn't look good on either side. So I don't know what to do with it. I think I will still edit it out because I think it's fine and it'll exist for forever. But yeah, at least punitive and PE goes to some extent. But congrats to Diogen who took our buy and took the CBI invite, which is very, very cool. There's a really cool play too that Paul took, which I called the disrespect line, which I think is really fun, is that on a click, Paul, there's 3 ice on the remote server. One of them is the res Anansi on the innermost, and the other 2 aren't resed. And Paul makes a click on click 1 just to run the remote server. And Diogen's like, okay, no res. And Paul says continue, and Diogen's like, okay, no res. And when Paul jacks out, and then Paul runs R&D. And it was a play just to see if we could force Diogen to res some ice on the remote server, like a big old Anansi, because it would cost him a lot of money to break, just so that if there was an ice on R&D, like a Tatubola, he couldn't afford it. And Diogen didn't fall for it, but it was so funny because all the people commenting who are watching are like, you could tell in the head to be like, what the heck is he doing? And it was just a disrespect run to see if you can make your opponent mess up. And Diogen didn't like fall for it, but it was just so funny to watch. Bravado would be good for that. Yeah, it would, but I don't think we can take cards out of hand. I think in hindsight, it came down to a couple interesting plays. Like in hindsight, I think some of the technical plays were really deciding on that matchup. I think the question for Paul is whether he could afford to play the price against PE. My guess is, knowing this is open deck lists, the deck on the corp side can go fast enough that you can be in an ugly spot if you're not prepared. But I feel like spending 1 click to trash 5 cards might be too much in the matchup, and it did come down to that. But I do think a lot of times that matchup doesn't come out to the traditional grind because that deck doesn't run Snare, it doesn't run Sting, House of Knives. So there's only so much damage in the deck. Unfortunately, Paul found just about all of it plus plus. But the price might have been an interesting play not to do. Stone Chip never hit the table. I think if you install a Stone Chip, you're totally safe against the combo. I talked to Diogen after, and I don't think he respected the double punitive could have been beaten by the Simul Chip. So if he overextended there, that would have been kind of fun for the runner. But the math didn't support that. You tend to feel better for cards HP when Steve is down. Exactly. When Steve came down, I'm like, okay, this game would be so cool if Paul went down to 6 cards left in the deck and then had Steve down and could build his way back up, which Steve can definitely do. But the problem was it was a Tatubola and he lost all his recursion and lost the cleaver and he lost the what's it called? The propeller. But Steve, if Steve could fire once, Paul would have been back in the game, but it was just the Tatubola. I hosted a G&K last Sunday and I had the TO nightmare. My venue closed hours early, so we had to run to find a new spot to finish the tournament. Oh, hopefully it worked out, Veronica. I've definitely been in that situation as a player before where we had to find somewhere else to finish it. Hopefully it went okay. Generally, people are pretty understanding when that happens. As a judge on Saturday, we got some pretty good judge calls. I think 1 game loss was awarded, which was an interesting call between game loss and like a heavy warning. And every time I judge, I learn something new that I wasn't expecting, which is always good fun. It did work out and everyone had a blast, so it's good. Thanks, Andre, for answering everything time I called for a judge. I was figured if me and my opponent went, I think this works. I was no point in guessing. You know, like, thanks for calling a judge. A lot of people are still scared or stressed to call a judge, but always call a judge. I know I was walking past people and people were like, I can see that they were like, oh, you can take that back or stuff like that. And as much as possible, this is a competitive event. You shouldn't ask your opponent. You just call a judge and the judge will come over. But I still heard people doing takebacks or like figuring things out, like, you know, through social means. And like, you're meant to avoid doing that. I saw that at the top cut too. It's like people at top tables were like doing that. It's like, no, that's not what that's for. Call a judge. It's their job to fix it. But what was the situation on the game loss? Good question. I also didn't realize that this would be a problem for a game loss, but this does come up. A player res the Lycean multi-munitions and forgot to de-res it for like 4 or 5 turns. And the runner was constantly going through this with, what's it called? Alarm clock. So what do you do? I looked at the rules. I also contacted Jeff after I made the ruling, and it's not clear whether that's an illegal board state, which is probably a game loss, or whether it's a missed trigger. We ran into something like this a couple of years ago too, where there was a barrier res on the table and the runner was breaking it with a code gate breaker. Technically, it's both players' responsibility to follow those triggers, so it's not super detrimental for one over the other. And technically, Lycean multi-munition is something that both players should have, obviously, to some extent understood was going to go the way that it did. Because it's been 4 or 5 turns and the runner's play really skewed around getting into HQ and firing Mercury, I said that was an illegal board state and that was not reparable. But Jeff said that it could have gone either way. And depending on how, like, the tier of the event structure to some extent would maybe change his decision on that. But that's a hard one to fix. I just said sorry. They still played the game out, but I was like, I can't fix that. That is a really hard thing to fix. Yeah, I think game loss is fair. Obviously, if that was like a casual event, I would be like, sorry, we'll play it out, but you have to de-res that and get a warning. Both new players unfamiliar with the card for sure, for sure. And for what I learned too, like this is a weird one, and I don't think I've seen this problem so far. I feel like black and white proxies are like very useful so people can get into the game, but I feel like the black and white proxies were hard to read. I wonder if that's also not helping. I don't know. I think that's a mistrigger on the corp and would probably result in a game loss. Yes. But I think it's technically not a mistrigger. I think it's technically an illegal board state because most mistriggers get warnings. I don't think mixed triggers usually get a game loss, but this felt like kind of irreparable. The printer resolution is garbage. Yeah, it was like kind of blurry photocopies. Like, I'm not going to complain about accessibility. I'm really glad that player came out and played. But it did make the situation harder to navigate because it was not the cleanest black and white prints. Useless trivia. Self-modifying code is a card that's survived since 1996 classic Netrunner through NSG, including card name and general abilities. Yep. Totally familiar with that one. I have a couple copies of the old one. I think it makes sense to shortcut, but I think you always call it there's ambiguity or if either player doesn't have their own previous experience with the relevant rulings. I've seen a game loss at top tables that sometimes both players know the competitive play policies with the judge rulings, but both agree what rulings would apply. I found printers do better at 70% darkness rather than 100%. Oh, that's good to share because I think that was the issue, Jeff, is the darks were way too dark. And so it was hard to read, especially when there's like, you know, obviously this texturing here in the top left corner, that gets printed not to be white. Obviously NSG has a lot of stuff to do, but like if there was a black and white cop version of this card, I would like to see it without the texturing and so that it can print cleanly. I think dropping it to 70% would help a lot because this gets all muddy because it's like black text on gray background with a texture on it. Yeah. Just give the runner a free hush, install it on LMM. It loses subroutines, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it does. It's pretty sick. Yeah, mistriggers are not game losses. That's what I looked up. It's like a mistrigger is usually a warning. Obviously those can upgrade to a game loss, but a reparable board state is often a game loss. I've saw a couple people go over MU, but luckily they caught it relatively quickly. That was reparable. Over hand size was caught too at a way that was reparable, where we're like, tell me what cards you would have discarded. Not a lot of board state has progressed, and that's okay. I also do think to some extent, and this is maybe going to get me in trouble to some extent with the rules team, is I do believe like rules are enforced differently by me from players at top tables that have more experience and players who are at lower tables who are maybe newer to competitive or organized play. I don't think the rules tell me I should be doing that. I'll admit I probably did do that. I do think there are certain things where newer players, I'm like, okay, I feel like we can fix this in a district that if it was a player who was more experienced, I'd be like, you know, you should not have had this happen. Black and white proxies caused some issues for me. It was fine, only awkward and trying to decipher the top of R&D. Yeah. Sometimes that is not the easiest, but at least all black and white cards are hard to decipher. So it's not like they're telling. I guess it depends if it's half their deck. Axie's response, you should not do that, but I get it. That's how I felt. I was like, I probably shouldn't say that I'm doing this. It's probably wrong. If NSG OP wants to tell me it's very much incorrect, I will do that going forward. But I did do that. I'll be honest. Probably not a great look, but it is what it is. Technically not an OPP, but yeah, be nice to newbies when you can. All right, you want to find out what the new game mode is? I think we're caught up. Oh, we have to do the wheel. Hold on, we have to do the wheel. Then we'll do the new game mode. It's definitely not in the rule book, but it totally happens even at Worlds to some extent. Okay. All right, I don't feel terrible. I'm not a ghoul. Wheel spinner. Ugly one. All right, let's. Which ones haven't we done? We've done criminal. We've done shaper. We haven't done anarch. We have technically done Wayland. We haven't done HB, and we haven't done Jinteki. Okay, so that means we've done criminal and shaper, which we have. They're fine. We have done NBN, which is fine. Spin. I've been waiting for years. Anarch, please. I mean, the chances are only getting better. No shot. It looks like it doesn't always court the line. That's good. Jinteki. Let's talk about our rotation recap. What is this wheel? We've been spinning this wheel every stream. And the idea is we're going to highlight a faction and then go through all the cards that are rotating and see how that impacts that faction. Certain factions I think are gutted by rotation. Certain factions are actually largely uninjured. I think Shaper will continue to do great stuff for rotation, but currently Wayland without heavy support and elevation looks to be pretty bad. And we'll figure out when Jinteki falls. The spider. Yeah, it's cool. It's been fun. Let me just go grab the string that was sent kindly by Lucy. Where is it? Bye PE, rest and piss. You think there's gonna be a new PE? I kind of think there's gonna be. How do you find a message? Okay, hold on. /n 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 B Corp. Now, it's worth noting other things will change also based off of what runners are strong. Certain factions can change in quality, that's for sure. But let's talk about Jinteki. So let's go through all of the cards, because sometimes out of faction cards matter more than in faction cards for certain archetypes. So Jinteki, shout out if you see a card that really matters for Jinteki. He gives me warm fuzzies because Timmy Wong. I guess so. I'm not going to miss it, but I'm assuming we'll get something in that space that maybe is a bit more healthy. None of this matters. None of this matters. Ward kind of matters, mind you. We've had some really strong Jinteki decks where protecting assets that can just hurt you over time matters, but we're not in that meta right now. All right, let's talk about Jinteki. Fire weaponization goes, I don't think that's important. House of Knives. I just want to shout out House of Knives for being incredibly cursed. You score this agenda in P, you just take 4 cards. You take 10% of the runner's deck away. I think that's hard not to be like, that's kind of messed up. I have died to this card before. It's very easy to forget about this. I have flatlined with this card. I think this card is really, really fun. I think this is the power level I'm okay with 3/1s being. Jinja matters for Atea. Oh, that's true. I did mask Jinja. Yeah, Jinja does matter for Atea. That's actually a good shout out. And yeah. But this card is like where I want the power level of 3/1s. You can play around them. They're not game winning, but also like they're very quite strong. I also want to shout out the original art of House of Knives is one of my favorite Netrunner arts of all time. And you barely see it. You much more often see the new one. Open Cyberfeeder sidebar and close it to rebuild the style. New update is up. Only bug fixes. Oh, thank you, Rahi. Does tend to get played with Prominent. Yeah, it did in Worlds this year. But that is the one thing you want to protect for sure. I'm pretty sure from the fan we're seeing a Nisei Mark II replacement come out. So as much as Nisei Mark II was one of the very important historical cards, it is not that big of a deal modernly. You don't even see it as a 3-of in like Jinteki Glacier. And seeing what Jinteki Glacier is going to look like in a world without Ag Infusion is going to matter a lot. Shout out to Jumon. Jumon fans like Jumon a lot. Now they play Prov Devost. I feel like I don't know who's winning there. All right, 5-3s. Bacterial programming is going. This will leave Jinteki with 1 5-3 in the format, which is Fuji. Fuji is very quite powerful, but not as game warping as bacterial programming. I think secretly bacterial programming is one of the most messed up cards in the game right now and is forcing some really strange play patterns that don't seem massively healthy. I think when this card goes, the get out of jail free button that a lot of Jinteki corps get when this is fed, and then they don't have to worry about the top of R&D and they draw 6 cards or whatever. This is gonna be a big deal. Now, admittedly, too, Punitive Counterstrike is rotating at the same time, so that card goes really well with this card, and them leaving together means that we won't have to see half the power level Punitive, half the power level Bacterial. But yeah, this card going is a really, really big deal for Jinteki decks, because this is actually showing up consistently as 6 points in just about every deck, sometimes 9 points, and it is just one of the best defensive and offensive agendas in the whole damn game. Very, very, very good. Yeah, I messed it up on JNet a lot, Ma, that's for sure. I feel like Corp runners had signature cards. House of Knives would be P. Yeah, it's so iconic. This was a 3x and Sokka's Ag Infusion. Yeah, in the Ag Infusion decks, this as a 3x makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. But a lot of the like Atea decks, stuff like that are still like scoring out 4/2s, they'll play 2 bacterial programming because it takes up a few slots. Oh, Nisei was. Oh yeah, very cool. That makes sense. I don't think that's super consistent everywhere. Obokata's been banned. That's fine. All right, here, these cards don't really matter besides Snare does. Snare is another card that's been around since 1996. It's been a direct reprint, just the name has changed. All the numbers, all the text has been the same. The influence that was added in 2012 for sure. I think this card is so iconic in Netrunner. I'd be surprised if we don't get a Snare-like card. I think Snare being in the core set was also huge for players getting into Netrunner. It was an exciting card to access, to lose games to. Understanding the threat at all runs makes this game exciting and mysterious. And when you're a new player, oh my God, is this game exciting and mysterious. Not until you get to be a jaded shithead do things change, but you got like 10 years until you get there. So enjoy your snares while you can. I would be very surprised if we don't see a Snare-like card. Whether it cares about a tag, I don't know, maybe not. That seems slightly misplaced in Jinteki, but it's doing some work modernly. Tags in Jinteki do kind of matter. But I'd be very, very shocked if there wasn't a Snare in the game. I want a Jinteki that isn't defined by 2 cards from 2012. Well, that's hard. Well, Ag Infusion. That's fine. What do we think the 4/2 does? It looks like it has more text than Nisei. I think from what we've seen, this new card looks like it gets agenda counter or counters when scored. And it looks like it moves the runner because it's clarifying in rules text where the approach is. So I'm assuming that, and it also says it looks like you can do this, use this ability only during a run is my guess. So my guess, it gets a counter and then moves the runner. I don't know if it chooses a different server, if it has Ag Infusion's ability, but that's my guess. So that this is just Ag Infusion. Snare Bear is getting renamed if we got a near print. I doubt it, but we gotta keep that in mind. Let me close a whole bunch of tabs. Look at all these cards go. Ooh, a little lizard. Big lizard. All right, let's keep going. None of this matters. Sadaka is a cool card, but it doesn't see play. Lotus Field actually does matter a lot in startup, but Ice Destruction is the thing. Thimblerig leaving just kind of is a bummer. This is like the cheap utility code gate you can play, and it's a very cool and impactful card. Losing board control and Ag Infusion makes Thimblerig's positionality matter a bit less, but moving around Ice has just been a fun thing. Whether we eventually see a reprint of something like that card that was banned, mind you, Tributary, I like the moving Ice ability. Is it Snare? Exclamation bears formally? No, it's not. Anansi matters. Now, Anansi is really weird because there's been certain metas where Anansi's been unplayable. There's certain metas where Anansi's everywhere. Some people think Anansi is the worst face check in the game. I think they're wrong. I don't think it's the worst face check in the game. I think sometimes making the corporation pay 8 credits is fine. For what it's worth too, I think in a world without Ag Infusion, the Anansi is also much less frightening because you can't make every run touch the Anansi all the time. Now, I think Anansi is one of the big ice that we ever came out that had built-in defense against all the ways that you can trick yourself around big ice. The fact that you can't boomerang out around this without getting hurt. The fact that you can't Fizzarum Entangler or bypass this without getting hurt. The fact that you can't Banharn this without it probably absolutely killing you. Like, that is very, very valuable, and there's not a lot of cards in the format that have that text. I think the closest we saw to this was Cloud Eater, which kind of had text like that, but it really hasn't shooken out. But Anansi being 8 cost is very expensive. In a world without Ag Infusion, it's still pretty good. But if you honestly ask me, I'm much more worried and I make many more decisions trying to not die to Saisenton on face check, which is cheaper, than I am for Anansi. That being said, once the Anansi comes down, it's an Anansi. Those subroutines are really good for the corporation, and that is like 4 damage usually, 3 damage if you pay 2 credits. But I'm not as scared of Anansi as everybody else is, I think, but this leaving matters a heck of a lot. Yeah, I think Saisenton is just better in a lot of face check cases. Against Banhar Tech, it's absurdly good too. Fingers crossed I died to my last snare in districts. Yeah, shout out to dying to HP snare, Patrick. That is the thing that, like, I mean, no disrespect. I think it was from a newer player too, and I think HP snare is a great way to catch more experienced players off guard, and you are evidence of that for sure. Issue with AI hate is we have lots of soft AI hate that doesn't have the subtype hammer. VSA do it better. Oh, I agree. Swordsman at least is the Jinteki version, but that's fun. Swordsman has some background AI hate. AI tech was pretty limited. I think you have so many better versions in standard right now, but understanding that this card, Swordsman, for what it's worth, was very, very important circa 2016. It hasn't really seen play in any meta deck in a long time. It does matter in startup, I think, but this was like one of the first dice I remember to be a very, very targeted tech card. The problem is the base case of 2 cost 1 subroutine is just too low compared to all the other tech cards we've seen since there. Like Wraparound is totally fine for 2 credits. IP Block, Whoredom is great. Obviously, we have a bunch of other stuff since then. Swordsman doesn't do anything in startup either. Okay, good. You can tell that to the local meta who's playing startup tonight, and they spend so much time and influence putting like 3x Lotus Field, 2 Swordsman. I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. It was in the Ag that won the NPC LA. Oh, cool. That's cool. Anansi matters though. At this point, like, I don't know what the big Sentry you're worried about. If we're putting 2 Cloud Eaters in every deck and rezzing one of them and saying it's unique, I don't know what to do with that. For what it's worth, like, I know Cloud Eater was a spoiler card on this channel, but I'm actually not super stoked about the Cloud Eater design. I feel like every time that I've rezzed a Cloud Eater, somebody goes through it and they just end up taking 4 tags. That's it. It just gives the runner 4 tags. And then if you're playing Mindscaping, that's just kind of messed up. And if you play no tag punishment, that also doesn't do anything. I haven't found this card to be more interesting than Anansi. If anything, I've found this card to be much less interesting than Anansi, which stinks. It is harder to break. It's more expensive. It's unique, but I've actually found this card again to be much less interesting than Anansi. I do also want to shout out that one of the things that I'm really worried about is the future of Sisyphus protocol, which with Anansi is disgusting because Anansi is specifically one of the few cards that you're not allowed to fire twice because you'll probably die, and spending 10 plus credits to break an Anansi twice just doesn't make any sense. I really do not like this card. I wish this card did not exist, or I wish it had power counters, something like that. So I don't get that entirely. But I do think Sisyphus is probably going to be a lot more manageable in a world without Ag Infusion that can force you to encounter a specific Sentry or a specific code gate. And again, we'll talk to Ag Infusion. This is a massive rotation when it comes to the power of Jinteki. And I think it'll leave us in a space where we don't have an obvious front runner for Jinteki Glacier, which might be entirely untenable. Ag Infusion does so much. Whether it's 17 influence, whether it's the ability to make pinhole threading or run events in general untenable, whether the fact that it makes every ice an Anansi over and over again, this is just such a brutally strong ability. It's oppressive. Sometimes it makes very interesting chess-like games where players are playing 4 or 5 turns down the line, planning their pinhole threadings, their whatever it is. But it's a very cool identity. Obviously, it's a bit over the curve. I think you could shave some influence off of it and still be fine. But this going is huge because I don't think you do Jinteki Glacier at all. The most brutal boop, yeah. People still flatline to this ability. At least they'll be the last flatline for the next 20 days. They just forget about the ability. Hey, Steven, good to see you this weekend, huh? It's interesting with Ganked or Sisyphist. I don't call that interesting. I call that, oh, I didn't know that was a possibility. I've lost the game, which I try and avoid those moments, both on the runner and the corpse side. But that's just me, I guess. I play Cloud Eater and NBN and Shipman Beal. I mean, like, I guess this is the weird thing is like so much of it, and Netrunner is like giving surprises your opponent's not ready for. And for me, when it's like, oh, I didn't see that coming, I wasn't playing around it. Oh, it did 4 tags, I lost the game. Like, I just go out of the way to avoid those situations because it makes me emotionally embarrassed on either side of the table. And I'm not correct, and I'm not saying you should do like me, but more often than not, I avoid that when I build Netrunner decks. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's changed. I used to be so excited to do like, oh, I'm going to put my HB Sysant on, but I don't know. It's changed. Thanks so much for running the event. I hadn't been out and playing a long time and had a lovely time. Glad you came out. I know you've probably been quite busy. It's good to see you too. It has been a minute. All right, let's talk about some identities. Oh, shout out to Miraju, which actually was a huge tech card for like a couple metas many years ago. PE rotating is massive. There has been so many archetypes. Just about every meta PE has 1 or 2 relatively good decks. Mind you, it almost won Worlds many times. It's been second at Worlds, I think, more consistently than any other identity. Citation needed. Maybe that just turns out to be CTM on accident, but PE has been second at Worlds, I feel like 4 or 5 times. I actually really enjoy a lot of PE decks. There's a lot of PE decks that I think are the worst Netrunner possible. I think there's a chance that PE decks are probably the thing that causes more bans on Jinteki.net casual than any other identity in the game. Some people really enjoy it. Some people can, like, this can cause you to put every card in the deck that says net damage and just hope your opponent just dies on swords and you don't have to do anything too clever. But I also think there's a lot of really cool tempo scoring decks that can make PE do interesting things and put you in hard situations. It's not an idea I would like to play against all the time, but it's a fun idea, and I've seen some of the most interesting games be against PE. I want to shout out Steven in chat, who doesn't like playing against PE and managed to match up against like 2 or 3 PE players at the tournament on Saturday, and all of them came down to accessing with no cards in hand on the last round and winning the game, and Steven was popping off. It was kind of sick. I think PE leaving actually changes the power level of a bunch of cards. People are saying shitter in chat, and that's totally true. Shout out to Dave from this weekend, to the See How They Run deck. 4-2, this thing does 6 damage in a combo. It no longer does that. So See How They Run becomes a fair bit worse when you can't guarantee another damage on this to make this a 2 damage play with a tag, which kills the end of line. Another big one, of course, is Neurospike. Neurospike Fuji does 6 damage in PE, only does 5 damage outside of PE. So having your ability have built-in damage actually really changes some breakpoints on certain combos. And a lot of these cards are going to get a heck of a lot worse. Are we going to see a home at all for Sting? I honestly don't know. Will Sting see any amount of play? I have no idea. I'm assuming we're going to need an identity ability that cares about doing damage or cares about small agendas or something like this. But there's a bunch of cards that just might not see any play at all. What identity goes out and plays a Prana Condenser? I don't know. No idea. Right? And that's because your identity having built-in damage makes this good. Maybe that means people will be less tech for it. I don't honestly know. But so much of the Jinteki card pool has to be designed around PE existing. And so we'll see either a shift immediately in elevation or over time. And I have no doubt we're left with a lot of weird cards that might not do anything, that seem pretty rough until everything else changes. Would Loud ever work without PE? My guess is no. And that's because Prana Condenser loses a lot of value. It makes all your ice, like, this is the thing, it makes everything matter a lot less. Right? Can you run through a Vampirnasa or Anemone and just take 2 net damage? Yeah. Now you can, because the breakpoints on everything are different. Now there's only 1 card in the deck that does 3 net damage when you access. Obviously you'll change the deck, but the idea is every Fuji threatens 3 net damage, 2 + 1 from the PE. And so every single threat has a number shaved off of it, and that 100% changes the matchup. It might still be possible, but I'd be incredibly surprised. This having free net damage on every paid ability window largely matters. This also changes how I play against PE, right? When I'm playing against PE and I'm not running and I have my 1 of killer in, I have to install it so that they don't score an agenda on their turn and hurt me. And that threat that you still have to play against as ZF doesn't exist anymore. This seems like such a big change, and I'm excited if we see a P type ability that's a bit more interactive and has some more nuance, as opposed to having a whenever clause. Maybe you have to like get power counters and do something with it. I'm not actually sure. I had a Prana deck in Netea with Keeling in the second server before that got banned. Yeah, but I imagine that was a Keeling thing, huh? There's got to be some sort of net damage ID. I agree. I just hope the Corp has to jump through a small hoop to trigger it. Me too. I am worried to some extent that Isawak is going to be the like, I'm playing traps, Mushin Notion, do you run it or not identity ability, which a lot of people adore playing that. I don't think anyone enjoys playing against it, which is kind of a hard thing for Netrunner balance. Like, raise your hand if you enjoy playing against Mushin Notion, or sorry, against Mitosis. I don't think anyone does. People love playing as it, but nobody likes playing against it. And I think that's a hard thing to kind of come to terms with. But the whole deck where it's just like, I don't care about, the other fundamentals of this game, which is a very nuanced game, and just make it to, not value neutral term coin flip. It's not for me, but for a lot of people, that's like the most excitement you can get the quickest without having to delve too deep into how this game works behind. Oh, people are raising their hands. Okay. All right. That's fine. That's totally fine. I'm glad you do. I don't think a lot of players do, but I think a lot of jaded players don't like it. I do like playing against it when I have tech that interacts with it interestingly. Yes. It's a sort of deck that if I have no tech and I'm playing on JNet casual, I'm just like, I'll play as fast as possible. I don't care. Reluctant hand raised. I like winning, and most of those decks just fold to good central pressure. They do. That is true. Playing in Shell Game P is fine, but it's hard to make it really sing in the context of Netrunner. It does. It feels like we're playing cockroach poker and more than we're playing Netrunner. And I don't think I like that, especially on JNet casual where I can't see my opponent. I played Mushin P when Boat existed and Startup and Corpse had no good options. Yeah, no, I get that. As like a way to attack a specific meta, that makes sense. Netrunner's find the lady, but the nerds decided, what if there was only one card and it was the lady? I only play against a 100 card PE grinder if I have a conduit in the deck. Yeah, I'll play a Stargate. I think PE rotating is like very, very, very big, not only for like, this allows you to re-identify what the entire faction is. And for what it's worth, so say that we see 2 cards or 1 identity, 2 identities for every faction. Jinteki is the one that I think I'm going to be looking at the most. And it's probably because it really needs a good identity, because it's losing 2 of its most powerful identities in rotation, which you could probably say that about some of the other factions maybe. But I think Jinteki identities have always been the hardest to design for. And we've already seen a lot of really strange Jinteki cards that just don't land at all. Without Jinteki PE, you can really reevaluate what damage looks like. You can really shift the needle here, but I feel like Jinteki IDs are all over the place. And I'm wondering if they're gonna like still be like, I think a good example of this is if you look at all the Jinteki ice, like 90% of it does damage. And how valuable is damage when your ID doesn't care about that text? And so then you end up in situations where your ice suite doesn't support other strategies, and then Jinteki gets pigeonholed, and your Atea deck doesn't make a lot of sense, if you know what I mean. Wayland's losing op functionally. Losing outfit is whatever, but that's fine. Losing ASA sucks. Losing sports medal sucks. NBN is losing NEH as Mari. That's really important. But yeah, the identities are left over are RH, Hyobu, Isawak, and Atea. That's weird. Like, that is genuinely weird. And still, Jinteki is obviously going to be a lot of people's favorite identity, which speaks a lot about like the theme and what they want to be delivering at any table. All right, Matisse banned Ag Infusion. We talked about this before. Super, super, super important identity. This is one of the other big ones changing. I'd love to see an ability like this. Wayland is losing Titan. Wayland technically lost Titan many moons ago because it's from like Max era, right? It's from Order and Chaos. I think it rotated 1 or 2 rotations out. Anyways, this going, we talked about this before. Super, super important. Oh, SSO and Jemison are rotating. Yeah, right. Great. Atea will carry. I'd be surprised. Rip Celebrity Gift, yeah, fun identity, or fun ability. This was actually one of the coolest cards to come out back in the day, where Jinteki suddenly got a playable economy operation. Notably, Jinteki did not have any economy cards, largely, if I'm not mistaken, in the original core set. And it wasn't until Celebrity Gift came out that Jinteki had a card that said the word credit on it. Is that actually correct? I remember when Celebrity Gift came off, people like popped off. So we'll say X credit, F Jinteki, and then we'll sort by release date. Literally. Wait, what? Why is it not here? Oh, because it's by system update, but that is technically true. For the first many, many moons of Jinteki, and mind you, this came out many years before, none of the cards in the Jinteki faction gave credits. It wasn't until Celebrity Gift came, which was like, I feel a while after. Let's see how old it is. But yeah, Jinteki just did not have playable economy. It was kind of their thing to be bad. But opening moves, it's actually, yeah, 1 whole cycle later. So it took a whole core set and a whole cycle for Jinteki to get a single card that had the word credit on it. I would love a celebrity gift near print. So many good memories of that card. Yeah, that card has just been too expensive, both in terms of information and clicks. I think it's a really cool idea, and it actually makes more sense in context of Hyobu, which losing this for Hyobu kind of stinks. But yeah, this was a very important card at a point in time. Wait, this means no more on-stream Jumpscare Hengeki Meridian decks? No, but we haven't had these in a while. They're all rotating. All that stuff is rotating for sure. Tricolite mattered at a point. None of this matters. Genotyping is recursion, not healthy. Mwanza going 100% the most important. Biovault matters more for Waitland than it does for modern Jinteki, but this is a card you would see in Ag Infusion decks, in NBN Glacier decks. This is one of the best defensive upgrades in the whole damn game. It is slow and expensive, which lines up with those decks, but yeah, that's fine. Tricolite going is also big. I don't think Tricolite has showed up in a very, I want to be very clear. We're talking about competitive standard play. Tricolite hasn't shown up in a very important deck. It feels like in 4 or 5 years. I feel like we have so many cards that does something like this. Like we have Moonpool. So if you want to play fast events Jinteki, you have options. So I'm not too concerned about it. Celebrity Grift. Sounds like an NBN meme coin rug pull. Shout out to Hokusai being there forever. I think this card is underplayed. Any deck that plays Daniela should just play Hokusai. Change my mind. Yeah, Tricolite hasn't mattered. Like what deck plays Tricolite? The last like meta decks that play Tricolite, I couldn't tell you what it is. Let's search. No idea. Like built to last. It just doesn't show up. Yeah, like 2023, 2024. One of this is, yeah, mind you, mitosis deck, so it needs it. But like, this is a card that you played back in like 2015, 2014 when Traps PE was big, Mushin PE was big. Yeah, Biovault is a huge loss. It's a really, really big loss. Not as much for Jinteki's other factions. Like, this is one of the worst Wayland cards to go because it kind of just kills BTL Glacier, or at least it really hampers BTL Glacier. All right. Jinteki, actually not that many cards that rotate, but the cards are really, really important. We'll go through the rest of the neutrals and the other factions, but losing two of the most important identities give context to a lot of the other cards. Losing the big scary ice that people are afraid of also quite matters, but it's like very localized. But also look at this sheet of cards. How many of these cards actually see consistent play? Jinteki, I do think might be, Jinteki and NBN, I think, at the widest range between playable and unplayable cards. Unscientifically. At least the history of the game, Jinteki cards have classically been very bad. Let's just quickly finish this up. It's big in BTL and startup where you only don't have audacity. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Tricolite mattering in certain other archetypes. None of this matters. Shout out to Pop-Up Window, the best Jinteki card back in 2013 where they had no econ cards. Click compression. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Eavesdrop Thimble Rig, lol. No. Gonna be a no from me. Nope. No. Oh, you can play Archer. Nope. Punitive matters. This actually does really matter a lot, but PE leaving also makes damage decks just hit breakpoints less consistently, but punitive is huge. Shout out to our to Darshan. I wonder if we're gonna get a card like Chrysium. Like I assume that we could get a neutral Chrysium in the upcoming set. I feel like that is an important card to have, but maybe that's a card that you want to be shifting in and out of the meta, the way to make runs unsuccessful. But there's a chance that we're in the future world that doesn't have Chrysium, that doesn't have border control. So the only way to stop runs is like actually playing run stop effects, like, Anoetic Void and stuff like that. Timely public release rotating does not do well for Atea. This card does see play in Atea and allows you to do cool tricks. So you're going to miss that. You're going to miss Jinja. So you actually do miss a lot of flick flack combo stuff for Atea, which sucks. NGO Front is a card that makes people play Saraswati. This card is really good in Atea too. This is a bummer. Now we just have Charlotte, but NGO Front is one of my favorite Atea cards. That stinks because Atea is a really tricky deck to get enough cards. Rashida matters in every Jinteki deck. There's no Jinteki deck that doesn't play Rashida. Actually, some of the Jinteki Glacier decks didn't play Rashida, if I'm not mistaken. Like Ag Infusion decks for a while didn't play it. And that is it. Yeah, RIP TPR sucks. Oh, Data Loop. Did I miss Data Loop? Oh my god, I shouldn't have gone over Data Loop. Data Loop is a very important card for Jinteki. Yeah, that's, I think, the one NBN card that matters the most. I did miss it. It's right here. Yeah, this card is actually very important. I don't care about Surveyor that much. I guess Atea does. I just haven't played against a Surveyor Atea deck, so it hasn't locked in. Subliminal for RH? Oh, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, Subliminal is really important for RH as a card that you can discard to like your Hansei and get back infinitely. Yeah, this card's very, very good in RH. Subliminal leaving also is just like going to be terrible for New Vang, but who knows? Pour one out for Enigma, Quandary, Conundrum, Homie's finally leaving. Quandary's been gone for a while, but the Enigma into, yeah, Quandary into Enigma into Conundrum has been really fun to see that our little friend grow up. That's big for 3-1 decks. Lady Liberty. Yeah, it matters more for NBN. I haven't seen Lady Liberty fire in Jinteki, I don't think, in my whole life. Startup sees a fair amount of Chrysium, but that's because we still have a trick shot. Yeah, that's true. And burners everywhere, right? We got to put a timer on where I put fries in the oven, and now I'm scared they get overcooked. Huh. Well, if you put them in the fridge, it'll like it'll the opposite of cook them. So don't worry, Axu. You can just put them outside for a bit, and then they'll uncook. Just don't do that because then they'll be raw, and then you have to do the cooking again. Anyways, thanks for joining for my TED Talk. Jinteki is actually like a really important one. I'll say this once, I'll say this every time. Jinteki is always the faction that I'm the most interested to see what the designers think they should be doing. I do think we've seen a bit of Jinteki theme, which I believe Jinteki is creating the structure or the material used for the space elevator. So maybe that means they'll have a more constructive theme and about building things. We did see the one art of the person with their mind exploding. So we'll probably still see some sort of like PsyOps clone stuff, which is good Jinteki flavor. But we've seen very little from Jinteki otherwise. That's smart. Yeah, no, it's okay. We're out here too. We anti-cook in the cold. All right, there is a meme format today. It is currently 3 hours into the stream. We're not playing it. Do I have to build a deck for this? How do I play this new format? I don't know what this new format is. What deck do we have? Oh God, it's all New Vang decks. There's no shot. Oh God, why are our decks so bad? Why do we have so many New Vang decks? Just play a good stuff deck? Okay. I'm gonna play Corp. Don't play a combo deck. Okay, good. This is a combo deck. We shouldn't play this. Play any bad standard deck. You're gonna love it. Oh shit. Okay. Can I play Op? Or is that a bad idea? Please don't play Nuvang. Actually, Nuv is good. Anything but Nuven, please. I don't want to let you hurt yourself again. It has honestly not been a healthy relationship we've had. Why do I only have bad decks here? The Jinteki Corporation represents the implication that our head exploder 2000 poses risk to the general public. Those are like the worst corps. Okay, hold on. So should I just play like Rotom PD? I can't believe Andre guessed head explode before scoops. Oh, I'm trying to go here. Should I just play Gets Up PD? Or Thunderbolt? Don't do it. Nuven is good, y'all. You just suck at playing it. I got another version of that deck list from the nice German player. I need to open it up at some point. I honestly think also the new card that we saw from the Eternal article, apologies I don't know the name, is like totally fine in Nuvang. The draw 2 for free, install 2 in Nuvang might be fine. PD is fine. Okay, I'll just be boring and grab PD. Search. You don't play a deck where you have cards that need to work together? That sounds like PD. Oh, we definitely have to go back and play BT Good to Me's deck at some point. We might play it on Thursday. I'm going to play Spin Doctors because I'm worried about the format. We'll just play this. Don't look at your deck before you play. Well, it's a PD deck. How hard could it be? All right, so new format, Turmoil. It says, the fickle winds of fate shall decide your future. FINUKA disposes. So many of those words don't make any sense. Here we go. Good luck, everyone. Where's our PD deck? Oh, panic. Panic. Probably this. This looks like normal Netrunner, y'all. FINUKA disposes. Good luck, you'll need it. All right, we're playing against Ken. 45 cards. I have no idea what the format is. Oh, sorry, I forgot to change the Cyberfeeder stuff. Rahi, how do I do it? How do I change Cyberfeeder? How do I update Cyberfeeder? Settings? Purge? I don't know how to do it. Rebuild? Yeah, that's probably it. I'll mash that a couple times. And then we'll do a control refresh. Oh, it doesn't work. I'm going to mulligan this. I'm excited to watch your reaction after the game. This hand is much better. Did the frames go wacky? It's they did some changing on JNet recently. What happened? Did we lose a card and get a swarm? I feel like every time we play a card, we lose something. Stream frames are bad? Oh yeah, stream frames are bad. Hold on, our internet's been a bit spotty. One sec. Hello, stream. Stream connection is a bit dodgy. Should recover hopefully soon. Okay, I don't think he'd understand even if he knew. I'm gonna get their sheet on the table first. See. Okay, nothing changed. Hold on, we shouldn't get diversioned. We didn't get punished for doing that. Okay, stream frames seem to be back. It's a spicy BD. Hedge fund? I'm gonna put this on HQ and this on R&D and hope for the best. I think the stream is back. It's turned yellow right now. So sorry if this is, it looks, yeah, it's back down to red. I don't know if this is gonna be good. We had some internet problems last night. It's definitely not exactly us. So far our ice is what we think it is. I'm not sure what's happening. Apologies, it's gone back down. What is that checkbox? This one? This was added recently. It means that if we install ice on top of ice, it'll allow us to trash it. All right, the heck happened? Cabinessa Wu showed up. We're bravadoing. Well, Resin Eli, I guess. Audio's still clear? Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a red meter on our outbound signal. Yeah, the video's probably pretty bad. Oh yeah, the pronouns lost a slash. Huh. The Ken was the original runner, yeah. FINUKA did something about this. Sorry, the quality is still, we're fine. What is, is she changing her ID? Oh yeah, yep. And visuals are clear. Simply a frame rate situation. Yeah, my OBS is yelling at me. Play greasing? When did we get that? Did we have that in our hand? Yeah, we definitely should have played it. We'll see what happens. Bin turned to social engineering. We're now in a seer. Wait, why is she changing and we're not? FINUKA disposes. So this is Nasir. Whenever you encounter a piece of ice, lose all credits. So in theory, we're not incentivized to res our MIC here. I really do wish we played the greasing. I'm not running until Nasir gets FINUKA'd. Better lucky than good. Why is the internet so bad? I'm sorry about this. We don't seem to... Why did she play another Earthrise? Why did she do that? Do your cards change when you play cards? If FINUKA disposes the frames. Okay, it's a bit greener now. I don't know what causes the change. She's been changing consistently start of turn. We've changed one card in her hand. Earthrise is unique. I don't know whether she realized that. She might have tried to get a second Earthrise down. Okay, that tracks. Career fair. The source. Okay, so advancements on all cards is increased by 1, but it costs 3 credits to steal a card. When agenda scored or stolen, this is an annoying card. I wonder if the cards on the table are going to change too. ID firing? What do you mean, Brennan? Oh, the first time your ID fires, it changes? So we have to score an agenda to leave PD? Is that why not to say combo deck? But then she didn't hit the Cabinessa button. So if we res the MIC, she loses her turn. Kat, I'm doing well. We're trying to figure out what the heck this format is. How are you doing? So this will give her 2 credits, but we protect Rashida. I think that's a fine trade. That was a good Nasir. Her turn is cooked though. Continue to? I'll pre-res this. Res being lowercase still gets me plus 2 credits. Los Pog. Why did that happen? I like Errand Boy. I ironically enjoyed Errand Boy in the format. Unfortunately, we have nothing to put in the remote server. I still don't understand anything. Okay, we probably do credit hedge fund. I really wish we got our thing on the table. Is this an April Fool's change? Yeah, Sleeper, you can opt in. It's the April Fool's format that I think NB Kelly worked on. So we want to set up the remote server. Border control MIC is pretty good. This ice is like, okay. Border control, can't feel bad about that. So let's see if Lucy changes her ID. You got reverse infection, that's good. Yeah, okay, let's say that. Yeah, I like Errand Boy a lot. It's just a fun card. But she was a Ken deck, and now she has SMC. Nasir, holy shit, that's gaming. So Nasir says when an ice is res, you lose all your credits. So on approach, you can crack the SMC. I feel like Lucille might want to face check there. Just to SMC into a breaker and then get the money back. I don't know if the deck is different. We've been drawing our deck. What is the FINUKA thing? I don't know. But Steven, when you start the game, it says something about the fickle fins await, and then it just says in caps, FINUKA disposes. What the fuck do I install? That's... Oh, wow. The deck has been FINUKA'd? Our deck hasn't been FINUKA'd yet. We've only FINUKA'd our hand. When can I find the rules for April Fool format? I don't know. We're learning them on the fly. I don't know what the rules are. Does FINUKA stand for something? Fickle fins away. Shibboleth? Okay. So she could have done that in Nasir and she could have got some gatekeeper credits. I don't think we care about this run. We're going to just let the run through. If we res, we give Lucille money. Give me Nasir money. Never. She also can't even steal agendas because of the source. Like, this is a text that's active. This card is 2 influence. It's a neutral card. There are no rules where you're going. Oops, all into. Shibboleth is like definitely an okay touch. But if the whole deck is random cards, like what is her game here? Okay, we need to remember our hand because I'm pretty sure our hand is going to change and it doesn't tell you what's changed. Nasir Sim's awful. SRN, how's it going? If you build a Nasir deck, it's definitely not tier 1, but you could build around it with a lot of abilities that allow you to duck and move credits. It's very fun. It has never been amazing, but Nasir without card support is genuinely awful. Reveal all cards in HQ 4 and 2 clicks. Yeah, great. At least you get to see Criminal doing work. That's a silhouette. I mean, okay. So not every card. Sweep. Our archives is staying. I think we'll put a drafter in R&D. And then IRS cares about bad publicity. This is a cheap little code gate. And then Bloom says you may install a piece of ice from HQ. You may install a piece of ice from HQ. That's bad. Yeah, Nasir was definitely playable. You would play things like personal workshop, so you could offload credits. Imagine Paula's Cafe. So at instant speed, when they res the ice, you would dump all your credits, and then you'd get money back. It had some limitations, like you were dreading running into like a pop-up window, which was playable at Nasir time. It was like not an off-meta card. But if you res into a toll booth, you gained 8 credits on a lot of board states. Like it's feast or famine. Yeah, Order Sol was really good too, which said when you run out of credits, you gain a credit whenever you hit 0. So you actually made money. Because this says first lose credits, so then you gain a credit, then you gained extra credits. Honestly, not bad. Yeah, Nasir was Personal Workshop. You played Personal Workshop. You played Clone Chip. Ooh, Errand Boy. So this is where the pressure is. If we res Errand Boy, she gets 3 credits. Let alone when we res this, she could like figure out a way to use credits. I'm not gonna res any of these though. I just don't want to give her money. Yeah, it honestly like had a build. It just probably wasn't as good as Generalist Shaper and was a bit flimsy. This is the IRS. Not going to be good for us. We just need to get an agenda. I wonder if the agenda cards are locked to agenda type cards. So we have IRS Bloom. If these cards warp, if they get FINUKA, we're totally happy. I mean, yeah, okay. Holy crap. This is a campaign card from the terminal directive. If it's access from R&D, the runner must reveal when the runner accesses Trojan, lose 2 credits, trash a card from HQ at random, and destroy Trojan. Ignore this ability, the runner accesses Trojan from archives. Holy crap. This is a bad card for us. We need to get this into the discard pile. Sagittarius, this does trash a program. Card types don't seem to change. Yeah, it does look like, oh wait, we have 6 hand size. Ugh. So we're probably gonna be able to draw into like Tota Shane and Lieutenant, whatever her name is. VK, this is the it's called Turmoil. It's the April Fool's mode. We have no idea. These are programmed to JNet. I honestly have no idea. There's a chance they're not. There's a chance there's gonna be old cards that have no programmation because they just rotated before JNet existed. Like a couple of the cards in you see in the ESL don't even have automation. Source got pawned. Okay, she's in the money now. So now face checking, she'll lose money. Yeah, this is wild. I don't know why this doesn't have art. There was a whole series of these, one for every faction, that the trace, if you boost it into sufficiently, it just fired the effect. Class act. Okay, dirty laundry. So she's probably not gonna make a successful run here. Nasir me. So if we res errand boy, this is whenever. So if we res gatekeeper, she loses the dirty laundry credits, which is worth the credit differential, and then we can gatekeeper. Yeah. So this will put our 3 credits, which is not enough to break it. Okay. So now she gains 2 credits, but she loses the dirty laundry, so we're fine with this. It does res the gatekeeper, which is good. And so we both get to draw a bunch of cards. I would love to hit ADT here and see what we get. Now those errand boys has to hold up. No free lunch. Oh wait, she can get through this. That's very expensive. Okay, fine. Eli 2, bad Eli. Much worse than Eli 1. Did not hit the Trojan. That's pretty good for us. Would have been a disaster. Oh, fuck. We lost one of our 4-2s and got this 4-2. And that's all that happened. So if we do install advance, border control is not bad. Like this is where it's cool. Nasir like makes credits. If she can dump her credits, install a breaker and run, it actually is like an interesting ability. Because if we res the border control, well, we can crack the border control right away for what it's worth because Nasir is on encounter. So this puts us at, we want an econ card. We can click for a credit here because we res this for 4. We can do triple advance next turn. I don't think we're going to jam. I think that's fine. We just need to get our money up. The heck? This is a draft identity. You have more Shaper cards installed than any other faction. When you install a card the first time each turn, draw a card. There was one draft set where there actually was identities for each of the factions. This was the best runner by a mile because it was very easy to fire this. She can fire this, but this was just a free card draw a turn, which in draft is just busted. The Anarch one was about the top card of your heap, so it actually cared about ordering your heap, which was a rule. And then the Shaper one, the criminal one was like tag based, I think. You have an econ card, Market Forces. Okay, I should have been more specific. Oh, wow, she has 14 credits. Now Nasir is not a problem, but we don't have Nasir anymore. The Jinteki one wasn't Jinteki moving ice? The Wayland one was busted. It was just like free advancement on ice, which was just like scaled really, really well. Because you drafted Wayland ice, and it was just like ice wall forever go. I think the HP one was recursion. I think the Jinteki was ice position now, right? She might be happy to be on Nasir when she's on 14 credits, but let's see if she has a way to deal with the server. We just need to keep 3 credits. So if board control fires, we can still like bankrupt ourselves firing an ADT. Yeah, I don't remember the Jinteki one. Swift, okay. This was a Ken deck, so could still have deep dive. If we fire a drafter, we can get a sweeps back. Oh, and our bin changed. We have a Svigator. So here the border control actually fires, which is good. So we only pay 2 credits, which will do that for sure. Otherwise, we lose the agenda. That's a good server in any format. And then ideally, we can discard the Trojan because, like, I don't want that. Actually, holding on to it could just change, right? Like, we could go get a Rashida. It could be a Rashida. This makes me miss you had 3 credits. That was so tilting. Oh, Pretty Mary. Does she have multi-axis, though? Throw in another Ace Hops. Okay. Okay, it's Lily Lockwell now. So we have all these tag cards. Managarm is definitely good. We could score this, get back sweeps week. Oh, we lost our sweeps week. Wanted the sweeps week back. So we can go get back a fully op. Let's see what happens. I don't like these lowercase words. So we'll do ADT first. We look at the top 5. It's a Brasilia government grid, a ubiquitous VIG, a Reaper function, a Rover algorithm, and a Project Atlas. Oh, glee. I wonder if the agendas care that the 3-2 becomes a 3-2 or a 2 becomes a 2. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. I mean, we take the Atlas, don't we? We have to reveal it, right? Yeah, we have to reveal it. Add a card from archives. Okay, so we'll just take the fully op at a minimum. And here we'll discard. I'm going to hope the market forces become something better. We definitely don't want ice, so I'll get rid of the Eli. And I think the Lily Lockwell is a bit underwhelming. All right, she might be able to get in here. She has to deal with border control MIC, which is also really expensive. If she steals 2 points, I don't think we're super upset about it. And then next turn, we'll probably like do Mana Garm fully op. We also could have maybe kept Lily Lockwell and then Lily Lockwell while new server fully op. Atlas train at PD. I do not know how we're going to get enough advancements on that because we know the next 4 cards. But what's really funny is the next 4 cards might change if FINUKA disposes, which I'm not sure what's going to happen. I think I heard we can change sides too. I think someone said that they became the runner suddenly. Shit, it's a puffer. This thing you can click to give it power counters and we're high stakes jobbing. Holy crap, that is so good. So this is what early Bravado looked like, and it was unplayable. It costs 6, but it gives you 6. You have to make a successor run to get the money, though. And on 2 credits, we can't res this. So very, very good that she pays 2 to gain 4 and an access. Continue 2? Sick high stakes job. Oh, hits our 4-2 too. Good hit. Sick run. Very good run. The question is when you put an upgrade, what do you think it is? Like, who knows? Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. We're going to lose to that. She can outbreak the server. So our hand didn't change too much. So we need a Mana Garm. This is 2 credits. This is a couple more. 5. So it's 7 credits, and we can force another. So Mana Garm is probably okay. We know the top cards of the deck, we're pretty sure, so we don't really need to fully opt for card draw. If we do Brasilia, we don't have a good... Yeah, it seems good. Because we don't have a virus consistently. We need to get an ice on archives. So I think we're just going to put in a Mana Garm, an ice here, and then we're going to fully opt. Because we can't let Amakua get away. Fine. 3 credit econ card, fine. The top of the deck is totally safe as well, and HQ is now a liability. This server is really soft to Amakua, but it's expensive. What happens if you play Turmoil with open deck list? It's like totally useless. This is bad. I think we're going to lose 2 points here. I don't think there's much we can do about it. Lost the turtle, gained the turtle, FINUKA's generous disposition. She's giving us money? Whoa, we love money. Wait, I like money. So this is still really expensive because you have to boost and then you have to break. So it's like 5 credits. And then Mana Garm becomes tricky. So we have an option, but it will be a bit destructive. With PD, we don't mind the border control, but sorry, that was on me. Sorry. We really need to make this awkward. So she's spending 5, which means if we res the Mana Garm, she can double click or pay 5. She'll probably double click so that she can trash the Mana Garm. Otherwise, if we track the border control here, she has to run back. Then she runs back and then Mana Garm holds. So we probably should border control here. Because then the Mana Garm MSC holds back. Unless she has an inside job, she runs back. She has to spend 5 for this. And then she will neither have 2 clicks or enough credits. Oh wait, no, it should be on 3 clicks. So she can run back, pay 5, and then double click the Mana Garm and the Mana Garm stays. I think that's worth it. Yeah, trash be here for sure. I was just doing the math. She can still click through the Mana Garm, but it's ugly. How's it going, by the way, Changeling? I think she had 1 credit when she did the SMC, so she didn't display the turtle as an option. Yeah, she did it very low. I don't know what she was getting for 1 credit in the deck. There's mostly criminal cards, mind you, so Jamie Bismicken is not firing. All right, so this is going to at least trade her whole turn for 2 points, which like is probably fair. Just checking in on my lunch break. Hey, enjoy your lunch break. This format's wild. I don't know the rules yet. We haven't been like super hit by it. Now she has to break all the subroutines because if she doesn't, the MIC, the Mana Garm, but she might not think this is a Mana Garm. This could just be garbage. It might be in her best interest to just go get Amakua counters. What does Puffer break? Oh, it breaks Iron Boy for 3, but so does Amakua. Yeah, we can trade the whole server for 2 points, but I don't feel good about that. Not at all. Do it up. So she doesn't have an obvious pawn. I think she can pawn the Swift. Let's see if she gets a run-based econ card or just an econ card here. But then she can't click through Manny, so it's going to be hard. Moshing, okay. Hitting a Nanook, a Mobius, and a Heliemperor. All right, that's definitely a pile. But hey, Moshing does not care. Now if we score Managarm, we'll go, sorry, the Atlas will go get back a fully op and the border control and just chill. Top deck Seamless Launch would be sick, but I think we know the type of the card on the top of the deck. Wow, that's alarming whenever that happens. We have a Titanium now. Holy crap. Titanium? Trade the Architect deployment test, blow out the Amakua. Again, we can just res this for free, which is a big surprise, and this will just win the game. I don't think we need to get it here. We could. We could get this here. Click for credits. We can no longer put Vig out. We could put the Titanium here, click advance once. Your ID changed? Oh my god, it did! This is a horizontal ID. It's from NAPD. It's a multiplayer format. There's no way this has rules. Before you first turn install up to 5 cards, it doesn't do anything. Oh my god. Yeah, so this is... We are the bureau. We are the multiplayer format corporation identity. Click the ID. Doesn't do anything. Neat. I think we can do the Titanium. We could advance this once would be good. It didn't flip. Oh, is this meant to flip? You draw a starting hand of 10 cards before taking your first turn. Wait, why can't I click this for 3 cards to draw 3 cards? Wait, I should be able to click this. Yeah. Can I do that? Sorry. Oh, I can't flip. It's on the flip side. So hold on, what's the text on this thing? Let me get out of here. I have to like dodge all these cards. Okay. So the backside says the first time the runner initiates a run each turn, force the runner to lose a credit for each agenda point in their score area. Then you gain a credit for each credit loss, gain 3 or draw 3 as a click. But I can't flip this identity. Have a blank ID. Oh, that's annoying. I was going to PD this turn or next turn. Catch you on the flip side. Oh, a click for 3 credit button would be cracked. I wonder, you can't roll the back, I don't think, naturally. Rashida on the ID, it's or. So it's not Rashida, it's not and. All right, I think the Thallium is going to be pretty good. So I just want to make sure we did that right because we tried to take a click away. We start with 7. We installed event. No, we should be on 6. Wait, we should be on 5. Because we're on 7. We install. We're on 6. We advance. We're on 5. We click for credit. No, we're on 6. Okay, I did that right. On 7, install, credit, advance. So -1. Planogram on ID. There you go. If you flip biotech, you might be able to roll the backside. 2 clicks to draw and install Rashida. Yeah, I guess. Awning the Swift, there, she has credits. So if she wants to run this and we can res the Tithonium, it's going to be pretty bad. She can lose the pawn job. She can lose 2 breakers. This card was banned before Arasana was released. At the same time Arasana was released, because this, I forgot this says text that cannot host cards. So Boomerang, I don't know. Fuck, that's so good. Make a run. You may jack out when you counter the first piece of ice. This is a reprint for Moedar. So if we res the Tithonium, oh, that's so frustrating. Huh. So we res the Tithonium. She just jacks out. It costs us 2 points. I feel like we can't do it. So otherwise the MIC, she can go through. She can pay 5. Then if we trash the MIC, she has to pay all her money for the Managarm. I think we just res the Managarm and keep the server. I don't want to res this for no effect. I think trading a 2-pointer for a 2-pointer is probably not the play when we have this 2-pointer. Oh, it actually might be the play. Oh, this is expensive for her. She's going to jack out. Okay, so if we res the Managarm, we can force a click from the MIC. If we force a click from the MIC, she has to pay 5. So the worst case scenario here is she pays 2 clicks and then she spends 3 credits. She spends 2 clicks and she spends 3 credits, yeah. And so then she's on 2 credits, but we have a remote server that's still pretty good. We're not drawing an agenda anytime soon. I don't like this, but it is the camp we live in. We could technically protect the mana guard by trading the MIC, but MIC is just fine on its own. Losing our identity ability is really bad. If we had our ID ability, we might have actually just scored next turn. With no blank ID, I don't think we want to score a blank 3-2, but that might be right. Nah, it's good. It's all good. This card saw no play. It's fun how that actually is annoying, though. But in a format like this where the face checks are like totally random. That's good. I don't want to install Advanced Ubiquitous Vig because it's pretty bad. And we don't want to put it on the table uniced because that's also pretty bad. So I think we just put the Kali in the server and click for 2. And wait for these cards to ripen. Does FINUKA mean something? First time? No. What is FINUKA? I'm still not understanding the rules in which my cards change. It looks like her cards are changing more drastically than ours. Our installed cards are not changing. This means we can top deck a 3-2. I think the next card we're touching is an operation, but I've forgotten it. It's a reference to a Jack Vance novel. Carpe Diem HQ. Oh, cool. What is the reference about, Quidwa? Amphirio. FINUKA disposes. Uh-oh. I did it wrong again. Okay, she is running. So we res the errand boy. We don't really care about this axis, so I don't think we're going to res here. But if we res the errand boy, we spend 4, she probably spends 3. It's kind of risky to draw into this, but I'd rather keep her money. Just got back from lunch, and I assume this is an April Fool's mode, 100% gyro. Yeah, we have no idea what we're playing too. So this just makes her spend 2 credits, which is good. I don't think we're going to see an E shutdown. An E shutdown would be really, really bad for us. It might randomly roll into one of the new cards. Wow, imagine it does. What about there's a chance that there's one spoiler card in there? That would be kind of sick. Because the chance of someone finding it is super unlikely. Oh, fuck. We drew over algorithm. Draw. We have so many forfeit cards. We no longer have 6 hand size too, which is like kind of upsetting. I don't think we can do tempo damage. I think we just play like a draft and we just click for credits. FINUKA disposes. We're getting anatomy of the fibula. Paizo people? Christian and the Lyonese trilogy? Not sure I know what that is. Honestly, Tron, I wouldn't be like shocked if there's one card in there because it'll take like a lot of people a lot of time to find it. Because there's no way to put in your deck, so you have to randomly roll it out of the whole card pool, which is like 2,000 cards. That would be a really sick spoiler. Honestly, if they didn't do it, they should do it. Try in quotes. Yeah, I probably should actually. Blind Googling strange word live on stream. Exciting. Yeah, I hear you. So we res this errand boy. We'll have the errand boy resed, which is important for this. And then if she breaks this, she can't break all of the gatekeeper. So I think we can afford to do this now. Just see what this errand boy is up to. I'm so confused. I have no idea what's going on. Our cards change randomly. Our ID changes randomly. I do not know what the condition is. Rovering the gatekeeper seems okay. Oh, it's not terrible. I'd rather rover the MIC. I feel no, but we want to trash it. Yeah, that's I like this one. Oops. This is a Doyle? No. Alexander Douglas. More hands though. Yeah, that'd be a really cool way to do a spoiler. I agree. I hope that it actually is in there. New players might not even notice it's a new card. Yeah, I know. Lightning Spiral feels bad, doesn't it? Which means now you bounce off the gatekeeper. Right? Cool card. Wayland had a sentry problem, mind you. There was no playable mid-range Wayland sentry. I'd argue that there still isn't. All right. Rework. I feel like we shouldn't play that. Nico campaign, though, we'll definitely play. It just sucks to put all our eggs in one basket. We also drew Defense Construct, one of my favorite pieces of art. Got this on the Nationals playmat in top 8, but just such a bad card. Rover, the errand boy, that's also kind of fun. Oh, shit. We're PD again. We got 6 hand size. What's the chance of that? That is sick. We got most of our text box back. Shame we didn't get the good part. I hate to lose all of this, but it's actually really expensive, and we'll Tithonium her board state. She runs this. ID power creep SMH. Winchester's a good mid-range sentry. It is. And Winchester didn't see a lot of play back in the day, but Winchester... Okay. Okay. Taking 2 turns in a row. We should have sabotaged. Are we ever going to go back? Like, should I just sell your board? I know what the ice is. The heck is going on? Are we ever going to get transposed back? But like, there's a chance it's a loner. What's the chance I play every turn from now on? You win if runner wins? Yeah. Fuck. So does anybody remember what this was? What was this? This was a drafter, right? So we have to click puffer and then we can jailbreak our Indian win. It's the first time I've seen it in like 5 games. Okay, so I think it's not going to happen. Hit employee strike, no shot. This is a drafter. So I'm going to click the puffer, which saves us 2 credits. Watching the Jinteki review now. Good luck in the game. Thank you. It was a Tithonium. Yeah, it was. It was so good. Yeah, this was the drafter. So I think we're just going to jailbreak and click through the Eli. We're Liza too. So we have paper tripping and lawyer up and we're Liza. We'll add a power counter and then we'll just jailbreak with full information. Must have played Rebirth. Res your drafter for 3. We know this is a Nico. This is a Cali testing. Locking the top of the deck is good. Easter egg, it doesn't do anything. Drafter, great. Break for 2. Good killing. Eli will double click. We have no other option. This is cool. To like flip the board state. So we'll draw a card. Class Act fires. Yusuf is a fractor. I don't want to do that. Dadjana, though, is a total liability because we're playing Tag Me. So we'll bottom the Dadjana. Hasty relocation. Seems good. We took Eliza tag and drew 2 cards. Cyberfeeder's working. We have to discard some cards. So high stakes job we can do on archives next turn. Console's worth something. Rabbit hole we don't want. An employee strike might be relevant. Lawyer up is actually probably pretty relevant eventually. She does have market forces, doesn't she? Or did it get changed out of her hand? We might actually get market forced here. That would be pretty bad. That's pretty bad for us. No, this probably won't matter. I know she has a market forces. Yeah, actually, you're right. But like, we have to touch cards to win. Maybe it gets changed. FINUKA gets rid of the market forces. We're good. Squares show no points. Yeah. I don't think JNet is built to change sides. Okay, no, she has the market forces. That's pretty bad. Disappear for a few minutes to grab a shower and have no idea what's happening. We FINUKA transposes. I wonder if she should have held that. So we know our archives is a 4-cost barrier. We can just always run R&D. She drew a hasty. Maybe we can run R&D for 2 credits. Play strike. The world is yours. Greatest runner play of all time. That's fine. We just need to make 1 good run on R&D. That's all we need. If we run archive, she spends 4 credits, which the Nico campaign does recover from, and we can never run this because she can res it for free. JNet text boxes are broken. I'm not sure if I refresh Cyberfeeder the way that we should have. Oh. Sable. Where's our mark? Archives. Okay. So archives is the mark. This is an envelope. It does 1 damage. I want a high stakes job really bad. Yeah. Would have loved more cards. Some archives. So we can just do run R&D, pay 2, click Eli, see a single card win. I bend it. That's an option. Refresh was done well. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you, Rahi. This is Turmoil. Yeah, yo, Jakub, how's it going? We started the game as a corp deck, and now we're winning. I'm worried it's going to switch back. I was waiting for you to roll a good ID, but get a blank ID. Yeah. I don't know how often a good ID is going to line up. with a good board state and for that to be worth. Like, what good ID is there? Like Ag Infusion? You have to trash your ice to send us into an errand boy? Like, who cares? I'm not convinced that will matter. So we can go for a single. We can click for credits. We'll just draw once. It's fun. Oh, I hope we keep that. So we know there's no agendas in hand. 100%. Roll CI while broke. I think we just do credit. Because we need to play day job next turn. Hopefully we don't lose it. So we can run here and click, but then we need to start a turn on 2 credits. We can run the MIC. If we inside job the MIC, she's forced to res the Tithonium. The problem is that we need 2 credits to deal with Nico. So we could do credit, inside job this remote server. If she pops the MIC, we're happy. I think we have to take down her Nico. I think we do credit, inside job the remote. Such bug. I started as a corp, now I'm a runner. Yeah, her having money is pretty bad. We know this is an upgrade we don't have to deal with. And if she reses the Thonium, we just jack out and she forfeits an agenda. If she pops the MIC, we're happy too. So this just denies her 6 credits in a card draw. The internet's bad again. I don't know what's going on. We've had this problem yesterday too. Sorry if you can't hear me as well. Something's going on. We have to look into it. We will never financially recover from this. No, we'll do credit day job in a couple turns, but neither will she. It's so funny when you swap the board state and then you're like, oh, that's a Tithonium? How close did I get? If she pops the MIC, we're really happy because we can still day job. Yep. I'm actually okay goading her into popping the MIC. Not that we're going to be able to break the Tithonium anytime soon, but I like the rather day job here. She wants to trade the MIC for 6 credits on a card draw. That might be fair. Appears to come from info. Yeah, Avatar. That's what we've been told. I did a bad job Googling it. Okay. We'll trash that. This is a calibration testing, which costs 2 to trash, and we'll just end our turn. Ideally, we FINUKA into the front side of Hoshiko. Oh no, into Ian. No, there's no good FINUKA here to give us credits. But she has some work to do on agendas. And we know the hand is like 3 bad operations. At this point, they might be changed. She can fast advance a 3-2 here, but that still costs like 5 credits. And it's very unlikely to get a 3-2, let alone a 3-2 with relevant text. Poncha Shibboleth day job. I don't know, the Shibbo deals with the gatekeeper. I want to keep our options open. It might not be terrible though. Sable, R&D. So we can't do credit run R&D. Nuke of roll like is this anything? I just think we click 4. We can do credit fire 1 of drafter, but we probably need to fire 2 of drafter. So we do credit run. We can't click through Eli. Big Turtle deals with gatekeeper. It does, but there might be more code gates. It actually might be fine to pawn this and just run our like day job this turn. It saves us like, I don't know. I feel like the Shibboleth is fine. We need to be able to break MIC. I don't know if we're gonna get to 4 counters that quickly. Like I think the speed of the game, this is an okay turn. Would be rough if she just gets like a retribution out of nowhere or self-growth. Oh, she's RH. That's good text. That's actually pretty good generalist text. That's a credit a turn. And we know archives is a barrier. What would be the best ideas to bring into Turmoil? I'm not sure. I think you do want to play generalist. Like I don't think you want to play a 54 card new bank deck or an op deck because then your combo cards fall apart. So just like generalist ideas are good. So like a Hoshiko deck is fine. Andy is really good. Yeah, Valencia would be good. Anything that starts with the active text that you don't care about. Oh, she got money. She got a hedge fund. Upgrade on R&D. That's frightening. She didn't score out though. So we can day job here. Kept the day job. Got a Persephone. Holy shit. We can Persephone errand boy. We can win by a mill. Whenever you pass a sentry, you may trash the top card of the stack to trash 1 card from the top of R&D for each subroutine on the sentry resolve. Okay, we just need to not lose this to FINUKA. That's incredible. Just keep this in our hand. We drop it and we run errand boy 3 times. And then she has to mill 9 cards. And she can't draw with errand boy because she'll also lose. Wait, that's amazing. Mill 9 win instantly? Just about. It turns out RH. This is also 2MU, which is a bit of a bummer. So we're going to have to like either install our doppelganger or pawn No matter what, we have to pawn something. We'll pawn the shibboleth. No, we might as well pawn the puffer because we're not going to afford the MU because this is a 2 MU card. Roll HQ mark. We're not going to make a successful run. Yeah, it's ace off's the puffer, I think, for MU. And then we can run HQ. We could have done it that turn, actually. It might have been right not to day job, just to like sell the puffer, get it down and run. Hopefully we don't lose this. I don't know what the rules are. But the deeper she gets into the deck, the worse it is for her. Because she doesn't consistently have spin doctors, right? Please don't lose a Persephone. If I lose a Persephone to FINUKA, I'm going to be so upset. Yeah, we could have done it that turn, I realize in hindsight. Because we have to pawn a program anyways. That is great. Is Aaron a code gate? Aaron boy, how's it going? Russell is a sentry. 1 cost sentry. Or 1 strength sentry, sorry, 4 cost. Show me a negotiator. Cool, cool. Keep the Persephone. Piss and shit. No. Oh, we should have done it. What are the rules? Oh, that is so sad. I cannot express how upset that makes me. Oh, FINUKA gives, but FINUKA takes. No, we should have just pawned it. We've been holding a lower up for 7 years and it gets rid of our Persephone. On the 1 turn, it does something. FINUKA. Envelope is 3 strength, I think. Yeah, bummer. So we run HQ and then we high stakes job archives, I think. Yeah, that sucks, FINUKA. I open stream and see puffer. I close stream. Ian, we almost had a Persephone win. So this, we just let this fire. We don't care. We break Gatekeeper for 2. Then we high stakes job archives. And then that's how we get Turtle going. Ah, FINUKA. I don't care about this. Our puffer's been good. Imagine breaking Drafter for 2 credits. Don't look at the Amakua. What's the FINUKA lore? I have no idea. I've been told that it has to deal with Empyrea, which is like a sci-fi novel. Credit then draw. Ooh, we can access an Agenti. Who or what is Mimic? No idea. Never seen that card. I don't want to let the shuffle happen. Grid. Yeah, okay. So we touch this with low money. She gets turn extra clicks. I should have showed that longer. This card's fun. I've actually played decks with it. I think Solomir published a deck with this. It was actually pretty good. There's the envelopment. So we're spending money. So now we can break this for 1 and we have Amakua server. This has 2 subroutines? Oh, yeah. Look at that. I'm going to keep our cards because our cards are random cards and random cards are good. This is the 2nd high stakes job this game. We found the Reaper function. The cards and archives have been changing pretty wildly. We're now at 4 strength. We can run this remote server, I think. Tithonium is what, 5 strength? 5 strength. Okay, so Mavirus eats us, but what's the chances of Mavirus? Low. The archives text box might be a cyber feeder bug. I'll investigate it. What do you think wrong? Like the numbers coming out? Stock buyback isn't terrible here. No, it's pretty good. Wait, is that what she had in hand? I don't remember what we accessed. No, we accessed Mwanza. So we get blown out by Mavirus. She has a Mavirus. Yeah. It's a Cyberdex fire. Sweet. That's fine. She still has to give away 2 points. But we're going to lose our rig. So it is actually there. This is a Mavirus. It was a neutral Mavirus, pre-Mavirus, the net damage text. So Tithonium is going to fire. So I'm pretty sure that's bad for us. I can't believe we had a Persephone. There's a chance that we'll roll it again. You have no close. You have no idea what FINUKA took away from us so far. It's been pretty wild. So we lose our whole board state. She does lose 2 points though. I think high stakes job is overweighted. What do you mean? I know. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, we could have gone for the mill win. So we are left with just a puffer, which means there's still a chance we can run R&D to win. Sounds like more of the folks in the Omaha Stakes call center. Sorry. Cali testing, single advance. So the advancement has to be worth a lot. Show of force. Oh my God, we almost flatlined. We actually took an envelope damage. We would have died. No, she's bankrupt. She has to score out. She's gonna get one card from RH, but we're in a bad spot. Please roll something good. Oh my god. That was pretty good. That was genuinely pretty good. What do we break envelopment for 4? Ugh. She can win with 11 cards in RD. For sure she can. Well, money matters, so we have to turn off archives every turn. So running R&D here might be fair, that we just run R&D, click 1, and then double click. I think that's actually best for us. We can keep this card in hand. If it FINUKA's a FINUKA's. Install it so it doesn't leave. I don't think it's actually going to matter that much. Like, we just need to rip one card here. She definitely has an agenda in hand. Where did the tag count text go? It's broken because we swapped sides. It actually might work if I go like out and then back in or something, but it's because we swapped sides and JNet's going to be a bit weird there. Yeah, everything broke when FINUKA transposed, but like I don't expect JNet to work if you shift your board state halfway through the game. What uses fan site? Yep. Doesn't matter, we win. Okay. Now that's a bad draw. But I think we need her to deck out. But that is a bad draw. That was probably one of them viruses. Sell your fan site to an artist colony. I'm hoping for what's it called? A data dealer, if anything. But this will just become something. Oh man, the Persephone would have been so cool. We're gonna keep the Kurap here so it rerolls. This format's strange. I'm into it though. Can she score out before the end of the game? Yeah, she can. Next turn, she does install advance. She's on 5 credits. RH is worth turning off. We'll draw once. Whoa, surprisingly relevant. Wait, Egret Puffer will get through everything in the damn game. Hold on. We can make this take up a 3rd MU to make it 4 strength. We can Egret Puffer this whole server. I'll just keep going for singles though. If this blows us out, I guess it blows us out, but luckily we can deal with most sentries because we have a 3 strength puffer. Except that guy. Hi, my Eris, welcome. All right, she's bankrupt again. That's 5 strength, so we're not gonna be able to deal with it with this hand. I do think we can do Kurapir run archives. It's gonna be a lot of our money, but it'll flip her text, and we need a charge. We have to break all of this to get a charge. This is actually an overextension financially. She might have discarded cards here. This looked safer. But it's up to her to put a bad barrier on the table. Ooh, there was a Amazon Industrial Zone and 2 Vlad grids. Amazon Industrial Zone is actually pretty okay in this format, I think. Just hoping Fansite turn to DLR. There's a chance at any point that this can become a playable card. But Egret Puffer Kurapir is a breaker suite. The problem is we break this for 5, so this is 5, 6, 7, and 2 clicks. So we can't do it this turn. If we click for 4 credits, we can do it in 2 turns and see a single. Oh yeah, right? Oh yeah. I should keep watch. God, or it can just suddenly become, we have 1 shot of getting Persephone again. Oh god, the Persephone have been so good. Can you only click up? Can you click down? No, you can't click down. You can only feed the snake. Hasty, that was in hand for a while. Draw 3, add 3. You also trash a card, so you're down 2 cards. She has 3 cards left in R&D. Oh, I guess it'll be 6 after this resolves. This card did see niche play as a weird... Oh, not this one. I'm thinking the other one. But this did see play in CI decks for a minute. You can unpuff? Oh, or remove. Yeah, okay, you can unpuff. Yeah, okay. Not a huge incentives to unpuff, but mind you, Lucille installed this, so we'll just take what we can get. I totally forgot we're Sable. I haven't cared about where the mark is. Hasty is a cyber penguin? Yeah, it does kind of look like a penguin. In the back with the the beak. All right, she set up the top of the deck, so running R&D is probably not the play. Laser pointer. We have to hold on to this and hope that she pushes, but wait, we have no way of dealing with the MIC. So I think we just draw for an econ card. I don't care. We lost a Kondo. We have a Banhar though, but we only have this many hit points. We have a Power Nap. How many doubles? We have to wait for the turn where our bin turns into doubles. We had a Temujin in the bin. Wait, we have to check for spoilers at all points in times. None of these are spoiler cards. This, mind you, is a card from Terminal Directive, which you might not know. How many of these are doubles? Romp is not a double. Our bin looks pretty good on average. 0 doubles in the bin. So Power Nap is at least 2 clicks for 2 credits. Yippee. Putting the Banhar down doesn't do anything on this board state, but allows us to contest R&D. I think I'd rather just like sure gamble next turn. It's your everyday usual stable versus ag game. Oh, fuck, it became ag. I need to remember that. She did not install ice on the table that's unresed. And she lost her RH ability. Now it's Acme. All right, now it's Acme. That seems a bit worse. Wait, there's spoilers in there? No, there's not. But I think it'd be so cool if this format just had a spoiler, and the chance of you rolling a spoiler is super unlikely. You could farm it by just playing like a mill deck that gets as many cards in the bin. There's a new Easter egg for April's Fools. Oh, ooh. Lawyer Up is a double? Oh, there is a double in there. Do we still have the Lawyer Up? Did it change? No, we do have a Lawyer Up. So it's 2 clicks for 3 credits. Okay, that's fine. That's the one double we have. It might change here. Please keep the sure gamble. She threw out a 3-pointer. All right, we lost. Slash and Burn says cast as sorcery. Why did this have to happen? There's a Slash and Burn here and a 5/3 in their remote server. Why didn't you install the 5/3? Lucy, why didn't you install this? Oh my god, and it's her turn immediately, and she throws it a 5/3. Yeah, okay, well, that was close. 5/3 was got hit by the draw and put back whatever that card was. What? Was a random Sabo? Why are you oh, from what? FINUKA kidding me. What a heck, FINUKA. Come on. So for one turn before it was ripped away, we had a Persephone, which we could have milled. Oh, we could have milled 9 on the errand boy, but it only lasted 1 turn. Ah, oh, man, the Persephone play would have been so sick, and I think we would have won before FINUKA transposed again. All right, that was painful. Could have played that better. We should have just pawned every breaker. If we actually pawned every single breaker and then just said we believe in the transpose, we would have been okay there. And then just like slowed the game down. So you need FINUKA to not take it exactly. Yeah, or pawned a program and just ripped it. Instead of doing the day job play, which was probably right. Yeah, I don't know how often FINUKA trashes your cards in hand. So we probably should have just got that down. Okay, I still don't understand any of the rules here, but I'll do it again. Shout out to Condi Plaza. Yeah, I think so. I want to understand how FINUKA works. I assumed also if we had fewer cards in hand, we'd be less likely to be FINUKA'd, but I think it's per... Like, does it always FINUKA 2 cards, or is it random per card? Like, I don't know how it works. Yeah. She barely touched the early corp hand for the first couple of turns. Like, it didn't hurt the corp that bad on the early game. Yeah, Justin, it seems like it explains nothing. NB Kelly can probably explain something. There might be like GitHub notes, but when you build the mode, it's like super mysterious. The percent of cards she hits every turn increases. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense because the early game we were barely hampered and then it got worse and worse and worse and worse. It looks like things are shifting. This hand, we did not see any of these cards. Yeah, it's probably on GitHub. No stress. Thanks for the game, eh? All right, let's do another one. Yeah, it was the hasty off the top because this trashes a random card. Bummer. Losing 3 points. I wonder if it wasn't a 3-pointer when it hit the bin. I wonder if the points change, potentially. I'm gonna do Corp again. I can't move transpose twice. The first transpose we were super into. The second transpose is like totally painful. Hey, Ren. 4 and 9's a good starting spot. Absolute misery. The chance of a doof is not too low. Thanks, you too. I like this hand. Opening up with a hedge fund would be pretty good, but otherwise this is totally fine. Points stay the same. Okay, so you can't suddenly get like an illegal deck where there's not enough points to win. The points in the score area changing would also be fun. Fine. Macrophage's not good against 419. It's not bad, but 419 has Link. But that's not terrible. So we just want to get cards on the table. That makes sense. So we'll do a triple install turn. So I think Drafter on R&D is totally fine to expose that. I don't want Macrophage on HQ though, because 419 can just trace through that immediately. So we'll put, I want to protect the Macrophage though. Drawing the MIC also kind of stinks. We can't afford to pay one. There's no doubt that this 4-9 is going to be blown out by a Macrophage eventually. Yeah, we could keep it to FINUKA for a new card. Macrophage is my favorite ice. It's really bad into a 1-link runner, but if Amaku comes down, you have to do trace 4 every time and then trace 3. Yeah, it does cook in this matchup for sure. I just don't know what we should protect. Drafter on HQ is kind of fine. Macrophage is fine. I'll just show an MIC on the remote server. It means that we give Ren a lot of power of when to run it. Maybe we should just unmanagram. We'll just get a good cards on the table. Admittedly, some of these cards are pretty good. You know, I'll be most post-rotation, Jeffrey? Kind of. Not entirely. That seems like a good start. Earthrise, keep our Rashida. Never mind, we have a better card. We have Regolith. Server 1, no. Res, take 6. Okay, so we Mason Bellamy. So if the runner breaks at least one subroutine, they lose a click. That's kind of fun with MIC. Svi is not very good in this format. It's a panic button. And we have a virus, which is in the list, naturally. Tries to only shuffle economy cards into economy cards. It doesn't change the points of agendas. Okay, that tracks. Early Baya. No Cheswa, so we'll draw and install. We'll swap Icebreakers with Icebreakers, but not with other programs. Oh, cool. Orchestra Hermes. It seems like a good start. We got a Troubleshooter. That's a good card. Spin Doctor is also pretty good. I think we can just take 9 here. We don't want to do a single install, so we'll just take all the money in the world. Let us see your cards. Come on. Oh, you can see on the stream. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what they mean. Carbidium. Marcus HQ. Okay, we get a drafter here. We want to res our cards sooner than later. This Axis hasn't seen agendas, but we both get a Regolith back. I've seen a lot of people mess this up. This came up with the districts. I've seen this also too on JNet Casual. People are adding a card from archives and then installing it to HQ and then installing that card from hand. You don't have to do that. You can install the card directly from archives. I've seen people functionally miss a subroutine on this because we can add the Regolith to hand, but we can also just add something else to hand and add the Regolith onto the table. Game winning drafter. I think it's going to be important. So we'll add the Regolith to hand and then we'll install the, I guess we just, yeah, we'll do it still because this obfuscates information. But if there's another card here, we'd add that card to the hand and install the Regolith directly. In theory, this obfuscates, but you technically get one fewer card. Why did they not fire 419? Why did they not fire 419? Oh, we should have res this because it would have suggested there's an agenda in hand. We probably should have done that because otherwise Hermes could have bounced it. We're going to res it so it can't be exposed, but it would have right to like sow disinformation that there's a Regolith here. Because the runner is Kim. Yeah, so true, so true. Never mind. I totally missed that. Okay. Roughneck, Infinite Economy. Corporate Troubleshooter, Hagen's really good. It's Edward Kim. Edward Kim is going to put some pressure on. Not a lot of operations in this deck. So we still have to worry about diversion. So I get the Hagen on HQ is also kind of fine. The Macrophage is probably not going to be that good. Kim also does have Link somehow. But this is just trace 1 and the run, so it's totally free. So I'll ice up R&D and assume diversion isn't real. There's no 419 in Bus Sing Say? Sorry? That doesn't look like Thomas Haas to me. Edward Kim, another okay rebirth target. Oh, because of Wake Implant, we actually should ice up HQ. I don't think Ren can just... Actually, Ren can just send it through here. Concerto finds a Gabriel Celesi, so what are we running? I guess we're running Drafter. Oh, okay. Archive's fine. So Gabriel Celesi, you can attach to an Icebreaker and retain strength. Mind you, Gabriel Celesi was a famous African marathon runner. So this also keeps its strength and goes for a long distance, which is pretty sick. You can attach it to an Amakua, but not that it matters. It replaces like card type. Apparently, Russell, it's not only like program for program, but it's like Icebreaker for Icebreaker, Econ operation for Econ operation. Yeah, I do like this play, actually. I think this drafter doesn't do a lot, especially in this format with an empty bin. I caught a double swap game. All right, fire all. So we can put a card on the table. Roughneck on the table has to be trashed. I think this works really well with MIC, so we'll put this in server 1. This is a pretty good play. Let's see if Ren searches the deck for program. From GitHub, 1 in 50 chance at the start of the game to swap sides. If you're playing on realistically, this should happen on average about 2 games in 4, and 0.75 of those games should have 2+ swaps. Wait, 0.75? As in 75% or like a fraction of 1%? Oh, I like Lakshmi a lot. Amakua came down. That's incredible. So now the Macrophage is good. We have to ice up archives. So I'm going to just put the Peeping Tom on archives. Because we cannot let Amakua do its thing. Drafter is only so good. I think Ren can understand it. You can just fire HQ here, farm Wake Implant, and then we're cooked. So if we put Peeping Tom on HQ, it might have been better actually in the long run. Peeping Tom is actually really bad into Black Orchestra as well. We need an ice here. We definitely need an ice here because Ren can just fire this. You can't run last click safely because we can put an agenda on the table. But with Awaken Plan at 3, ugh. This is a really good anti-Amakua server though. Hagen into Macrophage is kind of rough. Double swap game on the winning turn too is so rough. Calling in favors discarded. That makes sense. This needs build around. Give us something good. I mean, we don't have enough ice, but MIC gets broken for 3 to 6 credits. I don't love it, but we can corporate troubleshooter it. So I think we do Regolith, install advanced architect deployment test, or we can also do install double. That might be better. We need a res a lot of ice. $50% of the games will have a swap, and if the games with a swap, 37.5 will have a double swap. Okay, so 1 in 3 games will have a double swap, so that's not too unrealistic. Ren can't safely run, and ADT will be sick. Mind you, Hermes will do some work. But ADT is really good. We actually should have double advanced against Hermes, I'm pretty sure. Are you bought a tech? Whoa, we have a 4 trace card, so that's pretty good. Next silver is not going to be doing a lot. So we'll score this and see what happens. Let's go get a tier. Wormhole on the top. Oh, fuck. Whoa, shit. That's really good. Simone Diego cares about advancing cards, architect deployment test, a Fuji, and next activation. So we have a couple agendas there. We're now R+. Last time someone scored that in Turmoil, I saw the 15 cost sentry show up. Ooh, this is not too far different. Yeah, we're R+ now. So we're going to go for the wormhole. The question is, where do we put it? I think we have to put it on HQ. So probably our card on R&D is going to get bounced. These are both bad face checks for our opponent. Yeah, we do have Arya about attack and into Macrophage, which is a really bad combo. So let's see if the face check in here matters. We actually can brute force the trace. And it's Pudma. So Pudma can charge Wake Implant running R&D. Oh my God, it's really good. And we know the Hermes is definitely, or sorry, the Hermes is going to connect into the Wake Implant. I wonder if Ren's going to run R&D. Like, Pudma charges the Wake Implant. That's really good. Push your luck. Oh my God. Secretly spend any number of credits. The corp guesses if you spend even or odd. Reveal spent credits. If the corp guessed incorrectly, gain credits equal to twice the amount spent. Let me flip a coin. I'm gonna roll a die. Even is even. It was even. Shit. Ren gained 3 credits. Not good. Oh, you paid 2 for that? Okay, not bad. Guess how much Macrophage costs to break with Black Orchestra? It's a bit. Couple credits. Piss. We lost our Hagen. We got a Hordem instead. Hordem is not particularly good to Amakua. The Hagen was really good into Amakua. Bouncing cards just so that they're in hand is pretty good for you. Our bad. Adonis in the remote server is fine, but we need to get another ice here. Triple advancing the Hordem would be reasonable, but slow. So we'll pre-put Adonis in here, and then we'll have Hordem, which is broken for 3, Macrophage. We know there's 5 points on top of the deck, though. The next silver is broken for 1 with Amakua, which I don't want that. Is that a scoop? No, this is a really old card. Mind you, the second Wayland Identity cared about advancing cards. The numbers on this are bad. The text is okay. It's just 4 to res is absurd. Like, really, really absurd. At least that didn't give us into Infinite Ice Wall. But The World Is Yours said that you got a credit on it to advance cards. It's like Proto BTL. It's pretty bad. I'll advance this because we need to get this. Oh, no, actually advancing this is not good because we have a Black Orchestra, so it doesn't actually matter. I want to keep this in hand. Actually, I think the misinformation is worth more. I wish Advanceable Ice was still bad. Yeah, you and me both. Not a big fan of it. Boomerang. Nice. We are in control of this situation. This card was never illegal. When you run a remote server successful, remove the first non-agenda card you access from the game until the end of the game. When you access a copy of that card, remove it from the game. Very, very cool. So we should res this MIC. We can afford it. Making it massive strength with troubleshooter doesn't matter. But if we make this Mason Bellamy, it doesn't do anything. I mean, I guess we just res this. You can stuff this, yeah, but it costs us our MIC. I don't think we should trade our MIC for removing an Adonis campaign from the game. That seems fine. There's going to be so many Adonis campaigns in this game. And it's not even remove it per game. It's remove if Ren touches them, which is like, what's the chance of that? So we don't care about all this. The worst part is we're losing all of these. I'm assuming you go for the upgrade first. So this doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. I heard scoop and looked up. No, there's no scoop. So far, a super nut. So the Mason's removed from the game. Sick. Don't care. Adonis got a trash that for 3. Unless you really want to, I'm cool. Adonis stayed. Wow. The troubleshooter got removed. So we get a free Adonis, which is -1 credit, but like we know there's an agenda coming up, so that might not be right. Oh, what a bad card to draw. This is a 4/2 that scales with the amount of with the amount of other medical breakthroughs, which in theory your deck could be entirely only medical breakthroughs and the game could be really easy. The issue is that we still have Hermes, we still have Wake Implant. We know there's a 3-pointer on the top of the deck. I don't think the Wormhole gets dealt with besides Boomerang, so we can probably draw. Man, I would like to score that. I want to keep the next silver in hand. We can't put the root out here because Amakua. So I think we just click for a credit. We hope the next silver gets rolled into a better card. This format's weird. Have we figured out the rules? Yeah. So every card has a random % chance at the beginning of the turn to change. On the table, no, but in your hand or in archives or your deck can change into a random card, not only of the same type, but also within the same category. So ice turns into ice, obviously. I think barrier turns into barrier. That might not be true. No, that's not true. But like economy operation turns into economy operation. I think there's some loose categories. The chance of it changing goes up the longer the game goes. So every turn it has a scaling chance of changing. And you have a 1 in 50 chance at start of turn to trade sides on the table. I think that's the rules. All right, raindrops. Well, Jinteki's broken with all the missing numbers, but I think it's April Fool's update. Some of the broken numbers are because we swapped sides, and they did a change recently. Here comes the Lou. Oh yeah, I guess we are Lou here. That's a lot of cards in hand. Hopefully we roll a better hand here. So this 5/3 will only change to a 5/3. This 2 will only change into a 2. That's pretty good. It's hard not to be happy with this card. So we do install advance. Ren has to run this. Break MIC for 3 credits. Have 5. We do next silver, it's only 1 more credit. I don't want to do the next silver, but this is a good card to jam. I also wish Diego becomes anything else. But unfortunately, Diego's not anything. This sucks. We'll probably glaciered up a bit. Man, we just need this to be better ice. Are we having fun? Yeah, we definitely are. Swap. That's a lot for swapping before he wins. That's why you have to win fast, but like not too fast. You need to get to a situation where you can win in 3 turns and you just fly. I just want this to be a better card. I just want this to be a better card. This Black Orchestra is actually really good. You have currents. Playing a scarcity would be so rough. Because you can't get them in your deck and you just have to turn it off somehow. Not that Ren's played like a resource. Oh, there's a Theophilus Bagbiter. I don't know. The one that makes your hand size reduce for bad pub. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I think we just click for 3 and we throw out the root. Fine. Not exciting, but fine. Our best play would be to draw better. There's a mining exit in the actual deck. Oh, cool. Yeah, Itinerant Protesters is, I've built the whole decks around it. I like cards like that you can build around. How did Mason get there? Cards, Ren played, what's it called? Well, I can't show you the card anymore, but it was one of those cards from the Magnum Opus worlds where you, the first card that you touch gets removed from game and all copies get removed from game. E-Creativity Sick, pay 2, search your deck for programmer hardware, install it by trashing some garbage from your hand. That's a really good card in this format. Oh, that's bad for us. Looks at our Whoredom, looks at our Macrophage, realizes you can break this for 3 credits. Yeah, watch the world burn. That's not good for us. Help, help, help. I have a problem. Ren's on 5 credits. This is 3, this is 5. Install advance, advance. We could do install advance next. Oh god, Keyhole's so bad for us. The Whoredom is broken for 3 credits. What do we do here? This next silver needs to change into something. IA Bologna, I mean, it's risky. The question is, does Ren run through this, right? This is 3, maybe 6, probably just 3. And then Bologna is 5. So if Ren does, yeah, it's fine. We can push it. The issue is if we score this, it opens up 1 ice on R&D and then we could just lose to Keyhole because Keyhole's not once per turn. Archives is not well protected because Peeping Tom also doesn't do anything. But like our positionality of the ice is really bad. If we had a drafter, or sorry, a Hagen on R&D instead of the Whoredom, we'd be in a good spot. We don't. Install silver. I want to keep this for a better ice because this gets broken for 1 credit with Amakua. It's not particularly good. Oh, this is bad for us. Now Ren has money to run this. Remove the turtle. You want us to trash the turtle? If that was our game plan, we'd be in a good spot. If Ren pays 6 for this, we're lucky. I think Ren will pay 3 and have a click left over. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this IA Bologna play. At least that slows down Ren's credits, but we do still get Hermesed. Oh, and that actually might change this ice to be reasonable, but now Ren can run archives. Yeah, I don't like that play at all. Ren needed to have a good econ card. That's fine. Okay, we'll start with the Spin Doctor. Good. Okay. Ren's money is bad now. We're R+. We'll get rid of probably the Twins, honestly. The chance of that lining up is pretty low, but next turn we'll do install advance next. This seems worse. It's really hard to get a scoring window if your opponent just has like a breaker. Like Amakua is so good in this format. More time you're in the game, bigger chance you get to score sides. And you can lose to that, yeah. Every turn, 1 in 50. Oh, smoke, that's sick. That's a credit turn, that's really good. Security testing, okay, that's not gonna be that important. Throw it out of the ashes. We gotta remember that that's a tricky one for us. Works with MIC well. Okay. Install advanced slash, fine. We have a changeling. Changeling is actually proper good. I do think we need the changeling on R&D, but I think on 1 credit with the Spin Doctor, we're okay. Ren might contest the Spin Doctor. We can always pop it. If that's the case, we probably should just do Off-World Office, slash and burn for tempo, and then next gold. Yeah. More next ice support, but we lost it. We'll do changeling, it's cheaper. I don't think we do IA. I think we do I slash and just say the Spin Doctor is going to be busy. Because it's very likely the Spin Doctor is going to get contested, and cast as a sorcery is really funny. That just gives us more time. Because Ren with the Keyhole and the Sec Test is very likely to contest the Spin Doctor, so I'd rather shuffle 2 points back, because our bin is obviously full random garbage. Yeah. So this can give Ren 2 credits on Amakua. Instead, we're not. Does Amakua work with Sec Testing? I think it does. So Slab goes back. And then I think on average, we want an upgrade. So Diego goes back. Why is it cast as sorcery? Because it's April Fool's. It's really funny. Interdiction. Wait, we're just going to score at. Why play this? It does not. Okay, so it's just 2 credits. Oh god, that was the whole hand. Experiential data, +1 strength, core set. Congratulations, commercialization. So we'll score this. Interdiction is going to be turned off. This current just says we can't res non-ice cards during the runner's turn. It doesn't really matter unless you're going to res a surprise upgrade like the Giordano. We'll gain 7. We're still Reality Plus. Get a Hermes bounce. It's on archives. I guess we have to repair that with this, which stinks, but we are on game point. We have 1 more 3-pointer in the deck. We're hoping it's good. The MTG Netrunner collapse. Insane. All right. We have a chance. We just need to draw 5-3 and not have to be transposed. Just don't get transposed. And we still have to play against, like, at some point when Ren feels cornered, they can just like fire R&D. Ren can just like run R&D and go with the C3 cards, and that probably will do something because there's only 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 points out. We've drawn through half the deck, so that's actually not that far off average. We're a bit below average. Ooh. It's funny we Prycon into commercialization. Technically tempo. We'll draw once. Experiential data is actually good on R&D because Black Orchestra now breaks it for 6. Wait, that's actually kind of sick. Because this will be 5 strength, which means Black Orchestra has to pump 2. I mean, why the heck not? Purge time? I don't care anymore. Yeah. Start pawning all your breakers. Face check some damage. Set up for the long game. Isolation sold for 7. Sick. Gauss is down. We have a Fractor. This is a barrier. We can make it a sentry. Currently, Gauss breaks us for 1 credit. Rashida might flood us. We're very happy to get Rashida this late in the game. No agendas. Oh, she go with recurring credit, but nobody spend it? Oh yeah, the credit's locked in. We're still Reality Plus? What are we meant to do with this hand? We need Ice R&D. We have 2 Peeping Tom somehow. It's like, is the card pool not big? We can non-equivalent Beanstalk Drafter R&D. I'd like to put a card in here. I feel like the card needs to go... I'm not sure where we need to put this ganked. It doesn't actually do anything. Gank Drafter doesn't work anymore. We could blue level, but then we have too many cards, but there's still like a lot of points and 17 cards here. So the Drafter on RD is fine. It'll be a 4-strength Drafter, which is good. And then we can just get money. I just hate that we're not developing. We can also double ice archives. I think the Amaku is how we lose. Double Peeping Tom archives. Don't talk about it. And then we can just non-equivalent while we can and just gain 3 credits. Beanstalk we can play at any point. No. All right, we're Glacier, y'all. The Gauss is now a bit less good. This is a 4-strength Drafter, a 4-strength Hortum, and an 8-strength Macrophage. This does deal with viruses, which is nice. Ren is all MU'd up. This would be a fun trip down memory lane. It really is. If you don't read all the cards and you're like experiencing old cards, it's kind of fun. Tyson comes down. Why? The search is hardware, right? I guess we're looking for endurance. I would definitely hold on to... Get out. Tyson found an endurance. Did you know that was in there? Now, Ren can't afford it, but Ren just did Tyson into endurance. That's incredible. That is genuinely unbelievable. Oh god, we have a Project Aries. Okay, install advance. That is so good. I'm going to do advance. This looks like we're going to win, so Ren might do something aggressive. We have to win. Oh, Wizard, pretty nice. So the recurring credit now has use. We need to get out of here. If we get to 6 points and get FINUKA, I'm going to be upset. Yeah, it'll get FINUKA. It's not here anymore. I forgot that was an option. Yeah, later in the game it goes. You have to get out of your hand. So Tyson was for a random hardware. I forget how volatile things get later in the game. This is not a winning. This is just a blank for 2. We can technically force a runner to trash a card. What is happening? Spark hit another Amakua. So that's not going to do anything. Do you have to install it? Oh, we're going straight keyhole. Okay. Thinking. Straight keyhole. Save me FINUKA disposal. So this drafter we can fire. It's not bad. We can get an AAL, so we might as well res it. We have enough money. So this drafter will fire. So again, people were goofing this at the district. You may add a card from archives to HQ, and then you can install a card straight from archives. So you don't have to add the B to your hand. So I guess we'll just get back. We can do AAL into Rashida, but I don't think we need to. So I'll just grab back the non-equivalent, and then we'll install this advanced assembly line into a new remote server, and we'll just go ahead and res it at a minimum. In theory, Ren has no clicks left, so we don't have to trash this. So I don't think we're going to do anything with it. We can use this to jam after we score. Now this Hordem can be broken for 3 credits, but the really cool thing is we can actually do this ability where we make it +1 strength, and now it's a 4 strength Hordem, 5 strength Hordem, which means that Ren has to bounce off of it. Very, very cool. That changes a 3 credit res on Hordem. This card saw no play, but honestly, some breakpoints are really important, like this one. I wonder if we could have just macrophage the Amakua, but I don't think we're stressed about the Amakua. So AAL can install a non-agenda card here, so we could install the Rashida from hand. I don't think we're super stressed. Yeah, right. Ooh, SSL. So we can score this, repair Hermes, and then just jam the SSL in there and hope. Over advance the Ares is not very good because a runner gets bad publicity, but we could advance this to 5, and then Ren has to trash 1 of Ren's installed cards, which is not particularly impactful if the Tyson can go. I think you legit go IA. I think we can, but the problem is like with Hermes, Ren can just run archives and we're cooked. Like we don't win next turn. I don't think we can do it because this server is way too soft. This actually does nothing. Ren can just take tags. And I think Ren will have to make that play line. Because clearly there's an agenda here. Unless Ren thinks it's a trap, I'm just going to score it. If we had a Spin Doctor, 100%. But our Spin Doctor doesn't exist. So we'll score this just a 4-2. We can repair Hermes with AAL. And then we can install the SSL. Is probably safer in HQ. No shot Ren does that? Yeah, with Hermes, definitely Ren does that. So we can get money here. We can get the SSL out of hand. I don't think we need to get the SSL out of hand. I think we just want to set up the server. I promise. I'm good. So we'll install this into server 1. And then I think we'll non-equivalent. We're Thule. That's cool. All right, that's cool. All right, next turn is IA, and then just hope that Changeling MIC Giordano works, which probably does. Otherwise, we have to watch out that we don't get Hermes. Process automation, that's fine. Yeah, we become a Thule. This data is really fun. Slipstream? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad. That actually might cook us. Oh, it's a Wotan. I mean, okay. Why does this give this the ability text while it's installed? That's very strange. So this has text I'm not super familiar with. Falsified is going to guess a Project Wotan. Okay, so Ren has 9 credits. We could have advanced this card instead of playing an event because Ren can't break a sentry, but Ren now needs to break this for 5. I feel like that's going to be enough. Yeah, with Giordano, I have no doubt Ren is going to struggle here on a couple credits. I didn't do the math, but this is 5 because it's a barrier. So Gauss is pretty bad at dealing with this. Gabriel Celessi hasn't mattered. Santa's ears perk up. And then this MIC is at minimum 3. So that's 8, which means Giordano holds 1 credit short. Ren is 1 credit short from contesting this. Literally 1 credit short. Holy crap, 1 credit short. That was a good falsified. Yeah, it's actually pretty close. We would just jam the next agenda, but it's definitely pretty close here. Because, yeah, Ren just needs one more credit, but can't click for a credit because of the MIC. I'm to get transposed. Yeah, actually, it could be a slipstream. The slipstream play might make sense. Because slipstream says, whenever you pass a res piece of ice, you may trash slipstream if you do choose a piece of ice protecting a central server. So Ren could slipstream here. The thing is that we can crack it on the MIC, so Ren won't have another instance to crack this. So we're going to destroy this so Ren doesn't pass this, if I'm not mistaken. And because Ren doesn't pass this, there should be no window to slipstream anymore. So Ren didn't slipstream, so now Ren can slipstream. Playing ground Ikawa, but we're short on credit. So we res the Giordano. We are safe by 1 credit. Ren could have slipstreamed R&D and actually made it in, I think. Fire Unbroken? Oh, yeah, you're right. We should have... No, we can't Fire Unbroken. Because if we Fire Unbroken, Ren passes. And then if Ren passes, we can't. Yeah. There's not no reason. It's just really hard. Because if we don't Fire Unbroken, Ren passes, then Ren can run R&D. Hey. Just the bounce. Bounce would have been good enough, I think. All right. Anto with too late. No, we're Spark now. Advance, advance, advance. All right. We did not imagine we lost control of that game. That would have been really funny. A good game. I was hey, thanks, you too. That was cool. That was cool. We actually got some cool synergies. Like, this seems fun. It's like the fun of draft where you see, like, you know, kind of like Chimera, right? Like you see fun synergies between cards. What I like about this is that it keeps the like the structure of your deck in terms of upgrades and all that sort of stuff. But you do have to start playing weird synergies that you have never seen before because no one's played like Changeling and Giordano in the same deck. Yeah, Spencer, how's it going? Sounds like I missed some elevation discussion. Yeah, we went through a whole bunch of spoilers. The spoiler dropped midstream too. Pretty exciting. I do think what you want to do in this format is run 45 econ cards. If you do, you'll never get ice though. But yeah, you're probably incentivized to just play a lot of econ operations. Like you can build a deck for this meta. I think upgrades are like all over the place. It's just hard for the runner to play around them. Yeah, but we had no player swap, which happens not insignificantly. That format is cool. Unfortunately for us, that's going to be the end of the stream. We've been streaming for about almost 5 hours, and there is a startup event, mind you, in Montreal. I'm going to be sitting this one out. My partner is a bit under the weather, so we're just going to stay in, make soup, and make sure everyone's healthy. I did not have time, mind you, to fix this. We had a whole bunch of really nice folks join on Patreon. I just want to shout out some names because their names are not on the new scroll because I've been pretty busy. Now I'm logged out of Patreon. Okay, sorry, I can't do it right now because I don't have the app logged in. But I'll fix it as soon as Thursday, that's for sure. But shout out to a whole bunch of people. We had a whole bunch of patrons sign up this weekend, and thank you so much. Again, a bunch of time goes into this channel, for sure it does. It's going to be a very busy month. We have a whole lot of videos to do. I have to work on like 3 or 4 videos at the same time this week. Some of that spoiler stuff for sure. So very, very, very exciting time. If you want to support the channel, you can find a link below. Mind you, we'll be back on Thursday. Pat will be here. We'll be doing some in-person streaming. Oh, not on person play stream. We're going to be playing some Hand and Brain online. If you want to play against us on a Thursday evening, playing some Hand and Brain, go find a friend, get on a voice call, and we'll all do it together, which is a good time. Otherwise, what else is there? What else is there? I feel like I'm missing something. Stay tuned to the No Signal Games website. Obviously, news is coming out. If you want to leave a like on the video, that helps a heck of a lot. And that is mostly it. I think that's mostly it. We have a lot of work to do here, that's for sure. It's been really busy. And obviously spoiler season is pretty hype. And we have some more spoilers to come. Hopefully you're having a good enough time. Shout out to all the folks who came out to the district championship. I think I will edit through the footage. I think I need to do that before the new, what's it called? The new format. I'm tired. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks, Justin, for hanging out. Enjoy the new, mind you, the new meme format. I think that's really cool. I think it's awesome to do something like that for April Fools. A lot of work goes behind the scene that NB Kelly and all the JNet folks do. So that's really, really appreciated. Hopefully you're having a good time playing that. Maybe it's going to be around for more than, you know, one day. I think that'd be sick. But otherwise, enjoy some, what's it called? What's even the format called? Turmoil. That makes sense. All right. We'll be back on Thursday. Catch you there. In the meantime, take care of yourselves. We'll be back in a bit. Ciao.